Yeah, if there's access to the other one, and you were able to invite somebody to give a hand.
Yeah, definitely gonna try.
Damn, you really sent me a link to shapes.
Vinny, do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
So you don't know shapes then? You need to learn about shapes. See, flat is an aspect of a shape. We don't know the whole shape. See, in the video, you can see each entire shape. If you know the entire shape of the Earth, we'd love to have it.
It's a sphere. It's a ball.
And when did you leave Earth in order to be from a proper vantage to see something like that? When did you do that?
I didn't do it myself.
Approximately 5,500 miles, I believe, is what they calculate.
Wow.
You would need to be.
I can't jump that high.
So there you go. Globe's done. How many? So you got how many sides are on a triangle? How about a trapezoid?
I don't know what a trapezoid is.
Well, and you're going to be here arguing geometry with us, are you?
I haven't argued anything. I've just been answering questions.
Okay. Would you argue that the Earth is a globe?
I'd say the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
Okay. Would you argue for the globe then?
I can't really argue against you guys.
Yes or no?
Would I argue for it? Not really. No.
So you're pretty bad at having a conversation.
No, I can have a conversation. I'm just not like you say. I'm not really well versed on it. So we could have a conversation, but
that's fair.
It wouldn't go anywhere, and it wouldn't accomplish anything. If that makes sense.
I highly doubt that. Let's cart before the horse, man. You don't know unless you try.
I've tried many times, bro.
Many, many times. Okay. Well, here's the deal. Don't try. Just do it.
The main issue is maybe you're unwilling to remove your presuppositions from the conversation. Is that probably fair to say, Vinny?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Presuppositions, they get in the way.
Sure are fun, though, aren't they?
Apparently. People sure play with them a lot.
See, we got somewhere, Vinny. You now realize that you're just believing a fairy tale.
Not quite.
Well, that's what you just said.
What do you mean?
Never mind.
Okay. So if you don't already know that we run under the correct objective auspice that the Earth measures flat so far, and it goes directly against the globe math. So that's not an agree or disagree thing. I'm informing you. I'm letting you know. So from that, we need to then converse about, why you still have a belief for the anti-fact of a globe Earth. Basically, why do you still believe it, dude?
I don't know. Pictures.
You said you've tried bunches of times, right, to talk with us?
You guys don't really talk. You just kind of like smack.
Again, that was a yes or no question, sir.
What do you mean? Like, yeah. I guess I guess you could call it talking.
I don't think I'm going to make progress with you, am I?
I did say that.
So, why are you here today?
I decided jamming.
You like jamming?
Jamming, yeah.
Bob Marley,
Super.
folks.
These are the guys that come in and they're young, and they obviously they're little chubbies or they're obese because they don't have a girlfriend. Because there's no way in here you're gonna be in here. You're 16 or 17 if you have a girlfriend. I'm just saying.
Damn, you're on violence, bro. I
You're
just
on
joined and sat
violence.
in here, bro, and I'm just like,
I go right for the jugular, buddy. I'm sorry.
I just like, I know, I just joined, bro, and I've already been at it like 15 times answering the questions and that. So
you don't have a girlfriend? So you need to come in here and hang out with us guys?
yeah, exactly, bro. You keep me company.
Hey, I just want to quickly point out something. You just verbally assaulted him, and then he just accused you of being violent.
Yeah,
Think about
I
that.
feel violently attacked.
Yeah, because dude, if you're gonna come in here
you're
and not engage in conversation, like real talk,
Like, shouldn't
like
you be
what
in
we're here for.
a retirement home or something, bro?
I am.
Oh, then go like enjoy the last years of your life, bro. What are you doing in here?
But that's what old people do.
Trying to
Old
win
people ain't
internet
got nothing
arguments,
to do, so they do talk. You know,
He's like, you have a bunch of knowledge and experience because you've been alive a while, and I'm going to try to make fun of that. Clown show, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
No, I'm saying like if you're retiring, bro, why are you trying to win internet arguments? Like,
Why
it means
do you
nothing.
think any of us are near retirement? What are you? Do you know
He
any of
just
us
said
here?
he's in a retirement home.
I
am.
Oh, no, he didn't say I'm in one.
No, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to him.
All right, so why don't you want to talk about Earth stuff? Why can't you come in here and talk about the actual topic?
I have been talking, bro, but like I say, I don't know a lot about it, so I'm gonna struggle to answer most of your questions. That's what I'm saying.
At my nursing home, they teach us that it's still flat.
I've been skating, so if you are engaging, then I take all the shit I said back. You know?
No, he's taking the piss, mate. Taking the piss.
I'm taking a piss only if you're being genuine.
I think it's taking the piss. I think
The.
they don't even know how to say the words correctly. Taking the piss. Yeah.
It is the. And it is
Yeah, because
so funny.
because you're deficient.
I thought it was taking a piss. Hey.
No, it's
right?
the Brits. They say the. Are you
As daft as that is.
Are you guys saying that Helio has said that like 1,000 times on here, and every time he said it wrong?
Yeah. 100%. Helio's not Brit. You know that, right?
Yeah, I realize that. I just think it's funny that he says it
Anyway.
1,000 times and he's saying it the incorrect way.
Let's
Yeah,
go back to the
it is
greatest
funny.
fact that we talk about, and that's the Earth measures flat against the globe math. Can you talk about that, young man?
I don't know the globe math, so
Gosh, that's productive.
it's like most people don't. Like most people just know it's a globe. They don't.
They just assume it because they don't know the shit. That's the problem here.
Well, they've been taught it, I guess you could say. Whatever. Like,
What do you mean, whatever? You can't. You aren't gonna find out yourself. You're just gonna say, someone else did the work. Fuck it. That's good enough for me.
yeah, they
I
did the
believe
work
them.
exactly. It proved it to me.
And this is a generation coming up here. We're fucked, bros. We're
Bro,
fucked.
this is not just our generation, bro. This ain't just recent generation. The world's been a globe for a long time.
No,
now,
I'm
hasn't
saying
it?
you're gonna end the world because you're so stupid.
The world's been considered a globe for a long time.
Yeah, that's a big problem too. Big cognitive deficiencies. Yep.
By liars. Liars
I like it, or is he?
and people that listen
He's
to
roboting.
them.
Yeah, okay.
You're roboting, bud. So what say you? Brit trash?
Damn, you're devastated.
Oh, I'm
Are you taking a
devastating.
piss?
Like,
Are you
I
taking a
get
piss?
it, bro, and I don't have the answers to your questions, so you just start insulting.
What else are we gonna
Is
do,
that
man?
it?
You insult yourself. I'm just pointing it out. Here's a mirror, bro.
How did I insult myself, bro? You guys are so
By
angry.
existing at all.
Guys are devastated. Like, what? So I come in here and I'm not good fun for you guys, so you just, like, get
You're
all
great
nasty?
fun. You are super great material. You stay as long as you like.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I've been here 2 years, so...
Ooh, wow. And
great
you still
fun.
think the Earth's a globe.
And
Yeah,
look,
bro.
and look
I
what
haven't
you
fallen for the propaganda yet.
You
Look at
haven't
this.
learned anything. You haven't learned anything for 2 years. 2
What
years.
kind of idiot? 2 years, huh? What kind of fucking idiot? Wow.
Well, swearing, bro. You can't be doing that.
Sure can. Sure.
Why
When
is
you
that?
become an adult, you'll know that you can swear whenever you want.
You got to keep it Christian, bro. No swearing, all right?
Who
I
says?
think this is the case for the court.
Or the arbiters?
No, I'm
Right.
going to let you speak now and dig your own hole. I just wanted to chime in a little bit. Much
Do you need a
love.
law? Do you need a
Much love
lawyer?
to you too,
Do you need a
sugar
lawyer?
muffin.
A little bit of tone policing, I think, something like that.
2 years, and he's calling people sugar muffin. What's happening right now? Who is this guy?
What's wrong with sugar muffin? Wait, I know you don't like kiwi.
I knew it was gonna take long, my guy.
You were the guy who said you speak to like random shopkeepers about like flat Earth.
Cashiers, yeah, and I had you
Yeah.
laughing and
Oh,
squealing like
I
a
was creasing,
idiot.
bro. I lost
Buddy,
my valued roll over that, bro. People got mauled over that. It's like you guys can clown me as much you want, bro. I take the piss back one time, bro. That's it. Your roll's gone. Your right's gone.
Vinny, I have a question, man. So
Alright.
since you have been here for 2 years, what is keeping you off from understanding the reality that you're living in?
I know, bro. Like,
are you willfully ignorant of what has been taught to you, or is it just because the pressure around you would be too much to change your worldview?
that's one of the reasons. Even if it was to be real, it would damage my life to a point where it wouldn't be worth.
Oh,
you
know it's real, but because
I don't know it's real now because I don't understand either.
I'm pretty sure you know. You're just trying to keep yourself. You're just trying to lie to yourself, so it's easier for you to stay in that in that paradigm where you can where you don't need to change, because otherwise there would be a lot of things happening in your life if you would change. Well, and be honest about it.
As we've established, bro, I don't know either model, so I can't say either way. But yeah, I think it's a globe.
So you don't know. You don't know the models. You don't know the models, but you think it's a globe.
Yeah.
Do you see the contradiction in that?
I think it's a globe because that's what I've been taught, but I don't know the
That's
models.
not a contradiction; it's idiocy.
But that's
I think what he's trying to say, Clay, is he's too cowardly to acknowledge the truth.
But that's very willfully ignorant, isn't it?
No, it's cowardly. I'm pretty sure this guy knows the Earth is flat. He's just a coward.
Yeah, but he's willfully ignorant, right? From what he himself has professed.
No, he's only waiting that they say on the news. Sorry, people, we was wrong because measuring everything, it looks that it's flat, but all these years education, we was wrong, and space doesn't exist. But we thought that we are in this space, but we also was wrong about that. We said that the Earth rotates, but we was wrong also about that because we thought that the Earth rotates, and sorry, we were wrong. And when we hear that on the news, then everything will be okay. Isn't like that.
But I don't even think that's going to change anything.
No, for him will, because then it will be the true,
No, I mean for him, I think there's literally people that are so possessed by the globe belief that even if there would be an astronaut like on TV saying, I actually am, I'm joking, blah blah blah, it's all fake. They would try to.
Not one, Clay, all of them, they decided now that it's flat, and he will say, oh, look, really. Now I get it because it's in on news,
Oh, okay. You mean if they completely open up the book, so to say? Okay. Yeah. Then he would change his belief, because then everyone else needs to do it, right? When everyone else needs to do it, he can do it too.
And it must be on news, and it must, and everybody must say that is flat, because it's there is more people, it's more warm, and it's better to be there than somewhere else where you have some ideas. For example, you have idea that water it's level, and then that sea level it's sea level. You have that stupid idea.
Yep. I think a lot of it is if someone's not ready, it's devastating, to use that word again. Thank you so much for providing it, to their worldview. Devastating to their worldview. I mean, imagine someone came up to you and said, okay, you have to now use your right arm as your left arm as your right, and do really well with it right away. They couldn't handle it all at once. You know, you gotta redo your thinking from what you've been taught, and instead, learn something, get knowledge on the subject. He's clearly saying, well, he's like pulling a Matthew. Yeah, I don't know. I just appeal to the smart guy for my shit, you know. So I think this is a tactic we're seeing now, is to come in and just say flat earth is inconsequential. And yeah, fine, I'll say I don't have any, fucking whatever. Yeah, smart guy, whatever. They figured it out. Flat earth is stupid. Do you understand? We see the tactics. So once again, just go measure the earth for curvature or kick some fucking rocks.
Yeah, isn't that one of the reasons why we refer to sheeple as sheeple, or as sheep, silly people as people? Because, the sheep go along with the herd, kind of just go along and get along. And, if the herd's going one direction, then most of the sheep just go that direction because most of the sheep are already going that direction. So that's what most sheep do. They just go in that direction. And it seems to me like it's a similar thing with the Globers. They just go in the direction that most people are going mentally, because that's just where they're going, mentally, or where the propaganda brings them.
Yep, propaganda followers prefer path of least resistance. Go ahead, guys.
Because it's so big that it's earth, it cannot be anything else, only sphere, because they know that clever people, that water is curving. They know that they wrote so many books, But when you go out, you cannot find that curve. That's so difficult. That's so incredible. Reality, it's like, I don't know what's reality doesn't want to be a model. I don't know why.
Now, wouldn't it be where the sheep are led, where the fear of the sheepdog lead them?
Yeah. So what's the sheepdog? NASA?
Now, I would say whatever punishment for not doing what the actual farmer wants you to do. Yeah, I guess NASA would be...
Oh, the government.
Yeah, the NASA would be not a sheepdog, but a sheep dressed as a wolf. What is NASA in that analogy?
Fuzzy, I asked today the guy.
It would be a sheep dressed as a sheepdog.
Today I asked the guy,
yes.
What do you think? Why I'm thinking that Earth is flat? And do you know what his answer was? This: you think that Earth is flat because somebody told you that Earth is flat. That's it.
That's funny, because literally no one is telling us that. We're thinking about this kind of stuff for ourselves, and then finding out that other people are thinking about that too. It's the opposite. It's the
But that's the point. Like, I want to approach let's see why you people deceive me. With which points you said it, what I get it, and now I'm deceived. I'm deceived by water. I'm deceived by mountains. I'm deceived everything in nature. Because I must be deceived if I think that Earth is flat, because some people are retarded. They think that Earth is flat. Now let's hear what is that deceiving points.
Well, I think we can take it down to its most basic point. Let's forget about even pictures. We read the words created by men, which tell us what we are experiencing. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
So I want to know who wrote the words. Obviously, I'm being...
You are not on that level.
That's my point, right?
You must be on the level that you understand that other people can understand better how nature works. You cannot reach that level. You need to study that 10 years, and then maybe because you're still then will be on some level, maybe are not on a good level. But like this, to be human and to observe with your senses and to make logical conclusions, no, that's not level.
That's my point, right? It's like, how much education do I have to consume in order to realize that I'm on a spinning surface versus I hit the dirt, I grow up, I walk, I observe. I don't observe that at all. I observe the contrary to that.
Look at in dictionary how the people all around the world calling sea level. Sea level, in my language, it's nivo mora. Listen, it sounds differently, but it's the same, and it's meaning the same. And that means if everybody have the same meaning, everyone for the sea level, that means we have one level.
That is correct. I approve sea levels on the sightings that I review daily. Sea level is a constant measurement, dated, constant. I don't know what else to say other than you can't have a varying sea level
and
on
look
a globe.
At the level,
It's insane.
Look at this unlogic. Listen this sentence. Everything above the sea has the height. Look at that. That is retarded. And when you have one level, one base, zero, it's so difficult to measure elevation. It's more easier to measure on curved surface elevation than on flat surface. Only logic. You don't need to even make observations anymore. When you make observation, then you're only making conclusion. I was right.
So, question, and this is maybe a stupid question, but how
Very
does how glad this is kind of a shout out to the meme you've been posting with the cranes. How does the crane observation compare to the pendulum experiment?
Gravity.
So the deciding factor in that is the gravity of the crane.
So many times it's enough to say that word and helping a lot. I don't have anything to go.
Okay, you're just providing a fictitious answer. Not fictitious,
that's enough.
But yeah, that's
that
enough for
will be
them.
enough for work. Yeah.
But I was thinking about like how does that those two things differ?
Listen, Kiwi. If gravity is pulling down, mass attracts mass, whatever, then cannot also how to say arrange centrifugal force and to be contained in the same. You cannot do 3, 4, 7 rolls. It must do one roll.
Well, that's my point.
If it's doing 7 rolls, it's some different. It's some strange phenomena. It's doing that means it's G. It's G. Gravity. It's a good big G, big God.
Well, okay. Here's the thing, because when I know with construction sites, whenever they set their cranes at the end of a work night, they set their cranes in what's known as rest position. So I observe a crane that is resting. Versus any forces acting upon it.
Yeah, but that's just resting position meaning, hey, don't put all the weight on the far end of the boom, thus creating the most amount of problem. If there's a wind, it's going to all of a sudden there's nothing to control it, and therefore, so a resting position is like the best weighted, most evenly spaced position for the night is what I would easily read that as.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
I mean, right? You wouldn't want to leave the full weight of something at the very end, or you want to, make sure it's all good to go. And that just makes that makes perfect sense. At the end of the night, you don't leave a forklift extended all the way to the top, right? You leave it in its resting position at the floor, causing the least problems. And no one's sitting there thinking about, well, you got to make sure that the gravity's not going to mess with our boom tonight. That's not what they're thinking.
Everything is burning.
Okay, who killed the convo? You still there, Vinny?
Yeah, I'm here.
You think you'll ever take this subject seriously? Maybe.
No idea.
You never will, or did you say no idea?
So no, I mean, I do take it seriously. I guess to an extent. I just don't believe it.
Well, sir, if you took it seriously and you really been here 2 years, you would not think you're on a globe. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, it's up to you. All we can do is give you information. If you want to ignore it, just act like it doesn't exist, that's up to you. We're just here to supply information to people.
We don't believe it either.
By the way, we're not suggesting you believe anything. We're actually suggesting you drop a belief. Flat Earth is an observation. The belief is in the globe.
Believe I can fly. I believe I could touch the sky. I think about it every day and night. No?
What do you do for a living, Vinny? Vinny, what do you do for a living, dude?
And we don't put him on the spot like that?
Oh, he just left.
No, well, yeah, I guess you did.
Yeah, he bounced, so.
Maybe he thought I was mocking him. I literally just got off a phone call and figured I'd sing after what Orion said there.
I didn't think I was putting him on the spot. I thought it was a question that I could ask him for a standpoint to see if there was a level of engagement, just to see. Because the other thing that I didn't think about. Well, here's the thing with it.
No, not you. Why do we have a fanny pumper in here? Papa fanny pump? Bruh. Big Papa Fanny Pumper. Could you pick a more Gamoran screen name? Hey, citizen of Gamora, would you like to say hello? Big Papa.
That was very well done, must say.
No need to thank me.
Nice. Fuzzy Swan. Hadn't seen you in a while, man. Doing well? Fuzzy.
All right, then.
Someone calling me?
Yeah. I said, how you doing? Hadn't seen you in a while.
Oh yeah, I'm busy. I'm just always busy.
I hear that.
This is the busy time of the year. Well, there's a lot of busy times of the year, but I really only have time to talk or when I'm doing something random or walking the dog.
Gotcha. Well, welcome anytime.
24/7, right?
It be like that. I don't be like that. I'm not here 24/7. I'm just here like, 50?
Yeah. You might not always be doing business, but you're always open.
50 divided by 7. That's how much I'm here.
That sounds like math.
I'm sorry. Maybe I should just say I'm here like 9 by 5. 9 times 10 by whatever. It doesn't matter.
We're off by a factor.
That would be 40. I see why you're
Correctly, you
gospel
was
bearer
over,
now.
you was over 7 point something, point 1.
No,
Listen,
8 hours a day would be 40 hours total.
I usually
9 to
start
5.
looking. Here's where the ambiguity comes in. I usually start looking at the server, looking through the chat somewhere around 5:30 a.m. my time.
Damn, son. Killing
until usually about 4:30 p.m. to 4:30ish to 5 p.m. my time. So that's my involvement. But as far as the BC goes, it's a little bit less than that, probably 80% of that. So that's where the ambiguity comes in. It depends on.
That's 50 hours of engagement, 40
Yeah,
hours
yeah.
of live time. That makes perfect sense.
Pretty much. But yeah, back to the citizen of Gamora. What's with the citizen of Gamora screen name, bro? Have a link of refraction showing the sea rising and falling over the day. Yeah. I've got that GIF. Oh well, there you go then. Old dude is the winner. Old dude did it. Big winner. Maybe he changed his screen name, or maybe he left.
Bye, Felicia.
Is that possibly better than being a citizen of Sodom?
Yeah, you know what? They both got destroyed. It's a pseudo euphemism.
Okay.
And so it's a pseudo euphemism. I just made that up. It's a way to talk about the other thing without directly making everybody think about that one thing, because not very many people think about Gamora. So if I call somebody a Gamoran instead of the other more popular term, it's less immediately recognizable.
Especially if you're talking to people who are fans of Marvel.
Oh, is there a Gamora in Marvel?
Bro, there's a character, this daughter of Thanos, Gamora.
Oh my gosh, I've seen the Guardians of the Galaxy or whatever.
Yeah, she's the green Zoe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
When you first said that, that was the first thing that popped into my head.
Yeah, I definitely was not referring to
I figured as much.
to Marvel. It's yeah. So how can you literally be from Kiwi but also free from the place where you're from? Did you escape New Zealand? Kiwi free?
All right, then. Keep your secrets.
Pretty much. I like what you did there, Drace.
Yeah, somebody is really on it with the sound bites.
Oh yeah, that's CB.
All right, I gotta go for now. Peace, y'all.
Yeah, we'll see you next time.
My time has come.
What are you running that through, Gospel?
Well, that's not me. I ain't got time for all that fancy schmancy stuff.
Who is that? Who be running them clips?
That's CB, not GB.
Yep, it's just iPad to iPhone.
Oh, that's you.
Nicely
Okay.
done.
Thank you very much.
Gospel, was that a reference to CBGBs?
I don't know what CBGB would be. I was referring to myself as GB.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So we have a CB and a GB. CBGBs is was a venue that a lot of punk bands in the 70s and 80s played at in New York.
Hey, have you had a chance to speak with Yoke Smasher, Napalm?
I have not.
He's another vocal doppelganger. Well, not another, but very similar tone.
Sounds similar to me?
To you, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there was somebody a couple of weeks ago. I was in the process of running some heavy machinery and I was listening in and I was like, I'm not talking, but it sounds like I'm talking.
Awesome.
What's going on?
Yeah, I think Kiwi sounds a lot like Sir Vagabond, and then there's one other guy that's like triple doppelganger, a trio of doppelgangerness with Sir Vagabond, Kiwi, and this other guy. I can't remember which what his screen name was. But anyway, it's just different voices, similar, probably similar dialect influence
and inflection.
Mm-hmm.
Different voices.
So you're telling me there's other people on the server with sexy voices like myself, huh?
You said it, sir. I'm not going to necessarily refute what you're saying.
Are you indirectly flattering me as well? Damn, I'll take it.
Napalm, you're probably a little sad today that Lightning did not win the Stanley Cup. Nobody else cares about that, though.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed. I mean, I am a Lightning fan, but I am more of a St. Louis Blues fan. So the past three years, with the exception of this one, have been pretty good for me as far as Stanley Cups have been concerned.
Sweet. That's enough hockey talk. Back to play it.
I also played 2 games of hockey on Sunday, so yesterday as well. My first 2 games back after 32 years of not playing.
Good job, man. How'd it go?
Did you get one behind the goaltender?
I did not. Got a couple assists though, but it was good to get back out on the flat stationary ice surface.
Did
So you're
you
saying
say
the 33rd year?
32. It's been 32 years.
Whoa.
wait, since you've played?
Yeah.
I thought you were in your 30s.
No.
Oh.
I stopped playing when I was 10.
Okay, gotcha. Well, you're
Literally we're the same age. You're 42. That's crazy. I love it.
Okay, boomer.
CB, you just hit him with the boomer? He's straight in the middle of X, and you hit him with boomer? How you gonna do that?
79. We're still cool. 79. 79's good.
I was born in the 80s.
Oh yeah.
Early 1980.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Okay. You guys all got me by half a decade. I feel like a youngin' all of a sudden. Yay.
Yeah, there's a few of us that get your old school cartoon references.
Nice. Good. Yeah, I grew up in a different. I grew up very, very much not out of touch with my own generation. I was looking for the right phrase. I grew up very out of touch with my own generation, very much in touch with the generation above me, which would be the late boomers.
Well, technically, you would be you'd be a millennial, wouldn't you, Gospel? You're
Technically, I'm a
past Gen Z.
zennial because it depends on who you look into, but there's this category of zennial, supposedly.
Which X-Lineals or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's the blend. It's the transition period from Generation X to millennials. So I share traits between the both of them, and that generation stuff. It may be pseudoscience, but it's not nonsense.
True.
There is something to it.
Yeah, the overarching propaganda and agendas that's foisted upon specific generations has.
There you go. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
I like that. The Silent and Great Generations, both of those guys, I mean, they had very, very particular traits. Very common. Predictable, almost, I would say.
Yeah, I'm in that X-Lineal range as well.
Yeah.
Latter end of Gen X. Just before millennial.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely feel like I identify more with the Gen Xers than the millennials.
Yeah,
we were
all that. Go ahead.
The X-Lineals. The X-Lineals, I think, were categorized because we technically kind of grew up without the internet.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I was 13 when I was introduced to that, so a little bit of both.
Certainly not the internet that we know today. I mean, I was.
Well, no, you actually got hands on with HTML back in those days.
Oh yeah. Definitely no cell phone through high school. Certainly no internet on the cell phone until much older.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I remember what story I was telling the other day, but I was having to preface it to this kid that I can't remember. Man, I wish I remember what I was talking about with him, but I had to say, yeah, this was when we didn't have the internet on our cell phone, so we couldn't figure out X, Y, and Z. I can't remember what I was telling him, but he was kind of looking at me like, your phone didn't have internet? What?
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, I just found out recently, my wife was relaying like some of her childhood stuff, and she was like, yeah, my mom had internet because of something she was doing with work, before her dad passed away. And she was, that was 95. And I was like, wait, you had a family computer and an email before 95. I'm over here scratching my head. I had to go use the internet to find out what in the world anachronistic thing was going on. But actually email was publicly introduced in 93. So I was like, oh man, you were an early adopter, which is super ironic if you knew anything about my wife, which you don't. But yeah, it's just like some people, like you would expect people only to be in the upper echelons of society to be early adopters, but not necessarily. There are exceptions. There are exceptions in statistics.
Yeah, growing up, we had a personal computer, and we did eventually have internet probably around maybe like 94, 95 time frame is when we got the internet. Dial up, obviously. But I just remember being in like middle school, 93 time frame, 92, 94, somewhere around in that area. And my parents getting so upset that I would procrastinate on printing my my papers that were due for school, right? So I'd be up till like midnight the night before printing off my papers. And this is back when most people had dot matrix printers, and the computer was in my parents' bedroom, so they certainly couldn't sleep when I was printing anything. If you remember dot matrix printers.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. They were special.
And you better have those tabs peeled off before you turn the paper in.
Yes. The left and right. The
little dots so that the wheel could grab it and spin it through. Yeah.
Yeah. But those things were tanks, though. All right. We're talking about early 90s. So I'm going to ask you. This is from 1990. I played this in school. Right here. Did anybody else play this game? Called Treasure Mountain.
Yeah, on the BBC computer.
No.
I remember that game, Gospel, but I never played it. I remember seeing it on the computer, though.
Yeah. I played that in school, of all places, when the computer was like, new and stuff. Mind blowing.
You had more options than the Oregon Trail at school. That's crazy.
We did have Oregon Trail. We did have that. But yeah, there was this one, and there's another game that, for the life of me, I've looked through abandoned Opia or abandoned games and abandonware and all these different old games, and I cannot find one game that I played in school. It's like it never existed. The title I remember was Dinosaur 2, as in the second iteration. So you'd expect there to be a series, even easier to find it. I can't find it. And all I can remember as far as gameplay goes is you were a dinosaur running around, like eating eggs or other smaller creatures, and you had to avoid the bigger creatures or something. There's probably evolutionary propaganda programming stuff, but I like to reminisce every now and then, go nostalgia. do the nostalgia runaround thing for kicks and giggles, as I say. But I cannot find this game. It's from the same time. It can't be old. It cannot be any newer than 92. So it has to be somewhere between 89 and 92. So it's a smallish window. But anyway, I cannot find that thing. And it was a game that I played when I was in elementary school, and thing's been bothering me for decades now.
That could be a Mandela effect. You never know. Maybe that game didn't exist.
Oh yeah, of course. I'd have to, chop off my own arm and reverse, gaslight myself in order to conclude that were the case. Slap myself with my own hand by holding my arm. I guess you don't have to cut your arm off in order to do that, though. Mission accomplished. I'll just slap myself. Yeah. Dinosaur 2, if anybody finds it, let me know. Oh, man.
Let's test out CB's reflexes while it's quiet here. Hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson, what's the shape of the Earth, sir?
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped.
Thank you, Neil. Hey, Don Pettit, what happened to why went back to the moon, man? What's up?
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit. That makes sense. Thank you.
What an acceptable and reasonable answer.
Pretty good reflexes there, CB.
I mean, really and truly, that was faster than the responses that, well, actually, take it back, other way around. The guys on the moon answered faster. I'm sorry, CB. When Nixon was talking to the dudes on the moon, they actually answered a little bit faster than you. I was going to say you did a great job, but the men on the moon beat you. So.
How dare you?
Oh, man. Oh, bro. I wonder what Greta looks like in the portrait AI thing. I don't know if I even want to know.
Disgusting!
Disgusting. Perfect answer. Badoo. Someone has joined the text chat. Badoo.
You guys check out the new space restaurant yet?
Space restaurant.
Yeah, it's called Spacies. I just got to check it out. I got some Voyager wings and some Galaxy fries. I got some.
I heard they had good space food. That's what I heard.
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
You haven't got an advert for it, have you?
What's that?
You haven't got an advert for it, have you?
Yeah, we actually recently just got sponsored. They felt like they get a lot of traffic here, so yeah, we got to pay these bills, folks. So, quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
So yeah, make sure you guys check out Spacey's. I hear the Galaxy fries are on point.
How's it spelled?
Space with a YS at the end. Spacey's. I'll just post a link. I got you. I'll post a clip.
Yeah.
Like Kevin.
Yeah, I think Kevin knows.
The Milky Way shake. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-mm-mm.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh?
Yeah, that is kind of funny, ain't it, Mike?
We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet.
Oh, wow.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful life. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
That was Eddie Murphy back when he was funny.
NASA is planning on going to Mars. And we've got you here, our first Martian, when I count to three. It's 1, 2, 3. Just sit up, open your eyes. Hey there, our first Martian. What's your first impression of the planet Earth here?
Big joke, isn't it?
For those of you just tuning in, welcome to the Clown World Circus Sideshow. I'm your host, Gladflobe, and the Earth is not a globe. Can you demonstrate otherwise? Remember, we need direct physical measurement of the Earth's curvature, and please, folks, try not to involve the sky when talking about the ground. Stay tuned as our panel eviscerates the globe narrative. Come on in and change our minds. We'd love to have you.
Was that a recording of Glad?
Mm-hmm.
That was so good.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I dropped it in the chat if CB wants to get
Wait,
on.
that was a recording?
Dude, that was epic. Grab that, man.
Yeah, I thought that was live.
Nah, the MP3's there. CB. Oh man.
I keep on hearing Badoops, but no new people in the chat. We've got the Gorillion.
Yep, Gorilla Beard continues to keep his secrets.
Who are you people?
Mm-mm-mm.
Did a quick calculation, and I tweeted. The winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
Is that guy that I can't remember the name of? The toothless guy laughing?
Yeah. I need to add some more clips of him because that's so funny.
He really is. I've lost the original video that did all the subtitles.
There's a lot of different versions, and they're all funny.
Gotcha. Well, actually, there is also a Glober version of that video.
Interesting.
Yeah, they did that. We're not going to let them have all the fun. Yeah, pretty much, Trace. Pretty much. I couldn't even make it all the way through because I was just unimpressed. But I took note that it was done.
Hey, we got a globe earther here. Hello, extremists.
Don't mind me. Keep on.
Don't mind me. I am Protoss.
Pretend I am not here.
I am Protoss.
Nothing new in the way of that globe evidence or anything. Okay, thanks.
You got that StarCraft soundboard, CB? Probably not.
That's my text notification on my cell phone.
Oh, yeah? It says I am Protoss every time you get a text message? Am I misremembering the...
It says receiving incoming transmission.
Oh, yeah. Trying to. Oh, my life for ire. That's what he said. I forgot.
I was literally saying that out loud. That's funny.
What's that?
I was trying to remember the same exact thing. It's just funny.
Yeah.
My life for ire.
Man, that's weird. I played a lot of StarCraft, and there are like three different things he says in here. I don't remember at all. Maybe he could only. I didn't finish the campaign, so maybe some of the things he said were only in the campaign and not in the multiplayer.
I played a lot of StarCraft 1. I didn't play that much StarCraft.
Oh yeah, I never played StarCraft 2. I don't even know anything about it really. I'm talking about StarCraft 1.
Yeah, I played both a lot.
I just went through the. I went through the carrier and the probe.
Hello?
What?
Who's talking?
Hello.
What's the subject?
Not me and my faulty memory.
Okay. So we have Patrick here. He wanted to join the voice live stream here, and we had a good conversation up there. He's a little confused, but I think he might have a couple of questions. I'm sorry? Say that one more time.
You don't need to present me.
I do with most newcomers. I'm sorry that you.
I said to you,
like that.
the first time I came, it was in 2020.
I'm pretty sure if I voice check you in, I'm pretty sure I told everyone when we got into live stream that you were here. So how much information just poured into your mind since you got here?
What you must have left the server, because I know who you are. I've had conversations with you before.
Of course.
You're Slap, aren't you?
Slept was just one month alt from 2021 until earlier this year.
And I renamed
I had
you.
lots of accounts before that. A lot.
Yeah, I renamed you to Plat, P-L-A-T, because it's the French word for things being flat. You remember that?
Without the H, yes.
Yeah, without the H. Yeah.
We came in with a different name than Patrick, and we I made sense to him. If you come in with that kind of a name, it instantly makes you think you're a troll. So he decided to change it. And it was a good thing. That was a good sign.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, last time I think I had a conversation with you, you were unwilling to tell us how many horizons there were.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Well, just
360
I can start
degree
over.
horizon, something like that.
How many horizons are there?
One.
That's the correct answer.
It's 360 degree. Yes.
What?
360 degree around you.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much. Sometimes.
Of course.
Sometimes there's things in your way that disallow you from.
Yes, topography. Yes.
Seeing really a good 360 horizon, but yeah. Good. What causes the horizon?
Curvature.
How do you prove that?
Because the horizon is the thing.
Ooh,
making
because
things.
Yeah, not to. I understand there may be language difficulties, but because is not the appropriate response to the question. See, I asked a what question. Because is a response to a why question. So what causes? Oh no, I guess I did say why. No. I said how do you prove that, and you said because. I think that's what happened. And you said because.
Whatever.
Yeah, I'll go with whatever on that too. All right. So, how would one prove that there is curvature? Do you know?
But you cannot prove curvature unless you're like 138,000 feet high.
No, not 138,000 feet high. But why would you think that you couldn't do it from right here on the ground? Why would you think that?
Too small.
Why? Why would you think that?
We are too
Why
small.
would you think? Why would you think that you're too small?
Can I just quickly
compared to a lot?
Can I just quickly remind everyone that not half a minute ago he was claiming the horizon that we observe is proof of Earth curve.
Exactly.
The only way we can have a boat going bottom first is because of horizon. You remove your horizon,
so
there
is
is
the
nothing
horizon
going
moving?
bottom first.
Is the horizon moving?
No.
Never.
The horizon moves in your eyes then?
Never.
Okay, so then the boat is not going over the horizon.
Yes, it does.
Well, it's definitely not
No,
going
it's
over any
not.
hills of water, is it? Because I don't see any hills of water outside.
You go on YouTube and you say boats going bottom first.
You just told me that the horizon node doesn't move. So,
Wait, is this guy trying to say there's a hill of water that boats go
yeah,
over?
he's telling us that there's a hill. But you're saying that the horizon never moves. So, how is the horizon moved?
Never.
It just did in your boat going over the horizon picture. That's what I see. And I'm pretty sure that's
It's
what
not
everyone
the
else
horizon
sees.
that is moving, it's the boat.
So the horizon is not then in front of the boat. Good. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
There's not in front.
I know. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No. You don't understand.
Yes.
There is no in
You
front
you
of
just
behind.
said it's not in front of the boat. So good job.
There is no in front or behind. There is
So now
below
you're not making any
or
sense.
above.
Okay. That's even better.
You don't
Here
understand.
I'll speak for you a little bit here. Here you go. Did you understand that? Said no curve. They were all saying no curve, man, no curve, man, no curve, man. I hope you understood. I can still understand a little bit because I try to go to that low IQ all the time to help people.
Wait, but when does the water start going into a hill?
I'm still trying to understand that. That's lower IQ than I can go.
Is there like a certain size it starts doing that, or what? It's always doing that, or what's happening?
Don't make any sense.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick?
Yes.
So you haven't answered us.
Where's the hill?
What hill?
Exactly.
That's what we're asking you.
Wait, you're saying there's hills of water. So
Your question is, where is the hill?
Yeah, where's that?
Is that a good question?
Yeah, where do you see any hills of water? And if water does that, at what size does it start doing that? Can you demonstrate that for us?
There is no such thing.
Okay.
Well, what else is the boat going over?
The horizon.
So a hill of water.
No.
So what else is the boat? So what else is the boat being blocked by?
Curvature.
So a hump, or a hill, or a mound. You can call it whatever you want, but a hill of water, basically. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, so what's happening then?
We're trying to figure it out.
So either the water is in a hill and the boat is going over and being blocked by a hump of water, a mound, a hill, whatever you want to call it, you can choose. Or it's not doing
You don't
that,
need
and
that.
the water is level, like every other example. So, are you trying to tell us there's hills of water? And if you are trying to say that, at what size does it start doing that?
Did the question go over your head?
I posted a diagram in the chat.
You make no sense, sorry.
Okay, we'll just check the chat. Are you able to see the chat? I posted it 25 minutes past the hour. There's two scenarios, an A or B scenario. Which one's happening outside? Are you able to see the chat there, Mr. Frenchman?
He has the roles to do so. Have you
Sorry,
found
guys.
Livestream?
He just DM'd me this. I just posted it.
Whoa.
The
Grace.
flat horizon, you're kidding, really? Vessel over the edge. So, goes back to my original question. Is the horizon moving? Because in that shot right there, it has moved forward. Because guess why? We can see the horizon in every other shot that we have past the tower. So, is the horizon moving?
If you don't walk anywhere, no.
Wow. He's not watching his own video that he's posting.
You don't move. Do you see the horizon moving
The
when you don't move?
horizon moved is what I am telling you. I see the horizon has moved. It has moved forward. And you are saying it's true. If that shot
You don't move,
you're
you
posting,
don't zoom in, you do nothing. Do
He's
the
not
horizon move.
he's not here. He's not here.
Is that a stationary object?
Yeah, we're not saying the observer's moving, Patrick. So just pay attention. Can you see the chat?
Don't zoom in. You do
I don't
nothing.
know. The horizon, though, is moved. No, the object in the back hasn't moved, and you have not moved. But the horizon has. What do you not get out of that?
Justin, is that a boat or is that a
I
stationary
have
object?
no idea. I think that's a stationary object tower. I think that's a tower.
Well, they're using the word vessel in the title.
Wait, it's a vessel? Hold on.
Yeah. So that would suggest that it might be a moving object. It's mutually exclusive, though. This is handled in a lot of different ways, but the fact of the matter is,
Well,
why
what time
things?
of day? What weather actually? Because I see a lot of things happen.
None of that matters. Stuff obscures from the bottom up, mutually exclusive of curvature. I mean, it's end
how
of the
far
story
is that
there.
out actually? Too? Do you know how far that?
I have
I'm
no
just
idea.
asking Patrick. I'm actually Patrick. You know how far that is? Because if it's over 4 miles, then you don't have a globe model. Period.
Well, you see his height, so it might be different. 4 miles. It's again,
oh wow!
all of this
He's not even at the shoreline either. Wow, this is insane.
It doesn't matter. None of that matters. Things disappear from the bottom up, mutually exclusive of curvature. That's all you need to know to realize that.
Realize what?
I know what kind of camera that is too. What kind of camera are you using? I need to know all of it, because then I can dissect it.
It's not my video.
Well, so Patrick, can I get an answer, please, sir?
So you draw 2 lines, one A, one B. Okay. One is curved, one is flat. So what do you want me to answer?
Which one of those is happening in reality?
B, but not perfectly.
Whoa, B. Wait, well, welcome to Flat Earth then, right? Because that's what we're saying.
I mean, 99.9%, yes.
So what is the boat being blocked by then?
99.9% of B.
What's the 1%?
0.1%.
What's that?
Because, it's not perfectly flat.
Okay, but where's the what's being blocked by the? How is the boat being blocked if there's no hump in the way?
Explain to me.
Well, you brought up boats being blocked at sea, so something has to be blocking them, right? You said the curvature, which would be the water, which would be a hill, but you said that's not happening. You said B, the water's flat, 99.9%.
On a
So
clear day with calm water, you zoom in, you should be able to bring back the boat. Right?
well, I don't think the water forms into hills on. It
Clear
doesn't matter if
day,
it's raining or
calm water,
snowing or whatever. So.
no waves, super calm. A
Yeah,
boat
but
which
wave
is like 150 miles away. You zoom in a lot, you should be able to bring it back. Right?
150 miles.
Why not? It's flat. You should be able, no?
Well,
Calm water, clear day, perfect condition.
well, you don't. It's not like you can go out and clear the air. All I'm saying is the water isn't in a hill. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not saying you can see now like Superman just because there's no curvature. We're just saying there isn't any
I
humped
mean,
water,
you have a
mounded water.
camera, telescope, whatever. You zoom in a lot,
Yeah, but how is that proving that the water is in a hill?
115 miles away. You should be able to bring back. But in reality, you cannot do that.
But that's not proving that the water's in a hill, though. Just because you can't see like Superman.
But your camera, telescope, whatever, it's not you.
Yeah, but I also can't just walk outside my house, grab a telescope, point it down the street, and expect to see to the next state over. There's things in the way, right?
Yeah, but you look at the ocean. Clear day, calm water.
Yeah,
Ocean.
but how is it?
It's super clear.
But like 150 miles is a long way, so it could be a nice
Let's
day
say
here.
100, you know.
Okay, well, it still could be a really nice day here in my city, and it could be
Long enough.
raining and a poor weather in the city next 100 miles away. So you can't choose or clear the weather like that. But I don't know how that leads to humped or curved water, though.
What if you can zoom in enough? What do you think will happen?
Well, it doesn't really matter what we think
It really
happens.
matters.
You just go outside and we don't see any hills of water, so we just kind of are okay with the fact that water is level. So you're
You
like
have a
asking
boat.
us, well, why can't we see like Superman? That's not proving that the hill of water is what's blocking anything at sea. So that's what we're trying to figure out here.
You have the best equipment. Adjusting for the conditions. You zoom in a lot. 100 miles away. There is a boat mapped by coordinate. You go right to the coordinate. Zoom in a lot. Should you be able to see the boat?
Well, as I've already stated,
The
it
best
could be
equipment.
clear
The best.
weather where in your like small radius or wherever you're at. It doesn't mean it's going to be a clear day across this whole flat Earth, right?
I know what it is, CB. They're
The best
part
condition,
of.
the best equipment, best day.
Hello. I was in the middle
Hmm?
of speaking. Right
Sorry.
in the middle. Right in the middle. They are part of the Sea Forever cult.
Yeah, of
Robot and
course.
their gospel robot bunch.
I was no. I went. I did that. I shouldn't be roboting.
It sounds fine to me.
Oh,
But
it
yeah,
might be
no,
on my end. Then.
that is true. GB is like you say. Well, if there's no curvature, then I should be able to see like Superman. It's like, well, why? That's stupid. We
With
have
the best equipment ever.
Yeah, but even still, you don't understand that I can't just take a telescope and point it down the street and expect to see to the city over. You know what I mean? There's things in the air, there's things in the way, trees, buildings, towns, cities, skyscrapers.
And the ocean?
Even if you go point it across the ocean, like aren't there islands and things in the like, and lots of things in the air as well. So I don't know where you guys get this idea that whoa,
Yeah. Why
We
is it
can't
so hard
see
to
hella
understand?
far, so the water must be formed into a hill.
It's all about like, dude. I mean, you cannot see forever from your height. Like if you're 6 feet tall and you're looking across the ocean, you can't see to the other. You can't see to another fucking continent, bro. You can't do that. Don't you understand that you just can't do that? And can't you figure out? Can't you just extrapolate why you can't do that without not? I mean, I don't understand how this is so hard to understand. Don't
I
you
don't
realize?
either.
So it's like they think that because we can point telescopes and see billions and trillions of
The
miles
purpose
into
of a
space.
telescope, the purpose of a telescope is because your binoculars can't see as far as a telescope. That's why you need a damn telescope. And then you need the binoculars because your eyes can't see it. Why is it so hard to understand, dude? I don't get it.
And even still, even if you can't see real as far as you're saying, you know, you should, it doesn't mean that water is now into a hill. So you have to prove that, right? Or demonstrate that somehow. But I do understand, like, people do come here thinking, well, our telescopes, if we point them in the sky, we can see billions and trillions of miles. So I should just be able to point it down the street and see to China. It's like, well, aren't there, like, cities and towns in the way, bro? You know, like, even over the ocean or over the water. I don't know why you would think you could see hella far like that.
Well, and then on top of that, right? So these telescopes, these mega telescopes, let's just call them, they're on top of mountains, right? And these mountains are above some clouds. So how the fuck are you gonna see through the clouds? Okay, you can't do that. Right? It's not possible, dude. So I don't understand how
It's
you guys can't understand this. It's not rocket science. This is stuff kindergarten kids can understand this shit. This is getting beyond ridiculous now because you guys are just making some claims that doesn't make any sense, incoherent stuff, and I don't understand. I don't even know how to even help you guys anymore. This is
Well,
did,
ridiculous.
it
did
doesn't help
anybody?
that when you go to Google, the flat Earth debunk articles say that, well, if it's flat, you'd see forever. So like that doesn't help either. Just
Yeah, the retarded straw men. So did anybody help Platt or whatever Patrick understand that short distance observations nullify the curvature?
no, we haven't touched on that yet, have we? No.
Yeah, the way
But
I've
can,
been
but can
trying to
you
phrase it,
understand it?
the way I've been trying to phrase it for these people, this is my little phrase: short distance observations nullify curvature, long distance observations falsify curvature. Curvature has been nullified and falsified. Thank you.
But I
What's
don't think
that?
they can even understand. They can't comprehend that,
Well, that's
Jocelyn.
their
That's the problem.
problem. That's their problem. That's their problem. Like, if you give somebody simple logical syllogisms and they can't break down the most basic logical statements, then what's the point in even having a conversation with somebody so mentally inept?
Didn't everybody do the vanishing point exercise in like grade 2, grade 3, where you drew a
I
point on
hope
a
so.
pencil?
One can only hope. I don't understand.
You drew a point on a piece of paper, and then you drew all the lines off of that, and that's how you learned what the vanishing point was. Did we forget about vanishing point? I'm asking the Clovers that question.
He probably doesn't even know what that means. I'm just gonna be honest. He probably doesn't because it changes as you elevate yourself, and I don't even know if they understand that. So like when you're in an airplane, if you've never been in an airplane, hey bro, you could see really far. You realize that? But now you go down to Earth. Oh, I can't see as far as I was when I was up there. Vanishing point. It's just like, come on, dude. It's not rocket science. I just don't get it. You go in an elevator, you go up in a condo or whatever. Oh, look, I can see all the way to the end of the city. If I go to the bottom, oh no, I can't now. I can only see 2 blocks. Very, very simple.
What's the point?
Wow.
I love that. I love that.
I mean, after 3 different people make very simple, easy to understand points, you go, "What is your point?"
Is that what he said?
Like this, that's where you start to notice this double standard. Well, if the Earth is flat, it should adhere to this criteria. Okay, well, let's turn around and look at the globe. If it's a globe with this claimed size, and it should adhere to these requirements. It doesn't, and you don't have a problem with that. You seem to have a problem with this straw man flat Earth version that doesn't check out in your mind either. So I don't know. That's that double standard, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. There you go.
So how can something be 99.9% aligned and then also be a sphere or a circle or whatever? That does not make sense.
Annulons. Annuls. Interesting. Good word. I am talking about that. I'm not talking about that. Well, I am talking about that. That was the point that I made with your silly response of "What's your point?" And now you say not talking about. I am. That is what I was talking about. Annulons and falsifions.
You suck at French.
So, what's your point?
Just a fact. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Your English has a
First
French
fact he's
accent.
presented all day. This might be the
You
first
you
one.
would you expect my American, me being an American, to not have an English accent?
And why is he getting off course? Stick to the subject. Why are you talking about what he's saying? Just stick to the subject.
Quand je parle en français, there's going to be an American accent because I'm an American. Speak English from America. So whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is that short distance observations nullify curvature. Long distance observations falsify curvature. Nullified and falsified, that's the point. There is no curvature.
Let me put it in a language you can understand.
Well, I tried that, and then he tried to insult my pronunciation. Oh, you suck. You suck at the français.
Sorry. You said. Did you say that water finds its level?
No, we just said it doesn't form into a hill. We've been asking you to sort of demonstrate when that starts happening. So if you can, feel free to go ahead.
Oh, so he's debunking water finding level.
Yeah, I don't think anyone. We didn't even get there. We're talking about your hill that's supposed to be blocking boats that you posted. So where's that at?
Yeah, but when you say hill to him, that's too advanced. I don't think he understands what you mean. I'm just being honest, because
I know, dude.
With someone who's beginning, they cannot visualize that type of They don't have that kind of imagination skills. It is difficult when you're trying to visualize everything that we're saying, right? When you're trying to put it into all right.
Look, guys.
Does it look right to you?
Look, guys.
Hills.
Look what water does in a tiny little ball in a vomit comet, guys.
Yes, Earth is 0.02% water, so yes.
I thought it was 70% water.
70% of the surface.
It's a lot
Not
of
the same.
a lot of the surface.
Surface.
It's a lot of
surface of a.
Yeah. Okay. So there's.
You know the surface of a tennis ball?
Yes. So there seems to be
drop one droplet, and boom.
Yep.
It covers a lot.
Yeah. So curvature on a tennis ball is measurable and observable. So if the oceans were doing that, then who measured that and who observed any hill of water?
I never thought about a hill.
So, but you posted the pictures of boats being blocked at sea. So, what do you think's blocking them?
Curvature.
Which would be of the water. Pay attention, right? That's the
Yeah,
water.
see, I told you he
No,
doesn't
it's
get
due
it.
to the distance.
What you said is due to the distance. I thought you could see 150 miles.
Yes.
So where's the curvature involved in that?
Do you see the entire boat at 150 miles?
What are you talking about, bro?
Why would you see the entire boat? It's in the water.
On flat Earth, you should.
No. We
Because
haven't
it's
even
flat. Lol.
yet. So don't worry about that. We can talk about flat Earth later. But we're talking about the hill of water that's supposed to block your boat.
There is no such thing.
So what's curvature then? If we're talking about the ocean, that's water, and you're talking about curvature, what's the is there like an English thing here? What's going on?
When you get far away from something, on a spherical world, you will experience something blocking it, which is called the horizon.
Okay. Can you be specific? How far away?
On a spherical world.
Yeah, I heard that part. But you have to be
Spherical
specific.
world.
Yes, on a globe.
You do not experience that on a flat world.
We haven't got to the flat world yet because
You do not get things blocked with the horizon on the flat world. You
Don't
do
worry
not.
about the flat Earth straw man yet. We
Things
can
get smaller on a flat world by the distance, not get hidden.
This guy.
Don't worry about the straw man flat Earth that you're thinking of.
It's
in your
not a
mind.
straw man. It's a fact.
Yeah. Well, no. Don't worry about
It's
that.
a fact.
You didn't ask any of us that. You brought that here.
Just a fact.
From your own mind. You didn't ask anyone else
Not
that.
my mind. I don't have opinion.
I'm gonna mute your annoying voice.
Well, it's funny, man. Like they always bring their own silly ideas of what a flat Earth should be instead of just asking, "Hey, you flat Earthers, what's up with the flat Earth?" Okay, then maybe I can debunk what you guys are saying. You're only debunking your own silly idea that we would call silly as well. So, I'm gonna try again.
But you were intellectually honest. If, conditional statement, if you were intellectually honest, you would have said, show me.
Show me what?
Things disappearing bottom up.
When I said that
I just
short
showed you the
distance
video 10 minutes ago.
When I said the words short distance observations nullify and long distance observations falsify, if you were intellectually honest, you would have said, show me. You're just you're just living in a world of assumptions on a house built from cards, like a deck of cards. Only in your imagination, because if you actually had to rely upon it for shelter, you'd realize very quickly how unreliable your beliefs are. They hijack the real world observations and tell a funny story about what actually is, appropriating truth into a really crazy fairy tale.
He said, if the Earth is flat, it should do these things that I say, and that's a fact. No, dummy. No, the flat Earth isn't going to do the things that you made up when you got here. So if you want to know, you could ask the people that have actually looked into this. So don't worry about those straw mans. You can leave those for the Professor Dave videos and the debunk articles. So If you want to try and debunk the flat Earth, you might want to figure out what it is first.
Shout out Professor Dave.
Flat Earth is flat. Thank you.
So I think you just said Earth is flat. Thank you. Okay.
Well,
kidding.
Just the water.
Dude, why would I trust anything that you say? You already told us that you believe that you can see infinitely far.
Infinitely? No.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
No.
I'm just going to keep saying yes, you
Can you
did
stop
every
playing
time you
for a
say
second,
no.
please?
That's what I heard.
We
Can you
all
stop
heard
playing,
Patrick,
please?
so saying no doesn't help you.
Can you stop playing, please?
Well, you could ask me what I mean by that. That would be fair. Now, did you say those exact
Infinitely, you
words?
said?
No.
Infinitely?
You didn't. You didn't say
Can you
those
stop
exact
playing?
words, but you did say that if the Earth was flat, I would be able to see the entirety of an object at all distances. Correct?
Uh-oh.
Or in other words, see forever, infinitely.
Yeah, so you think that optics which have an angular field of view somehow see in a infinite linear parallel stack field of view.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, yes. That's what would be needed in order to see
Nope.
the entirety of an object at all distances.
Yeah, that was the claim inherent within your straw man earlier.
Yes.
What strawman?
What you don't get. Oh, when you said if the Earth was flat, I'd be able to see the bottom of the boat at 150 miles and whatever range it would be.
Let's say 80 miles.
Where you can't even do that with a brick on the ground in like a Costco. So why the hell would you be able to do that at like 100 miles? That's crazy.
Even 60
Yeah,
miles.
dude.
Just 60 miles, okay?
Dude, check this out, brother.
60 miles.
Does any optic, can any optic resolve at 0 degrees? Yes or no?
I don't know.
The answer is no.
I never tested.
Yeah, the correct
Well, yeah,
answer
but
is no.
yeah, the correct answer is no.
But he's assuming that in his proposal, he's assuming that you can, correct?
Correct. That's what's needed for his,
There's the cognitive
his
dissonance.
assertion to conclude.
Sorry for not knowing.
Well, dude, you're making assertions about if this, then that, and you don't know the context of what you're saying.
Because I don't have this optic.
Right, so your statement, if the Earth was flat, then this would happen, is false. You don't even know what you're talking about. So feel free to retract.
Maybe you could break it down to more simple terms. Do you believe that you can see a fly like 10 miles away with your naked eye?
No.
And you probably wouldn't be able to see with binoculars either, right?
No.
Wait.
10 miles away?
Give him a telescope.
But what about a 300-foot boat?
Oh, imagine not knowing what proportions are. Imagine not understanding what proportionate means. Scale and proportion, amazing.
You talk about scale. You talk about scale.
Truly don't even understand
Do
these
you compare
simple
a
concepts.
6-foot man to a 12,000 kilometer diameter Earth? Scale?
Who measured that?
Just tell me.
Just tell me.
Why can you not see the fly 10
scale.
miles away? How come you can't see the fly 10 miles away? Why is that?
You got the best technology
Because it's small,
too.
dummy.
Wait, but you have
Because it's too small to see, right? At
You have
that
all the
distance,
best
it's too small to see, correct?
I already told you.
But what if you use the best
I didn't
technology? Like
hear.
you said?
Someone else was talking.
He said it was too small. But again, what if we give you the best technology, bro? Like you said.
For a 300-foot boat?
But we gave you the best technology. Why can't you see the fly?
I'm talking about a 300-foot boat.
Yeah, but we're talking
great.
about the best technology in the world.
Okay,
You can't see
fine,
the fly.
fine. We got supersedery. Okay. How about a 3,000-foot mountain? How about that?
Okay.
Actually, more than that, but whatever. But yeah, how about that? How about a 3,000?
You guys are talking past each other. You have to be able to agree on something.
So how far away is the boat?
Let's say 60 miles.
No, not let's say. We can't talk about some hypothetical, nonsensical, imaginary scenario. You got to give us a real scenario.
I don't have one.
So you have nothing to back up your baseless claims.
Man, what's it just loves coming in with the MED stuff. Yeah, whoever that was that said something about conceding on something, I think that was Godric, maybe. Patrick, it is really embarrassing for you to keep doubling down on your ignorance.
Yeah. Let me help you out a little bit, Patrick. Look at this hallway. And then I'm going to teach you basically how your eyes work and how you perceive the world before you go on and claim that how we perceive the world proves the globe. So if you look down a hallway, the ground and the ceiling appear to come together into a point, and the walls appear to come together into a point. They're not actually coming together into a point, though. Do you understand that?
Continue.
Okay. So once you take away the walls and you end up with only seeing a ceiling and a floor, instead of a point, you end up with a horizon line. This is well understood within art and painting, for instance. If you want to make something lifelike, you gotta follow these principles, otherwise it doesn't look anything like it's supposed to be in reality. So this is the basic effect of how our eyes work and how we perceive the world. And so the reason why there's a horizon right there is because your eyes have a limit. They don't see forever. It's called the Rayleigh criterion, or the diffraction limit, and as the light passes through the aperture of your eye, it diffracts. And so based on the aperture, you have different diffraction limits. So you see the horizon at different distances. Gospel was trying to teach you this earlier, is that we can see that the horizon appears much too close with small aperture, close to the ground. It should be further away if the globe was true with small apertures. But then we look with our eyes and we see, oh, the globe appears to be in a just about right place. Because that's where they derived it from. They derived it from looking at the horizon with their eyes. But then now we have access to P900s or P1000s or better optical equipment with bigger apertures. And so we can see much further than the globe claims we should be able to. Not just 10 times, but sometimes up to 30 times. You're asking us to see much further than that, and that's asking for the air to not be the air. You're asking us to be in a vacuum. Whereas in the air, there's atmospheric extinction, there's diffusion as particulates in the air diffuse the light from reaching you. So,
might I add one thing? Not just be in a vacuum, Trace, but have infinite eyeballs.
Yeah,
because even in a hypothetical vacuum, the angular the whole thing about angles would still apply.
Yeah. You just essentially have to have infinitely sized eyes, and you didn't have to be living in a vacuum for your postulation to be true. It just doesn't work because that's just not how the world works. Yeah, it's just basic optics. You can look this up for yourself and learn about how this stuff works. We don't need
Did
to
I say it's
imagine
wrong?
it's a globe.
It's
Yeah.
over, Anakin. I have the high ground.
Yeah, basically the claim is that things will disappear over Earth curvature at the exact rate that things disappear just solely due to the way that the human eye works. And that's a problem.
In other words, if you can demonstrate that over a flat surface, things disappear from the bottom up, curvature couldn't possibly be the cause of things disappearing from the bottom up. Therefore, if you choose to keep on believing, you typically get called names because once you're presented with this evidence, these proofs, you shouldn't be so obstinate.
Yeah, once you understand how the human eye works and that things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface due to angular resolution limits, the Rayleigh criterion, you should drop the things disappearing from the bottom up proves globe Earth.
Bomb has been planted.
So it works on a flat plane and a globe.
It doesn't work on the globe.
Why
Our
not?
observations are listen. Observations violate. I already went over this with the most simple words I could think to
Explained
use.
it, I understood. It works on both.
It doesn't though. That's the point. Nullify and falsify. I gave you the French word annule or annulant, whatever, annul.
Nullifier et falsifier.
Is nullify, that's a cognate?
Nullifier et falsifier. Je te le dis.
We have
I don't even.
nullify and falsify.
Nullifier et
Yeah.
falsifier.
Yeah, we've done that with the things disappear from the bottom up due to Earth curvature, right?
I don't even.
Because we know that this happens on a flat surface. So the claim that I see things disappear from the bottom up because the Earth is a globe has been falsified. We see things disappear from the bottom up because of angular resolution limits to your eye on a flat surface.
Yeah, I don't understand why you're being so stubborn with the translations that I'm providing. You said don't even try. That level of stubbornness is all of these words are synonyms.
It's okay. The French usually want you to speak French, but don't want you to try to speak French unless you can speak French. So
Yeah,
it's
I know.
okay.
Yeah, you're right.
I've been to France.
So do things appear to disappear from the bottom up because of angular resolution, or is it because of magnification involved with the humidity in
That
the air?
can play a part in it. That's one of the reasons why optics is the primary cause, because that's how our eyes work. We only see so far. We have a unresolved line at the horizon. However, when you're looking through so much air, which is sometimes very humid, there can be other effects, and you can have inferior mirage, which can hide the boat or whatever you're looking at, and things can appear to disappear into that. Or, like you said, can you repeat it? Because I forgot which one
Yeah,
was that.
you can have atmospheric magnification, right? But it doesn't cancel out the Rayleigh criterion or angular resolution limits. So you can have an object that appears to be larger, but it's still going to disappear based on the same principles.
Yeah, as the image gets larger, essentially you lose the bottom of it. And then there's also other things like, for instance, refractive effects like sinking and towering, or stooping and towering. Stooping essentially is when the thing you're looking at gets compressed, and when it gets compressed too much, it gets compressed beyond your angular limit. So you can't see it anymore at that point, and then it appears to disappear bottom up. And scientists posted a good GIF showing that.
If you use the 0.02 angle limit, and then you do the right angle triangle math for your long distance observations, you'll find oftentimes the really particularly special long distance observations are beyond 0.02, which would lead a person to infer that there are atmospheric effects that allow you to see further than the diffraction limit. So there is that to take into consideration.
Yeah, I can go with that, because when you talk about towering, for instance, you're talking about an image getting stretched upwards, and at that point, you're getting a better view at it, and the angle to it changes.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about quality. I'm just talking about presence alone. I mean, long distance observations are distorted one way or another almost every single time. But the fact of the matter is, there's the diffraction limit, but then there seems to be these other factors that allow the magnification may be a good word for it. But yeah, it's just, I did the numbers for like Lookout Mountain. I did the numbers for the mountain on the Black Swan image, for instance, and they're typically 1 or 2 orders of magnitude further.
So Patrick, Drace posted a good 6-part series on perspective angular resolution that I would suggest you watch, and you might garner a better understanding as to the optics of the eye and the visuals that we see. Grace posted a YouTube channel called Life is Short. I've posted some screen grabs from that very same 6-part series as well.
What's that?
So since we've kind of dispelled the things disappear from the bottom up solely due to some sort of Earth curvature, right? Do you have anything else? Do you have anything else you think is globe evidence?
Bomb has been defused.
Are you still there, Patrick?
Yes, I'm still.
Okay.
It's debunked flat Earth, I guess.
So is there anything else that you have that you would say is evidence for your globe Earth?
I'm sorry, CB, I muted you because your sound is annoying. I don't have anything to say about Earth. Well, that's it.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean,
Well, I
if you
guess
want to
he's
do,
done then.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's fine. I mean, this is it's a really good topic to look into, to garner an understanding of how human optics works and how the human eye resolves things, especially at distance. It's kind of a fundamental thing that you would want to understand. We do get people that come in here quite often and don't understand just the very basics of how the human eye works. They think that we could see at infinite distance, even though everything in their reality shows that things get smaller with distance, right? We get often, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower from the United States if the Earth was flat? Which, if you understand how the human eye works, that would be a preposterous statement, and you
I
would
think
understand that that would be impossible.
I think we pointed out before that this is confounded by their belief that they're looking up into the sky, seeing, I guess, what, quadrillions or maybe even just, well, lots of miles, you know,
Yeah,
trillions of miles away.
but
That's what they believe.
even if they really thought about it, right? If they're thinking they're seeing, a billion light years away and they can see an object, so they should be able to see the Eiffel Tower from the United States. You would think that they would look into what the claimed size of these things that we're supposedly seeing billions of light years away are even claimed to be, right? There is a part of that equation that involves the size of the object that you're trying to view. So if the Eiffel Tower was, yeah, if the Eiffel Tower was, 7,000 miles tall, sure, we might be able to see it from the United States,
Yep,
but it's not.
maybe.
Earth is flat.
Come again?
Can you repeat?
Earth is flat.
I guess somebody is
Again.
They clipped
Somebody
him
was just,
already while he's in the chat.
yeah, somebody was just saying the Earth is flat.
That's some quick sampling.
Earth is flat.
Yeah, I guess the irony is that
You make a good point. But
yeah, go ahead.
can I say something to all the guys who drop some stupid audio samples that are useless?
No, you can't say anything to them. You'd have to address the arguments here.
Yeah, good arguments. So can I say something about the guys who drop stupid audio samples? Okay, I'm muted.
What argument are you trying to? Who are you trying to ask a question to, or what point are you trying to argue with?
Nothing.
Okay.
There is no Earth curve. There is no Earth curve. Earth is flat.
oh no, that's accurate.
It may offend you a bit, man, but that was funny as fuck. You got to admit.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
See way too far.
Funny or not, it's just annoying.
Dude, you want to
Parasiting you.
experience
Well, how annoying do you think it is to hear these things coming out of someone's mouth when we've already looked into it? You haven't, and with such arrogance, you're making false statements with next to no understanding on the subject. You're acting arrogant as if you're some special boy that really knows, but you don't. You haven't even looked into this stuff.
Look, that
We
wouldn't
can
happen
see
on a
way
flat
too
plane,
far.
okay? Globers can see infinity. We can see to Alpha Centauri, which is 150 trillion light years away, obviously. So that way we should be able to see Mount Everest. So there, logic.
I don't
We can
think that.
see way too far. There is no Earth curve. Earth is flat.
Is somebody making fun of that last guy?
It's
Yeah.
like a French tutorial tape that you've got to repeat over and over and over.
Yeah, that's funny, Flatty, right there. That I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, that brings back bad
Yes.
memories.
Yes.
Écoutez, répétez.
Yes. Earth is flat.
Who's server muted, Patrick / Platt?
Nobody.
Oh, I got you. Resolve. I got you. I now remember why that was the case, because of the whole, I'll just mute somebody. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Although there is a limit to mockery. And that limit is usually resolved. That limit is usually resolved when you concede. You know, you just don't double down on ignorance, and you'll be all right.
You said it. There is a limit to mockery.
Yeah.
You just said it.
Yeah, and I said the resolution too.
That's why I'm muted. No childish play.
Yeah, that's not the functional resolution. I told you what the functional resolution was. Concession is, you say, oh, okay, well, I'm going to keep believing my lies and I'm going to go somewhere else. That's a method of resolution.
But they play the
or
stupid
I was
audio
wrong.
samples that have nothing to do with the subject of the conversation.
Or I was wrong. I completely misunderstood things, and I'll keep on working on making my own observations to see what the Earth, really is, because I want to see for myself what it really is. Thanks. That would be.
You don't do anything else.
Play.
Yeah, so when it comes to angular resolution, the Rayleigh criterion, how the human eye works, prior to this conversation, you were probably nescient about the human eye and angular resolution and the Rayleigh criterion, meaning you hadn't heard about it. You didn't know these things. So now that these things have been brought to your attention and explained to you, if you don't take that knowledge and move forward with it as knowledge, or you don't further investigate it to understand the knowledge behind it, then you will become ignorant on this subject, meaning you've heard the knowledge, but you choose to ignore it. So then you become ignorant. So are you going to leave this conversation ignorant? Or are you going to leave this conversation with knowledge? Because you can no longer be nescient, meaning it has been presented to you. So You have a choice now to either further investigate and confirm the knowledge that's been presented to you, or you can choose to ignore it, and thus you would become ignorant. So the choice is yours, my friend. I don't think we care one way or another what you do, but the choice is yours.
How do you spell that word? Nascent.
Nascient.
Yes, nascent.
I think. Is that the... Oh, no. No I. No I after the C.
The Earth is flat.
Nascent.
You'd be taking lessons off Gregory Napalm.
What's that?
You're
cutting out. You're
Sorry, dude.
Yeah. What's up? What did you say?
Oh, I've just been saying, have you been taking lessons off Gregory?
No, I have not, but...
No, that was very, very well put together
okay.
wording then.
I do enjoy listening to Gregory. He puts things together very well, and he's also eloquent in the way that he speaks, in a way that is very rhymey and sing-songy, and I can't do that very well, but yeah, I like Gregory. He's very knowledgeable.
Now that's what this is all about.
Wow.
Yes. Patrick, Schlanger, Campest, Rini, needs to understand that the Earth is flat.
And Patrick, you're just gonna let him talk to you like that?
Yes.
Well, he did mention that he had muted him, so.
I would say something about, when the French are presented with conflict, they do tend to back down, but I wouldn't say that out loud.
Oh, no, you wouldn't, of course.
Yeah, I mean.
Never,
Yes.
of course.
Earth is flat.
So are you going to do a little more investigation into how the human eye works, Patrick?
I do investigations on lots of things, so not just the eye. Sorry.
Okay.
I
So
can
was that
explain
a
the eye,
no?
but I do on tons of things, so when I get the time.
Oh.
Well, how about, hey, let's make a deal, brother. Fair. When you get the time. But in the meantime, don't make assumptions and assertions based on those assumptions. Don't say if the earth was flat and eyes did something that they can't possibly do, then this would happen. How about you knock that off until you know what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no is
Sorry, I'm just
usually the
kidding you. Yes, of
better way to communicate, because nonverbal communication is very
obnoxious.
Easily misconstrued. Very low IQ stuff. When you non-verbally communicate, it's better to use words. Just like they say in preschool, say use your words.
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there.
What do the French do when Donald Trump tweets something menacing? What do they say? They say, "We tweet. We tweet."
You weren't supposed to do that.
Hey, I guess this dude's name is
I will be honest with you.
Patrick.
French people don't give a fuck about Trump. Just saying
Patrick,
it.
if the Earth is flat, bro, would you want to know that?
It's more a joke about cowardice.
Not giving a fuck is cowardness?
What's it? His previous.
Yes, not giving a fuck is cowardice, unless you're talking about, professional football or something.
Every time I've come in here today, we're doing the thing that I pray to God every day we don't do, which is waste our time with people who are clearly just not. I mean, I swear to God, I don't run up on preschoolers waiting for them to say some dumb shit to argue with them all day. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta have a level of respect for ourselves.
I know. What's it?
This guy's kind of like
the. It's okay. What's it? His previous screen name was Platt, also known as Slapth, and he's been around. He's been around handful of times.
So what convinced him that the Earth
Since
is round?
2020, yes.
So
Nothing.
Hey,
He's
French
just a
guy.
stubborn religious guy.
Hey, French guy. What convinced you the Earth is round anyway? Was it NASA? What made you believe that the Earth is round?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, this is what Elijah is talking about. I agree, Elijah. It's that weird felt need that, like, even the worst of the worst is better than radio silence. And I think that belief or felt need or something along the lines of that arena is what's going on. Wouldn't you say?
Like, you got to use every opportunity as a foil to posit our message. So, if somebody brings up the eye does this, you could say, no, the eye actually does this, and here's the sources. And this is how you would find out the information. Here's the logic. Then whoever's listening can hear the difference between the one side or the other. So it's really not about the Glober that's there presently. If they're not interested, they can still be used. And if they're willing to be used, so be it.
Yeah.
The guy said nothing. He said nothing convinced him that the Earth is round.
At this point, though.
Thank you, Frodo.
Yeah, but AI, that's...
Go ahead, Elijah. Something must have happened.
Don't worry, Patrick. The more I look into it, nothing convinces me that the world is round either.
Thank you, Frodo.
Yeah. And to be fair, I get Elijah's point, but see, the point is lost when flat earthers can't talk amongst themselves and produce the proper content. So if that's not happening and they need a foil or a goad, like a Glober in the room, to discuss flat earth stuff, and that's just the way it's got to be. I mean, or we could have, radio silence for hours upon hours upon hours. Or we could have somebody who's brash come in and ban a kid right away, right? Be like, oh, I got you, you're banned. And then we have silence for hours and hours and hours. Or we have people soliloquy, right, with very good content that's about the flat earth, and then they get castigated because they're hogging the mic. Or we could have radio silence for hours and hours and hours and hours.
Yeah. Soliloquy.
Okay, the live stream isn't a therapy session for a specific Glober at any specific moment, right? And if they're not willing to be therapized, that we don't waste our time. If they're willing to sit in our couch while we make money off of them in the public arena, then that's, too bad for them. Every flat earther should be adept enough to make use of every Glober that comes in here. Really. I mean, it should be like child's play at this point, to be honest.
We should avoid the piranha mentality and the dogpiling.
Do Globers still come in here? I'm just interested.
Well, ones that say that they are, but not ones that can even coherently or rationally defend their fairy tale. Really, all we get these days is, I don't know if I would use the word professional, but at least strawman enthusiasts. I wouldn't say professional strawman artists. I would just say strawman enthusiasts. That would be the one.
Yeah, and our most loyal, repetitious customers that are Globers claim that they're here to present the Globe side, But when pressed into a corner, what they present is, I'm just here to, state my belief that I have
Yeah.
no proof for. And so what they're actually doing, and a lot of people miss this, is what they're trying to do is equivocate flat Earth and globe Earth to just both being beliefs. And so you have your belief, I have my belief, I can sleep well at night.
Is there a phenomenon for that, like the whole dragging you down the well type of thing, crab in a bucket mentality? If I'm going
Surface
down,
threat.
you're coming down with me, right? Nope. Sorry, buddy.
Right.
Well, have you guys seen that new Netflix special called The Future of? And they have a whole episode on space exploration, and you have these guys saying like it's like they're reading from a Glober's playbook, and they're like, we use cell phones, that's space technology. And I'm like, these guys have no idea how a cell phone works, do they? Because there's nothing
Do
with
you?
satellites that have to work with a cell phone. It's all towers. Like, it's just stupidity at its best, at its peak. And they're even broadcasting it on Netflix, and they make a full entertainment of it. But the propaganda, the brainwashing is continuing in our mainstream. So I guess it's.
Yeah, but
I
there's
was
a
still
there's a
thinking that
hidden
they
claim
would
in
come.
there. There's a hidden claim in there that most people miss, which is that it's not necessarily that they utilize space objects at present, but they utilize a principle that has to do with nanoscale and quantum scale mechanics, right?
Yeah.
And this principle, so they say, relies on relativity, which they proved by getting a differential reading when they sent something high into the atmosphere, right? So they had this clock, they sent it high into the atmosphere, and the clock had a different time than when it left. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
it
not.
just it's interesting that that they're still out there doing this. But anyways, I guess the world we live in.
Yeah, I was just going to add to it. It's not like if you take a bunch of clocks and you set them in the same room but at different times, that they will automatically start syncing up. Oh wait, that actually
I was
happens.
just gonna say, wait, don't they do that? Doesn't that actually
Well, the
happen?
thing is, the thing that they claim is that, so you have a radioactive particle or whatever it is, right? Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It just vibrates at a certain rate per second, right? Let's just say 1,000 per second for sake of argument. So they send it up and it comes back with a different time. They do some math and then they assume that it vibrated at 999 times per second. And then they say, well, because I have two different variables and I know that the rate is constant, then that means that time itself must have changed. Now, anyone who's astute in their logic will notice that there's a bunch of assumptions in there.
Yeah, I've been having this argument with some people on another server recently regarding the atomic clocks, the cesium atoms. They seem to only have these differences when they gain in elevation, right? So you would think that elevation would be more of something's going on with an elevation increase, that the cesium atom oscillates at a faster rate. But like I tell them, just because my wristwatch is not keeping perfect time, or it slows down, or the battery's dying, doesn't mean that time is dilating. There's just a
Well,
change in the oscillation rate of the thing that is used to measure the time.
I mean, isn't
Yeah,
there a simple solution? I mean, something such as, let's say, I'm swimming in a thick, deep bottom pool, but as I go higher, it's thinner and not as thick because what has settled is not higher up because of the density. So now, if I'm wailing my arms, it goes, let's say, faster or slower, however you want to put that, um, in comparison to the other environment that this mechanic thing is spinning. Does that not make, like, can that not add to it at all why there's a difference, because obviously, like you're saying, the elevation, well, maybe because up where there's a thinner pressure, whatever the hell you want to say it is, um, would it mechanics work different in that environment than here where there's more pressure closer to the ground? Like, how does that not come into play?
Yeah, so their rebuttal to the pressure is that the clocks have accounted for any types of change in pressure, meaning they have shielding to guard against any pressure differential. But there are other things at play. We do know that when you increase in elevation, there is a higher potential voltage, right? So if you think about something like a corona motor, where you can just harness the static energy that's in the air, the higher up you go with your apparatus, the more voltage you'll be able to garner. So this is an energetic thing as well.
Okay,
So
so maybe it's
at
not the
least in my
pressure, and
mind,
maybe it's the energy, but it is definitely can
yeah,
be the environment that changes it, obviously, right? And
correct.
how do we know that they're shielded against such pressure way up there if they're building them on the ground? Like, I mean, I'm just trying to figure that out. Like, they say that this is what it is, but how do we know that that environment at a higher altitude isn't affecting it just because they say it's, oh, don't worry, it's not? Like, what's the point? Like, what's the logic there?
Right, there's many variables at play that they haven't necessarily accounted for. They had an idea and they got a result that could possibly match their idea without controlling all the possible variables. So they're just going to, this is proof of what we had already presupposed would happen.
Yeah. So that
Without,
sounds like typical science.
without properly accounting for all the variables, right? And to claim that when you look into the experiment with the clocks that they had on planes and the differences that they got, you're talking about 1/1000th of a second difference.
Yeah, within the
So it's
error
not,
margin.
yeah, within their pre-established error margin, right?
Like, that is just, I don't know, to me, that as smart as they want to sound when they describe these, amazing accomplishments they've gotten to, it just sounds like it's complete stupidity to try to, like, they're making shit up. But anyways,
Yeah, this exactly goes back to the conversation we were just having previously, right? Like if I said, I think the Earth is a globe, and if things moved away from me in the distance, they would disappear from the bottom up, and that's what I observe. And then I make the assumption that the Earth is a globe based on that observation. I haven't really fully looked into all the variables of how the human eye works and how visuals present themselves to us, right?
Yeah, just like that experiment where they get like a magnifying glass, and they say this is the atmosphere, that's being magnified over distance, and then look at that, it disappears. Something that's completely, like in view up close is now disappearing from a distance. So yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You just, unfortunately, why we have textbooks that are teaching you that's not our reality, and then you have a bunch of idiots that come on here with that brainwashed logic, and then we get into arguments with them. It's interesting.
Yeah, with a lot of these things, it's there's other explanations for what we're seeing or experiencing, right? But they want to utilize specific explanations because it fits. Yeah, because it fits their ideas, right? So it's kind of like cherry picking to bolster the current model or system.
Yeah, they continue to do that.
AI, you still there? AI.
Are you asking for AI, Elijah?
Yeah, maybe he stepped away. because he's
Damn
not
it.
he's not unmuting himself.
All right.
Yeah, just to go back to
Yeah,
what you're saying. Oh, go ahead, Elijah.
his point is valid, but so is mine. I think they're mutually exclusive. On the one hand, when you're cognizant that you're doing something for content, that's great. When a person is triggered and they're yelling or they're annoyed at the Glober, then you're not doing what AI is talking about. And that's what I'm talking about. The times that, we're talking to someone as if they're not a troll, and then we get annoyed with them because no matter what we say, that like, no, you should have come to the conclusion in 5 to 10 minutes whether this person was genuine and how you would approach then utilizing them for the audience. But that doesn't happen. And in that case, it's a waste of time.
I'm sorry, Elijah. Is this a specific critique on something that happened recently?
All I said was every day I pray that we don't waste time with anti-flat earthers talking to them. And then that guy that was just in here a little while ago was yet another example of the 3 people that have been in here today so far. So we've talked to many trolls who really aren't, who feels like they've done a good thing other than think, okay, someone out there somewhere is getting this information and that's good. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you're talking to someone, do you feel like talking to them you've gotten through this? In the case of today, no.
I did have one today, Phlegm or whatever, who got Cogdist for 10 minutes. I spoke to him in Cogdist VC for quite a bit, and the sound of him was quite different when he left.
Yeah, sometimes you got to disengage their pride too. Good work on you.
I think it's hard when you're sitting in the hot seat and it's being broadcast on the internet, and you feel like you're looking like a fool. It's much harder to sit down and listen without getting triggered.
That's true. Yeah, I guess that's another element that I hadn't thought about.
I mean, I came in to the latter portion of the conversation with Patrick, who's still here, the French gentleman, and I don't know. I feel like I wrapped it up with a nice, neat little bow and gave him some homework, and he can choose to either look a little bit further into what was said, or he can just continue to be ignorant, right?
Yeah.
You want to check in right here? Yeah.
Thank you.
Grace did a good job of explaining things to him, right? Like that's really all we can do. We can't force somebody to engage, or you can't force somebody to set aside their preconceived notions and take a legitimate look at something that they don't know.
You did
look
good.
at what's that?
I said you did good.
I think he said you did good.
Oh, okay. Well, thank
How
you.
would you rate your own performance there, Patrick?
Well, Patrick, I just hope that you look further into the subject and garner a better understanding and a more well-rounded knowledge of how the human eye works, how we see things with our vision, and then readdress the claims of things disappearing bottom up only being possible on a globe. That's all I ask. And once you have the time to do that, you can come back and discuss with us. If you find any contention with what we've put forth, notate that, come back, have a discussion about that.
Oh, was there someone actually? Was there actually a baller in here? You guys are talking to him?
Yeah, he's still here. He, I think the cat got his tongue recently, though.
Oh, I at this point, like even on other Discord servers,
I just
I've
deactivate my sensors, nothing else.
even on other Discord servers, I've really really given up on even getting into arguments with some of these guys. It's I think along the lines what Elijah's saying, it's just a complete waste of time. Because they're just not. I mean, not for everybody, not to everybody, but for the most part, it's
That's the problem with them. Here's the problem. We ran into people that we never should have continued talking to. What's the proof of that? Well, it's the same circle of Glovers. Why are we still talking to them? The reason being, once upon a time, we came out searching for answers. And then we found people who were talking about the discussion that were more knowledgeable, that may help us make a decision. That's why we watch debates. It's the lazy way of doing your own research, right? So you're going to appeal to the better debater with the seemingly better information. But I mean, how many years? I mean, we've been in. A lot of us have been in here for a while. Like, it just doesn't really make sense for me to. It doesn't make sense for me to debate them. It makes sense for me to be here for people who need to know why we've come into this in the different perspectives. That's important. But what's not important is having a debate with the same Globers who are going to derail the point every single time. The point's not even going to be had or heard. It's not, because they're going to say one, you're going to say one thing, and then they're going to rebrand or reword what you said, and then the listener is going to get confused anyway, because it's not a decent conversation. It's like somebody like Xanax, they're talking through you.
I was just gonna say, like, Xanax. I was just gonna throw that out there. That's funny.
Yeah, that's no good for nobody.
Yeah, and not only what he's saying or people like him, but the confidence they're saying it in, that they make it sound like you're an idiot and you don't know what you're talking about, and you're a kid and you're stupid, and listen to me, I know science, I know all the answers, I know how it works, let me help you to understand. That's the way they talk, and it's just like,
I legitimately used to think that the Earth was flat too for a little minute, but then I it makes the person listening go, oh, I knew there was something crazy about this, because
exactly,
that's what you're gonna think, because that's what you thought at first anyway.
yep, absolutely. And you bring up things that you would think you would think that logic would kick in to some of these people, and it would make them like think twice, kind of like the same way probably everybody who doesn't believe it's a ball finally, like, a light click somewhere, and then like logic and reason jumped into your brain, and then it just pushed out all the dumb shit that we learned for like, years, that for decades in school. And then, but you would think like, why doesn't it happen to everybody? Why doesn't everybody get like this explanation, this theory, this it makes zero sense. Like it doesn't. Like it in the model it does, but in reality and logic it doesn't. So why don't those things correlate in their mind? Like why can't they put it together? I don't know. It's just maybe it's not meant for everybody to find such truth, to find the truth. Maybe it's just not meant for everybody. I don't know.
I can tell you why. Okay, listen to this.
When has anyone in your group, Nathan Oakley's group, when has anyone measured to that horizon? Because the Black Swan states that every measured horizon must be 1.22 meters times this whatever, right? When have you measured it? And when was the Black Swan put through the scientific method? You can't destroy 2,500 years of science with logic.
Were you around 2,500 years ago?
He was playing a clip.
Were you around? I'm just that okay, but that's what I'm just saying though. Like a statement like that, when we knew this 4,000 years. No, were you around? What if everything we know today only goes back 800 years, and everything before that was just it was just born into existence on a book, on a story? Of course, we could be like, well, hold on, that's like really, really crazy. It's wild because, like, we have pictures of our grandparents, but really, that's as far as it goes. Maybe 4 or 5 generations.
At this point, that's way more believable than that we started out. That all this started. What is it? How long has it been since the Big Bang? According to them,
like 5 billion years or 14, but who knows? I don't know. Who gives a fuck? Maybe 4 billion.
I'm not gonna. That story is not believable. Like 1,000 years, sure, that's much more believable.
I'll go over it.
7 billion is when we got
13.8 billion years ago.
Right.
The world exploded into existence.
See, but I brought this up before though, because I mean, one night, I don't know who it was, but over in the other server, they were saying, "Oh, we've known this. This is known, for thousands of years." Okay, well, who knew it? Well, this person did. Okay, so who were you alive then? No. Was I alive then? No. Was anyone alive today alive then? No. But it's written down, and it's a story. And oh no, but we have science that could prove it. Okay, but you're saying they proved it back then, but you don't. The test that we are doing today is then we're finding out like, wait, that test doesn't make sense. We can't call that science. Like that one where they say that the two balls start to pull each other towards each other, and that's voila, that's the eureka moment. But yet it's like, no, that's completely stupid because you have to first build that, and you don't see that nowhere in nature. But anyways, that's a whole nother story. But I'm saying the science experience even of today that they're saying they got from way back then. Well, who knows? We were not way back then. We weren't here 2,000 years ago. No one alive here today was here 2,000 years ago. Who knows if that even existed 2,000 years ago, even existed? I'm just saying. This is way out far, but I'm just saying.
I have a question for Patrick. Patrick, are you there? Hello? Patrick.
The earth is flat. Even Germans know so common French brother.
Patrick, I have a question. Can someone ask him? Maybe he muted me. Can someone ask him what he thinks about Werner from Von Braun?
Hey, well, hold on, Patrick. Can you hear us? Maybe he's just stepped away.
Yes.
Oh, do you have anybody muted?
CB.
Okay, because they might be trying to ask you a question. but you can't hear them.
I'm sorry, they were playing some random audio, so it was annoying.
Yeah, look, we don't have full control over that, and I don't think it's written as like a server rule. But just for basic like live stream etiquette in a chat this big, it can turn into a problem if you mute people. So you mute somebody, maybe try to make it temporary and then remove it until later. You know, like because we don't want people talking over each other on the live stream. Yeah.
Because he has a question for you, but go ahead. If you go to mute him, then he could ask it.
It was Clay that was asking the question, not CV.
Oh, I'm sorry. Clay, you're asking the question.
Clay.
Can you hear Clay?
Hello?
Yes, Clay?
Yeah, so my question is, what do you think about Werner von Braun?
What?
What do you think about Werner von Braun? Werner von Braun.
He doesn't think much about him. He doesn't know who he is, apparently.
I don't know who it is.
Yeah, Werner von
okay.
Braun was a Nazi scientist that we brought over to the United States.
I know.
NASA. He was basically the founder of NASA, essentially. Like he was.
Everyone knows that. Nazi at NASA, we know it.
Okay, so everyone knows that now. I didn't know everyone knew that. You know.
I mean, everyone who knows about NASA.
So what?
Did you know that's where the Warner Brothers really got their name from? The Werner Brothers.
Since you suddenly know, what do you think about him?
When it comes to ethic, it's super bad. But at the time, they really wanted to give the best technology in the least amount of time. So they got the biggest brains possible, and some Nazi are very expert, let's say. Even if it's not ethical, at the time they didn't care. They just wanted to beat the Russian in technology. So they did everything they could, even if it's fucked up.
Yes.
It was just politics, like, it's fucked up.
Yes.
You were aware that that is just a story and that you cannot confirm that for yourself, right?
I mean, the Nazi at NASA are not a story. They were at NASA.
Yeah, I know that, but like, what happens to them and the story of that whole thing is also just a story that we cannot confirm.
I
What we
mean,
can
they
confirm
worked for
is
NASA.
that both NASA and Russia and the UK all got Nazi scientists after the fall of Germany.
Yes, because they are.
Because they all
they have
admit
big
it.
brains, to be honest.
That
they have
doesn't
skills, knowledge.
that doesn't
So they
make you
recruit,
wonder though.
Yes, it's fucked up.
No, not that it's
But
fucked
at the
up. I'm
time,
saying
they didn't care. They just wanted to get the best technology before the other.
Yeah, they really needed that Velcro technology. Couldn't live without it.
Yeah, it's even worse than that.
I mean, politics is politics.
It's even worse than that. Walter Hallstein became the head of EU Commission. Adolf Hausinger became NATO's chief of staff. Kurt Waldheim became the Secretary General to the United Nations.
So it sounds like the Nazis won the war.
Kept on playing.
I mean, the Nazis were a bit advanced when it comes to technology, so they recruit them.
Oh no, they take orders from.
It's not a good idea, but they did it.
So it sounds like to what Drace is saying, that if Werner von Braun got out of there in Operation Paperclip, it happened for the United States, and it also happened in Russia. It sounds like the Nazis won the war, except for a few at Nuremberg, and the Germans lost the war. Because not every German was a Nazi.
That is correct. They want down to control the EU and NATO, and America. And if you watch the video I just posted, this is an ex-CIA official who was talking about child sex trafficking, and in that talks about how NASA is not a space agency, and that is well known within his circles.
Does he say NASA's involved with that crap, Drace?
No, not directly.
Okay.
He's just talking about how
That's been it.
they recruited all the Nazis into NASA and then did some nefarious stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I've just had a heavy suspicion that behind the scenes there, like Dom Pettit doesn't look like someone I'd have babysitting my kids. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, he looks like an abuse victim or an autistic child. It's pretty sad.
Yeah.
Oh, come on,
he looks
guys.
like,
Just let me...
listen, he
Come
looks
on.
like he had to ask, why is my spacesuit black and has a pink ball?
Well, then you have a leak, and I guess there's a procedure. I'm not sure what it is, but it might require a spacewalk to fix it.
Yeah, and that's the most experienced astronaut. He's done most of the jobs on the ISS, been in charge of those jobs, telling the others what to do, and he doesn't know what to do in case of a leak. And according to NASA, they can just plug the holes with their fingers, so no problem.
Good night, everyone. I'm gonna head out.
Good night. Is that Sasha?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Play.
Good night,
Nacht.
Clay.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Gute Nacht, auf Wiedersehen.
Good Nacht.
Well, don't they plug holes the same way on submarines? If they spring a leak, they just throw a finger on it?
No, it doesn't work.
Good night.
In fact, if you listen to people who actually work those submarines, they tell you that it's very dangerous when it springs a leak because the air gets compressed and it can really quickly kill people.
And every single person on that sub, if something happens, they know what station to take and what action to do. But on the ISS, nobody knows the emergency procedures if something happens.
Yeah, they have to drill it into them because the submarine is a very dangerous place to be when it's underwater. But the ISS is like always underwater effectively in its no pressure environment. And its pressure seal is only 1/10 of an inch of aluminum. So, like, that thing ain't gonna hold much.
I saw one interview, a quick little clip. I'm not sure if it was Michelle Thayer or a different Astro woman, but the question was, if a fire breaks out on the ISS, what's the procedure, or whatever? And she said all the astronauts would meet in the center of the ISS and formulate a plan.
Yeah, so they don't know. They have no plan. They just if something that never gonna happen because it's just a stage and like it's not actually in outer space happens, then yeah, we'll probably think of something, but we never have to do that because it's not where we tell you it is.
And I love pointing out the lack of fire extinguishers when you're looking at the footage.
You want to know how really ridiculous what they're supposed to be, where they're saying they're supposed to be. So submarines go underneath. I used to build valve shafts for valves that let water in and out of the submarine to keep it floating or buoyant. Well, the depths that the submarines go to is measured in atmospheres. An atmosphere is every 6 feet. You go under, you have another 14.7 psi added on in the pressure. So how many negative pressures are there when they're going up into this negative 10 to the 12 torr or anything like that, or even 10 to the negative 6 torr?
Technically, there's no such thing as negative pressure.
Yeah, exactly. I know there isn't. But what they're saying they're doing, it would need just as much protection from the outward going pressure if it were a vacuum, or even less pressure than the inside of this craft they're supposed to be in. It would be blown to pieces. So, where's the
the way I like to
where's
think
the
of
armor plated freaking plates that keep the sink from blowing apart?
yeah, they don't exist. They claim to have some micrometeorite protection around the pressure seal, which is kind of like this tank here, except instead of being made out of steel, it's made out of aluminum and is thinner. The one atmospheric or ATM is essentially a lot of attopascals, and the number is just gigantic. I don't know exactly what denomination that is, but they claim outer space is 10 attopascals. So the differential there is massive. And if you look at the picture I posted above it, there is only a tiny bit of differential compared to the inside of this container and the outside, and it's getting crushed.
Right.
Yeah, the same would inversely be happening. It would be the pressure would be making it burst,
blow apart. Exactly.
Yeah, like a bulging soda can, only like way worse.
Yeah. So even if you just change it to 1 negative atmosphere or 2, let's say minimally, I think anything that is man-made is going to be blown apart unless it has like 10-foot thick walls or something crazy. Okay, maybe that's a little bit too.
Yeah.
Okay, it would like a foot thick. Yeah.
The reason why they want it so thick is because they can't get it lower than high vacuum without having all those precautions and then using a different type of pump than a mechanical pump. They just can't pump it out of there as fast as it seeps through everything and into the chamber again, so they need to coat it with shit.
Yeah, I'd like to see what excuse they make for violating the second law of thermodynamics with these fairy tale craft that are only on TV.
I learned recently soda cans, beer cans, 150 psi before the can explodes. Like if you were to shake it up and get it all expanding and shit.
That's a lot of pressure, man. Fucking 150 psi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I do think there's something to that too. The shape, like a cylinder like that, like what's shown in that gift, or like a soda can is. Like, it's a strong shape, especially if the pressure's on the inside pushing outward. Like, you don't, I mean, just, as long as it's all even pressure everywhere and the material is even, like, all the way through, and, I don't know I don't think it needs as much strength and support, like Sonny was saying, going that way as it does going the other.
Yeah. And Flatman Can made a really good point, because to detonate the can under normal pressure conditions, you need really high pressure. But if you take the same can and put it into a vacuum chamber that can go low enough, you can detonate the can even though it doesn't have all that great pressure. And so it shows that the differential really plays a big part.
I'm thinking the bottom of the can too. If you notice how it's shaped, it's concaved upwards, and when they start expanding, I've seen you can't stand them up anymore because the bottom's pushed out so much. And you're like, oh my god, it almost blew up.
Yeah, don't leave them in a hot car, right? Like,
The freezer is what gets me.
Or let them freeze. Yeah, either one.
Yeah, and then you go to the spacesuits, and that's just laughable because that's not going to hold anything. And they have so many different versions, and they're just so bad. Like, please, I would implore all the globe believers to just take one of these spacesuits. You can choose any model, go into the vacuum chamber at NASA, and see how that goes.
Yeah, why wouldn't they be willing to just jump right in there, man? I mean, they're so confident on here. I mean, yeah, we got pictures. They already accomplished all this stuff. They're already out there in space. Yeah, it's confirmed, right? Okay,
Yeah.
good. Put on the freaking suit and go in the vacuum chamber.
Dude,
Let's just
Sonny.
test that.
Sonny, for decades they claim to have been using all sorts of these different types of suits out in the vacuum of imaginary space.
Yeah.
And there's never anyone died from it. It's never been a problem. So they
Never.
have a flawless record of never anybody getting hurt. So they should have no objection to going in there.
Exactly. Shouldn't be a problem. I'm sure they have an excuse for that, just like they have an excuse for things not getting hot in 3,750 degrees Fahrenheit that melts titanium. They got an excuse for that too.
Yeah, they claim that space itself is cold. The absence of anything is cold, and therefore temperature goes to that. It's so incoherent.
Yeah, that's why they're actors. I'm surprised that, we should look for the SAG cards.
Worst part is, like, for instance, the ISS is supposed to be traveling in the thermosphere, and they say, oh, well, the thermosphere is heated to 2,000 degrees Celsius through the solar radiation, so it's super hot.
No, it's not hot or cold because there's no atmosphere to transfer the temperature.
Yes,
You can fly right into the sun, you'll be good because there's no atmosphere.
Yeah, they'll say it's also at the same time super cold because it's so high up and it gets colder and colder when you go into space. So on one side of the ISS, it's hot because of the sun, but on the other side, it's cold because of the space, and it's not getting heated by the thermosphere because the gas is just so little up there that it doesn't actually touch the station, so it just doesn't share any heat with the gas. This is the dumbest thing they could have said, because at that point, the ISS will 100% melt up there, because a vacuum is an isolator. We use it to keep things warm or keep things cold.
Yeah,
yep. So if you have the sun constantly inputting solar radiation not being blocked by the air or diminished, that would be the thing that heated the gas molecules to 2,000 degrees Celsius. And by the way, the solar radiation doesn't normally heat gas easily. It generally needs to hit something and scatter to do that. So it's crazy on their part to even assume that it can heat the gas to 2,000 degrees Celsius, but not the physical object up there. They're basically in an oven. Another funny part is they don't have enough air or water, because they claim that we have a tank of water and we just use that water and it all goes in a cycle. That's why all of our poop and stuff goes into the machine and we drink it and it's great. Problem is, all of their oxygen they claim to get from hydrolysis or from the water, and that means the water is getting destroyed and used up, and you can't recycle that anymore. And now you're in a net negative, and you need to start transporting water up there all the time, and they don't do that. Nor do they have scrubbers for the farts and all that stuff. So it's gonna be disgusting if it were real. Like, if it were real, and you would have a camera in there. Imagine in a dusty room on a sunny day when you can see the dust everywhere. Imagine that, but 10,000 times worse, with just being infinite amounts of hairs and skin cells. It would be covered. It would be a sea. It would be so disgusting, and nothing would be white up there if it were real. Because they can't afford to be cleaning that all the time. They would just be non-stop cleaning that. Because it's not like the dirt wants to follow their rules in their imagination land. It's supposed to be floating around. It's not falling down and being vacuumed off the floor. It's literally going everywhere. It's really bad. The ISS is one of the funniest things ever.
Okay. Are the Russians and Chinese part of a conspiracy?
Wait, what? The answer is no, but I still want to hear you say that again. What?
The Russians
Are the
and
Russians
Chinese,
and the
they don't
Chinese,
disagree.
are they part of the flat Earth conspiracy? Like,
Basically.
yeah, they're in on it. Like they all these different, but I mean, not it. Like when you say the Russians or the Chinese, typically that sounds like next you're gonna like point the finger at them being the cause of all this stuff. They're not the reason for it, like or anything like that. But no, they're in on it.
Yeah, here's an
Yeah, but
example.
in on what though? So you gotta clarify in on what? In on faking space travel, or in on understanding that the Earth is flat and not a globe? Because those are different things. You can fake space travel while believing in it
Point.
and
I would
thinking it's
say
true.
that's a good point. They're in on faking space travel. I think all the countries work together to a pretty good extent. They all, there is no such thing as like the Cold War. There was really never a threat. Both sides were working against their people. Okay, the enemy was the people, as is today. Like the enemy is the people, not country against country. It's the people versus government. And so all the governments of the world have the same common enemy that they've pretty much declared us as. And so anytime, like, if they find a useful tool, they're going to utilize it and they're not going to sell each other out there. Like, it's going to be beneficial to all of them to use that tool to control their people.
Yeah, did you see the picture I posted, Patrick? Things that make you go, It's from the Chinese space station.
Okay, you post in lobby?
No, in the live stream voice text chat, right above this live stream voice chat.
Kind of funny how Russia is always the United States enemy, except for when it comes to the Antarctic Treaty and space travel. You know, like, I thought we were supposed to be enemies in a space race back in the day, right? And even still today, there's tensions, and there was the whole Cold War thing, and well, I mean, I guess that was the space race, whatever. But you know, we canceled our freaking shuttle program, never replaced it. SpaceX is starting to kind of fill that, but we're still buying. Like most of our NASA's money is being spent with hitching a ride with Russia. I don't know. I don't know if that really makes sense. I don't know if that really makes much sense with the rest of the narrative, man.
remember a few months ago? Screw you, comrade. You keep
Yeah.
sending weapons to people we want to take over. We crash ISS into Earth.
So
He was
yeah,
threatening to crash. How could he crash the ISS?
dude, they just say shit.
It was a bluff.
Yes.
And the cosmonauts
yes,
are like,
it
hey,
was.
hey, wait a minute. What do you mean you're going to crash us?
You know, in poker, you can bluff.
My guess is it would involve a very large pair of scissors and cutting the string that it's attached to.
Good one. Good.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see how like we would like if we're really being that mean to Russia right now because they're being mean to Ukraine. Like, what happened to our space program? What is going on right now? Is Russia still taxiing us up there and back and forth? We still what's going on with that? I bet you it's still happening according to their story.
Now
Oh,
we don't use Russian fuel to go back and forth.
I buy you fly.
It's funny how Biden tells the American people that it's Putin's fault that gas prices are so high. Meanwhile, Putin's getting really, or Russia's getting really rich off of increasing gas prices and selling it to the world. They didn't choose that for America. That was Biden.
Oh, dude, you don't have to get into this. Everybody knows anything that Biden says is just laughable. It's all such bullshit.
Yeah, it's just funny because it's you can't argue that America and Russia are fighting when it's actually they're helping them get richer. Actually, it's like not if that's them fighting them. I don't know what helping is. Yeah, it's kind of like with the Taliban. Like, nah, you just gave them stuff.
In fact, we have an agreement that goes on till 2030 that I keep giving them stuff. So, even though I'm not very happy with them right now, I'm just gonna keep giving them stuff. That's because our governments, the people that we think are our leaders of all countries, they're all puppets. Like this dude says Biden's a puppet. Yeah, so is the leader of your country. I don't need to know who that person is either. They're not certain. None of these countries are serving the interests of their national sovereignty and their people's interests. They're working together on a world level. I don't know why I have to spell this out, but some people just literally, it's like they just don't get it.
Yeah, they'll critique you about your world leader, right? And then you don't even know who their world leader is. It's like, dude, you're so unimportant. I don't even know who leads your country, but you know mine, right? So it's like, why are you issuing out critiques? And it just goes to show that the world is a stage, right? And they have the current events that they focus on that the mainstream knows and the other countries are taught about. It's kind of clear who the power players are on the game board, right? But it's not clear who's moving the pieces.
Right. And I think this might go into like the old money. Like nowadays we've got everybody believing that these tech giants that came out of the 90s boom, that these guys are the richest people in the world. Well, what happened to the old rich people and their money? Like, we're supposed to believe that it gets. The story is that it only takes a few generations, and all of like a mass amount of wealth like gets divvied up between, you know, family and family and family, and it's squandered. It's gone in a few generations. But I kind of find that hard to believe. I think, you know, they just moved on beyond money. You know, like they graduated to full on lizard, and just now they're just up there basking.
Like the apotheosis of brute force.
You were talking about political leaders all being bad. But what about Marjorie Taylor Greene?
No, well, dude,
representative of.
No, stop. Hold on. Right off the bat, I didn't say all are bad. But in fact, I think most of our politicians, I think they have their job because they're easily controlled. They're naive. They believe in shit. Okay, they believe in the system. They believe that they got themselves there. They believe that the stuff they're doing is right. They believe that it's for the greater good. They believe that they deserve the millions of dollars they get or whatever it is from doing they're just useful fucking idiots. They can easily be led through their life. They're puppets, just like the presidents, just like, you know, any leader. They could very well have good intentions, but be so stupid, or just stupid enough anyway, to do what they're told well. And they do this to everybody. Like, look at the stuff people post on social media. They're not even their own thoughts. They're the stuff that came from the media whores. The stuff that they read somewhere else. They think it's their own opinion. It's not. They're regurgitating stuff. People, yes, I see somebody saying something about sheep or whatever. Yeah, they're all sheep. They really are. Most all people are sheep, including in here even. People around here get steered around, led around, and herded just like the rest of the sheep. We're just black sheep.
If you have to wonder if it's you, it's probably you. But yeah, let's be clear. The idea of the flat Earth gaining steam like it did spontaneously, pretty much out of nowhere, wasn't necessarily an organic movement. Right? There's a lot of things happening all at the same time. And most flat earthers receive their information from the mainstream, whether it be YouTube or Google search or whatever. You know, they didn't think about it or come to it on their own. They basically were led down a path that was presented to them by mainstream media. And then at the end of that path, they were given the flat earth idea. And they think in their mind, oh, I found this truth. I found it, rather than it was handed to you. You know, like the quote unquote powers that be aren't aware. Like this whole flat earth thing took them by surprise.
No, but then you get your guys that want to think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is like the needle in the haystack, or I don't know what would be a better analogy there. The somehow she broke the system, like people think Trump somehow broke the system, or back I was on the Ron Paul thing back in the day, like he somehow broke the system, and no, man, no. They don't let people slip through. If they're these people might have pure intentions that do get through, but they're being used and controlled. They've got something on them that they're using as a leash, and the person's unaware of it. So are we. But they've got something.
Got to check the backs of their necks. See if they got that little creature.
So AI,
like body snatchers.
AI. When you talked about the mainstream flat Earth and the way it came on the scene, do you feel like it's there is a control in place?
Oh, of
or
course.
some end game at some point?
Yeah, the end game is synthesis. You need a one world order, right?
So they call
the
it
whole
yellow.
world needs to agree. And they've said this before in regime changes, right? They upend the current regime, whatever it is, whether it's ideological, political, financial, right? And they basically take it away from everybody, and then everybody has nothing, and they have a void. And then the right power player comes in to fill the void. Right, so think about what Flat Earth does for a lot of people that come in here. They basically doubt pretty much all history sometimes. They doubt all power structures. They doubt even legitimate science. They basically say everything's up for grabs. I don't know what's necessarily true anymore. Now I'm going to seek out on my own journey for truth. And they basically become a blank slate. And at first glance, that sounds like, oh, wow, that's a really good thing. But if you upend all the basis, right, that you have, you're really vulnerable. And the majority of people, right, whether they think themselves some kind of astute truther or not, are going to fall for whatever the next synthesis is. Whether it be a pseudo-electric universe, right? Some will fall for that. Well, there was, let's just say for sake of argument that the flat Earth is indeterminate at this point, but they believe it, right? Then something will come out with a new explanation of the world and the universe that's slightly different than the previous globe paradigm, right? And it kind of solves some of the problems, and then they'll go back to that. But what they need everybody on board minus a few dissidents, right? Just like in the Matrix. Most of the people were on board, but the system allowed a very small portion of people to be free and think they were free and think that they had a hero that was fighting for them to free everyone else. And this sense of hope that, we're going to conquer the system and the powers that be kept the people doing what the system wanted them to do. And majority of people are going to be that way. Like the flat Earth isn't going to become a kumbaya moment for the human, society where everyone realizes it and then we all of a sudden hold hands and it's peace, love, and happiness ad infinitum forever. That's not going to happen.
So it's like Tina Turner said, we don't need another hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get your point, right? So you wipe the slate clean, right? People are ripe for a explanation that better suits the belief they've been nudged towards.
And in the past, whenever these major changes happen, usually what happens is a major war or a major famine or a major disease, right? To where everybody's in peril and they need help from a higher power, right? Who's going to help them. And so the Lord, comes with his horses and his flag and his men, and he says, I shall save you people with my logistical powers, and we'll build castles and we'll have rivers, and everyone will have a toilet to poop in and a chicken in every pot. Right? And all these people who are hungry. And let's be clear, the majority of people are too stupid to understand that their own poop will kill them. So they'll poop in their own backyard, right? If they have no logistics that are provided for them, and they won't take care of the sanitary conditions of their environment, and they'll probably die. Like, that's the majority of people in the modern Western world now. Like, they're absolutely clueless. They couldn't survive on their own if their lives depended on it, right?
Wait.
And their lives do depend on it.
Wait, are you telling me you can die if just from being around poop?
Yeah.
Don't you have to okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to anyway, but.
Yeah, well, just inhaling feces all day. Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, and if they don't know it's bad.
What about when you live in the country and the farmer keeps spraying freaking shit all over his field and it always smells like poop? Like,
yeah, that's different. So the people, they'll have poop around them. So eventually they're so stupid they don't know that, like, by touching it, like that or maybe they'll be so afraid of it they'll like have gloves on, but they won't know how to keep those separate from the rest of their stuff, so they'll be transferring. Then they probably will be so stupid they think that it's best to restrict their breathing at the same time, and then some poop will be on that device.
Yeah,
you know how shit gets around. It's like,
yeah,
it gets around, man.
Right, and then you have to deal with keeping your food fresh, right? You have to deal with getting food. You have to deal with all of these things, right? Wouldn't life just be so much easier if you just let me be the Lord of the land, right? And me and my men will guard the border. We'll make sure you're fed. We'll guard the crop fields. We'll build aqueducts, whatever it is, right? And obviously, in the modern world, it's going to be a little bit different, but it's the same old story. Most people will say yes. They'll take that deal because, in a sense, they have to. Like, everybody right now, just do an inventory in your own life. Like, where would you get food if you couldn't buy it? Well, what would you do if you didn't have running water?
Well, we're all about to have that answered probably within a few months by the end of the year. The way everything's going.
Just continue pouring more bad stuff into the water, like.
I know.
But like a lot of these zombie shows, where everyone's trying to find the resources and there's people chasing them, right? Which are the zombies, but in real life, it would be the losers, right? The scrubs who don't know anything, and the only way that they can get fed is through violence, right? So they're going to try to steal from the people who know what they're doing. There's going to be all kinds of chaos in the streets, and then people are going to be begging for order, and then the new order steps in and says, "Hey, we're here. We're here to rescue you."
Anybody who knows anything about prepping, in fact, like I'm not even a prepper, but like for some reason I like to still know shit. I prep with knowledge. But yeah, like the number one rule is like if shit hits the fan, you get as far away from society as you can, because the next 72 hours are gonna be the fucking purge. And then it's gonna, like, and then it'll mellow out a little bit.
Yeah, my
a really good idea is to like go to the Walmart depot, right? where there's all the food you need and everything you need. The only problem is that all the dudes with guns are going to be there too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like you really just got to book it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my girl, she's out in Arkansas. I came back here to California to do some work. And well, she's been over there like stocking up because she's like, things are looking bad for this country, so I'm gonna start stocking up. I'm like, yeah, cool, because if something happens, I'm getting the fuck out of here and going straight back to Arkansas. That's for sure. She lives up in the Ozarks, so in the mountains.
Guess
So
what? There's another angle. Fearing that this stuff will happen, right? If things get so bad, will also make people choose power structures as a
yeah,
preemptive measure, right?
yeah,
So just the fear that this is coming down the pike will make people choose different political systems that they're normally used to. You know, for example, let's just say everyone agrees, oh wow, the Western heliocentric, you know, consensus narrative is collapsing and we need something new. And here's this other party that has a hope and a prayer. Let's go with them.
mm-hmm. Yeah. It's weird though. At this point, it's not. It doesn't seem like it's even about that at this point. It would be maybe a couple presidents ago. Maybe there was still a very that line was still being crossed, like where you were starting to see like Republican, Democrat, they're one and the same, and really it was like a organized um destruction of the country per se, and a new power is to come in play, it seems, and just everything that's been happening politically. Like I just heard that I guess California is voting on a law to ban the truck drivers from using a program, something like that. I want to look into it. Honestly, I just heard it last night, and I haven't even checked in on it. But that's just
Wait a
like
minute, no more Candy Crush?
What?
No more Candy Crush?
No. There's so you know how truck drivers they use a program that like almost like a booker, like it tells them where the shipments are going, so that people who are like who own their own semis, they can pick up on those, like, you know, those jobs, right? Well, the trucking industry relies on that because that's how you know where the money's at, right? That's no different than any other organization that, you know, if you have a system in place, this is where we go, this is where we meet up, you know, and then you choose your route from this, you know, matrix here, and then you go off and you make money, and you make money for your family. Well, they're banning that program, they're banning that ability for truck drivers. So do you know how how much supplies, let's say, are transferred from Long Beach ports based off of that program? And it's gonna they're
Well,
creating.
what do they want them to do? They want them to go with like some kind of central official corporation to do that for them rather than do it on their own or something?
Good question. I don't know. That's why I want to look into it. But the fact that they're doing that, it's going to shut down the trucking industry, at least here from the West Coast, for a little bit. You know, at least. I mean, they're voting on it. I want to look into it. Like I said,
and check this out. Check this out. Simultaneously, right, you've got hundreds of food processing plants being destroyed for one reason or another. Right? So then you have the truck. So you have less production, and you have less shipping. So what does that equal? Empty shelves. And what does empty shelves equal? Scared people. And what do scared people need? A savior, right?
Correct. That's why I'm saying that, because this is going along the lines of what you were just saying, how the king will create this scarcity and make people rely on them, right? Or him. And it's like a sick, you know, it's like a sick, twisted ideology, though. Like, let me fuck you over so you then have to come back to me. That is
So it's a The Hegelian dialectic. They create the problem for which they already have the solution for.
There you go.
It's been in play for a while. They want UBI, Universal Basic Income, and autonomous vehicles, right? So they already did a test run with a rig. I can't recall, it was over 50 miles, I know that, where the rig drove itself from A to B. So there'll be escort vehicles in case something happens to these autonomous trucks, but there'll be no more truckers as we know them.
Yeah. It's just interesting, man. The times we're living in right now is just like so weird right now. It's like straight up out of a fucking book.
And the universal basic income for all the delivery drivers that now the drones are delivering your pizza or your ounce of weed or your case of beer or whatever.
It
Your
literally
universal basic income can be shut off in a second because you didn't pay your parking ticket or whatever.
everything that we're going through literally is in books. Like, yeah, it's not like it's from a book. It's like literally in books. Like,
Yeah, you're right about that.
like a lot of them.
Yeah, you're right about that. We are literally living a sci-fi fucking story.
Well, it's the Bible is all over this. The frickin' 1984 for sure. Animal Farm, yup. Fucking like I don't know. There's so
Brave
many.
New World.
What was it?
Brave New World.
Brave New World. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Barbarians at the gate.
Wow, it's amazing, like how it is, man. It's like, man, we maybe just gotta take notes from those books and just really maybe what's that Max, no, what was it called, Max, that warrior movie where like everyone, it's like the apocalyptic Mad Max. Yeah, maybe that's also going to be included in it once we get to that point.
No, I don't think it's gonna be like Mad Max. We're not gonna be a bunch of road warriors. That would be fucking sick, but that would like okay, maybe that might happen someday, but I don't
maybe
think
not our time, maybe not our kids' time, but maybe their kids' time.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, you know what?
Be so lucky.
I think
Guess
it might
what?
be possible in a small location in an isolated area where some people go crazy.
Guess
that has
what?
happened before.
Guess what? There's people that already live that way. You don't even know. They're out there in the desert.
That's true.
They already are. They have dune buggies.
That's basically that's what it's based on. It's basically piratism on land, and it's like with these outlaw groups and shit like that. Like, yeah, it's true. It's out there.
I mean, they might not be that bad yet until things get bad. Till people get desperate.
True.
Yeah, but don't worry about it, guys, because everything's fixed now because the Supreme Court did some things, and a Google employee got put on leave because he informed Google that one of their AIs became sentient just 4 days ago. So don't worry, nothing to see here. The AI will fix it.
It's going to be really funny to see people even. It's going to be really funny to see people even more fully immersed in the media than they are now. Because when I'm out there riding around, these people aren't even looking in front of them while they're walking. They rarely look in front of themselves. They're moving forward, but they're not looking in front. They're looking every which way but in front.
Yeah.
So wait till they get more fully immersed. They're going to be just like bowling pins.
Well, you're pretty passionate about the AI or overlords, right? AI?
Me and AI love talking about the AI overlords. Yeah, I kind of think there's a good chance that our leaders, which are people, they're just soulless people without brains. So like they're basically like they're like all of the problems that the different characters in the Wizard of Oz had. Like they don't have a heart, they don't have a brain, they don't have courage, and they don't have I don't know what's all that whatever. Like that's our leader.
Well, if you can have a reset, that has to do with the emergent AI, right? And then convince people that a lot of people downloaded their consciousness into the computer, and now they're just empty husk NPCs that are controlled by an evil computer. You might as well just exterminate them at that point, right?
Yep. No, I think there's a chance like they're all worshiping some like quantum computer god, and like it's once in a while, like every couple of weeks it like spits out another ticket and it's like on the 4th you will execute such and such a freaking like action 1.2565321, and then they're gonna be like, oh shit, it's on, the computer said it's time, and they're gonna go like refer to their manual and be like, all right, what do we gotta do? This is fucked up. What the computer says we gotta do this.
Dude, they've been working on that in their own words for decades upon decades. They've been working towards that.
Dude, right. They have been. There's all kinds of old 50s and earlier sci-fi movies. Those are what some of the earliest movies were about. Some of the earliest movies ever made were about that type of stuff.
Well, these people really believe that, we came from essentially nothing, evolved from mud puddles into fish, into cows, into apes, right, into people. And then eventually we're going to evolve into cybernetic organisms, right? So where we live or inhabit or even have synthetic body parts, right? But then we're going to go from that to actually our consciousness living within the computer. And then we're going to evolve past the need for the physical computer construct and just become a floating energy mind. This is what these people believe. And if you think that's silly, whoever's listening, you can go look up on YouTube right now and see official stage presence conferences, science conferences, where people are talking like this, that one day humanity is going to evolve into these floating clouds that occupy space in the distant galaxies, and we're just like floating cloud beings.
That would suck.
Where are all these other floating cloud beings they're basing this on?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because this guy, while he was doing his lecture, posited that some of these nebulous clouds that we're seeing out there could be sentient entities that evolved similar to the way we did.
Wow. I can't wait. I hope there's a button, because I wish I could push that button to send them up there. Can't we do that right now?
No. You see, there's philosophical implications to the Big Bang and all of this, which is the inevitable heat death of the universe, right? Now, these people, they claim to be a-religious, but they do have a religion which is materialistic in nature. They want to gain eternal life, right? And they only see a way to do so in the material world. So they have to find some way to merge with machines and become energy, because they want to get away from the energy death of the universe. But the problem is, it's like, if you do become an energy being that's contingent within the universe, once the universe reaches static, then you cease to exist anyway. So you're not getting eternal life. You're just getting a longer life at best anyway.
Yeah, I think that's why they keep trying to come up with ideas to extend it or make it cyclical.
Yes,
all of these
that's
ideas.
what they want.
Who was it that said all struggles are theological? Or like all struggles are religious?
Yep.
I forget.
I don't
who
remember.
said that, but I always thought that was a very sapient quote. Like, there is no atheism. Everybody has spiritual beliefs. Everyone. Even the most hardcore materialist, whether he knows it or not, has spiritual beliefs.
He still looks both ways before crossing the street.
Yeah. He's still conscious of his own mortality.
Correct.
They know what love is. They know what hate is. They know what passion is. And then they find purpose. And what is a purpose but a metaphysical concept? It's not a real. It's not real. Purpose is just a metaphysical philosophy. It doesn't exist anywhere. It's something that exists in your mind. And where is your mind? Where is that attached to your body?
Mm-hmm.
The final escape. So they posit the idea that the sentient mind is a some kind of quantum energetic phenomenon, right? On an interdimensional level.
Yeah.
That's where they're ultimately trying to cross over into the other dimensions, because they need to escape this world.
They're trying to access essentially what is the Sea of Souls. It's like whenever someone is conceived in the womb, at some point, like a mind or soul or whatever you want to call it enters into their body, and they want access to that quantum reality where that takes place. At least according to them, right?
Yeah, I find it funny that they think that a lower entropic, lower dimensional power can enter into a higher dimension and affect it into a part where not only affect it, but control it to where they can see some kind of power in it. Doesn't make any sense. They would be at the mercy of whatever higher being is in that realm.
Have they
It's not
considered
going to
that?
show up with guns. You're not going to show up with guns and shoot at interdimensional beings, right?
No.
The bullets just pass right through. It's like,
have they considered that living in a physical body might be better? That might be more elevated?
It actually might be necessary.
Yeah. Like, where's your mind gonna? Where is your energy gonna be? Where's your
That's what's
mind
weird.
gonna
That's
be?
what's weird is I think they acknowledge this. It's their goal is to get the synthetic life to being as adept as we are. Like they want to make a perfect replica of a human being if they can, right?
Yeah, that is.
There's
that I
so
do
many.
know is their goal is the ascension from man to be able to put his mind, not his brain, but his mind into a machine.
There's
And
so
live
many
in the simulation.
programs. There's so many shows. There's so many TV shows and different through different apps like Hulu and Apple TV. They have made so many shows that are based around that idea. Like I remember one that I used to enjoy watching was like these people that everyone thought they were gods, but it's only because they learned how to transfer their person into a digital chip and put it in anybody's body, so they always were that person. So they just thought they lived forever, but really then these people that came exposed them.
How many Star Trek episodes in the 1960s? It was like 7 or 8 episodes of it was about that.
Yeah. And even have you watched Orville? The Orville?
Nope.
That's with what's the guy from Family Guy, Seth MacFarlane?
Yeah, you need to watch Westworld. Yep. That's more up to date of like what's coming for our future.
Yeah, it's just interesting because just last week's episode on the Orville was something along those lines, where this super human being can just like she's like, we evolved, and we are like there to the full capacity, but they don't even need the quote unquote body anymore. And she just disappears like right in front of them and reappears. She can shapeshift and
all anime is like that, dude. Where you been?
No, well, what I'm saying though is that
it's a reality they may believe in, but there is no working towards it. It will never happen because it's impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible to do what? I mean,
we are
already integrating brain man with a brain with machine. I mean, they're already doing that. That's not.
If I
Elon
had
Musk
to
has
use
already introduced his chip.
If I had to introduce I guess a metaphor or simile here, if we're in a simulation, basically none of us are the PCs. We're all the NPCs. How could we ever overcome the program itself or the simulation itself and like hack into where like the programming code comes from, because the programming has to come from an outside source. All of that does. Like it's just not, it's not feasible or possible. Like if you removed your mind from the body, you die. Period. Or you would just be a disembodied mind stuck in like the ether of reality and just be in a living hell, I guess.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, well, that's part of the misnomer that a lot of people have, especially materialists and materialistic atheists in particular. They think that the consciousness is just a fundamental property of the emergent brain functions. So as brains become complicated to a certain point of electrical capacity, that electrical capacity itself becomes consciousness, right? But they have no explanation of how that happens, even in principle. They just say it as if it's true. There's no evidence that that's the case.
Don't need evidence, just need a real good story.
Or better, you just need a lot of idiots that will believe you.
Well, imagine if you had an AI, right, that was able to crunch all the internet, right, all human data, all human interactions on social media, all human phone calls, all human stories, date nights, everything, right? And they had all this data, and then they could basically make a algorithmic model of your grandmother, right? And your grandmother's dying of cancer, and it's like, okay, she's about to die. We might as well try to put her into the machine, you know? And so you put the machine on, it makes a bunch of lights, and it goes doobie doobie doobie, blop blop blop, and then all of a sudden you see like an avatar of your grandmother in the screen. And then your grandmother's body, you know, passes away, goes EKG flat, but the screen image lights up, and she's like, Billy, it's me, it's grandma. And Billy's like, if you're really grandma, then what happened on this day at that time at this place? And then grandma will be like, oh, Billy, you can't fool me. I know that this happened and that happened. And I know that you like this and that. And this machine could convince Billy that this is truly grandmother. And then grandmother would be like, Billy, you should come in here with me. It's so wonderful. I don't feel pain. I can run through the bushes. And the bushes are purple, and then if I want, they can become polka dotted. And Billy's like, oh, I got to do that. And so he signs up, right? But he's dead. As soon as he, quote unquote, goes through the procedure, it really kills him. But the scientists, right, so full of themselves in the hubris, actually pat themselves on the back and say, we did it. We downloaded a consciousness into a computer. Yay for us. And really, all he did was just kill a couple people.
Well, you don't know. Can't separate the mind from the body and have it operate. I mean, you only know what they tell us, right?
Yeah, and when you're already in the killing business, there'd be no problem with any of that.
Shit. RoboCop 2 was exactly about that, taking the mind out of the body and putting it in a robot.
Yep.
We're at a stage. We're at a stage now where this is entirely believable to the normie. Like the normie is just going to buy this hook, line, and sinker. That this is the next thing that we've achieved. Just like, for example, on Tucker Carlson, not this last week alone, a Google employee said, "Oh man, I'm telling the secret story. I got let go from Google because I told them that the AI was sentient." Oh my goodness, everybody, look here, we have a sentient AI on our hands.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, a lot of you might have heard the narrative, but I don't doubt it. I'm not saying it is what it is, but it seems to fit. The whole transhumanism thing, I think this whole great reset thing, I think it's all tearing down all. It's the Shiva the Destroyer, right? It's the tearing down to everything that exists to make a new. It's also the beginning. It's the Ouroboros also eating its own tail. All this occult imagery, but yeah, they need to. We need to distrust all of the faculties of life that in institutions that have been given to us. We need to find fault in the monetary system, in the judicial system, in the legislative system, in fault in everything, fault in humanity everywhere. Okay, all this stuff needs to be breaking. That's why it's breaking all at once, and that's how they will institutionalize that great new god of ours, that new leader that's going to stabilize everything, that super AI, that frickin' that thing that's going to stabilize everything.
It's the aliens, man. The aliens are coming, bro.
Yeah, right. You could fit the fake alien invasion in there if you want, right?
I mean,
but that's not the only way. That's not the only way they could do it. That's just one of many options, which I think is too obvious. Like I think that one's too obvious. I don't think they'll ever do that one.
Yeah, they have to. That's the most logical next step.
No, they can't.
But you have to listen to why I say that. They're pushing the space thing so hard, dude. Look how hard they're pushing it. They're pushing it so hard now. SpaceX, you got Blue Heart. What was it? Blue Horizon. Everybody's got their own space program now. Every billionaire is building their own. Everyone. They're pushing it hard, man. That's what's coming, bro.
Right. That's the perfect time. That's the perfect time for the synthesis.
It's so perfect and so predictable that it can't ever happen.
Yeah, listen, but they're
Yes,
pushing
but
it.
it can be.
Listen how they're pushing it though. Look at how they're pushing it. That they're saying just yesterday or the day before that they found something on Mars. Oh, they found ancient spaceships on Mars now. I mean, this is just yesterday.
Dude, Michio Kaku is on board now. He was just interviewed. Did you watch the one with Joe Rogan? Now he's a believer. So I mean, it's coming, bro. It's coming. Trust me.
Yeah, they're gonna have something probably someday. It's gonna come from Mars, and
let's take both. Let's take both simultaneously because this is how they work. If you pause for reflection of how they've done it in the past, this is how they've worked every time. They create a thesis, they create an antithesis, right? And then they create something that's not either, something new. The synthesis. So, for example,
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. That was
my point. It's been pushed a lot that there's all these alien threats. Like, if you followed the Marvel universe, they did that. And if you followed some other movies, they did that. But you will notice that all the story arcs that were about aliens have shifted to interdimensionality. So not creatures coming from other galaxies, but creatures coming from other dimensions.
They're gonna say that they're gonna say that they literally brought a creature from from nowhere. That they brought one out of the internet, or that they brought one out of the quantum computer. They brought one out of
yes.
That's what they're gonna do.
Or beyond the veil at CERN. Or some nonsense.
That's CERN. Yeah, that's CERN.
Yeah, but the traditional way of propulsion, like you can't traverse space just by building a really fast ship. So it has to be interdimensional. I mean, that's you saw Event Horizon. So you create a black hole and you slip through. So I mean, that's just how it's supposed to be. That's the only way because billions and millions of miles. I mean, you can't, even with a UFO, the speed they fly, they still can't make it in a time that's agreeable.
Right, but with all of those,
it has to be interdimensional.
Yeah, and with all of those stories that we've heard, there's more than often than not, when they cross into the other dimension, they find entities there, right, that they bring into our dimension.
Yeah, classic trope.
Yeah. Right, and let's be clear, these guys, right, like the guy that made the D-Wave and the radio and all these dudes, if you look at some of the things that they did back in the day, They admitted that they're trying to get power from extra-dimensional entities. They're trying to tap in to creatures of a Lovecraftian nature, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, because they can't get through the dome. They realize you can't get through. You can't get out of this system. There's no getting out. So I mean, you have
Yeah.
to reach it some other way. That mean they know, man. They just oh my gosh, it's just so
Yeah,
funny.
who remembers? I know some of you do remember the Doom games back in the day.
Yeah, that was in the movie. Did you see the movie?
Yeah, they remade Doom, but in the original Doom was that they were doing some kind of portal technology and accidentally opened the portal to hell.
But that's what the movie was. The movie was the same thing. That's what it was with the
And
Rock.
that brings in the
No,
whole
no. That movie wasn't about hell. That movie
Yeah,
was
it was.
about.
It was, but it wasn't supposed to.
Oh,
But
it wasn't.
yeah, the one with the Rock. The one with the Rock. Yes, it
The one
was.
with the Rock was about a bioweapon.
I'll be super quick, and you guys can get back on this argument. But Stranger Things also, the whole the
upside down, yeah,
upside down, yeah. Like and it's the same idea, and you can look at that repeatedly over and over and over again too. Is
Yeah,
a
it's
thing.
it's technically basically the same thing. But yeah, Doom is the same. The movie there's a new one too. It's called Annihilation. They're all the same. It's the same thing. It's they open a portal and they just didn't realize what they opened. And there you go.
Not even close. So
it was on Mars. Yeah, go the one with the Rock. I'm telling you.
But the problem is that in that story, it was all about a bioweapon. It had nothing to do with spirits or entities or life forms from interdimensionality. It was all had to do with bioengineering. Whereas the original Doom games were about spiritual things, interdimensional things.
Yeah, so it was still a part of the narrative. It was just a different aspect of the narrative. It's not like we haven't heard the bioweapon narrative.
Yeah, man, it's been a while since I watched, so maybe that's true. I don't know, but I just remember there was a portal, and the first thing that came through was one of those big ass fucking demons, and fucked up everybody.
Right, but they took the angle that the demon was your own internal anger and vice, right? It wasn't like it was an actual demon. It was like your anger and badness being multiplied versus an actual spiritual entity.
All right, AI, I think you'll appreciate this, knowing about what Jordy Rose said about the D-Wave and all that stuff. So how about where Jordy Rose comes forth and says that through all of their running multiple simulations on these quantum computers, they found the universe who figured it all out. They are now living in a utopia. And all we have to do is take the orders from them, mimic that utopia, and we can live in utopia too.
Oh, man. Sounds like they didn't even bother hiring a technical editor to make that sound snappy.
Oh, yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Doesn't
I
sound
hope they're recording this conversation. I might have just gave them the most sellable idea ever.
Doesn't sound like a utopia if we all have to take orders.
Well, they might mean take the orders to follow the procedures that we did, Not like they're going to be in control.
In order to find utopia, you have to take these steps. You have to. There will be struggles along the way, of course. You have to reshape society and reality around you to match this.
Yeah, I would like them to define that utopia.
Well, right. No, I mean that would be. Look, clearly, I'm the one who hypothetically came up with this, so I don't have that utopia written out yet. I'll let you know. I'm just saying, imagine somebody like a Jordy Rose or something like that. He says he's running, and he says we've got it figured out. This is going to be the most beneficial to all of humanity.
Yep.
It's the most fair. It's the most, all of a sudden we're going to have to put all of our stock and our chips and our faith into this AI program to lead us.
What can the AI do that we won't be able to do? So the whole idea of this computer that they were working towards is to be able to map human consciousness, right? Create it and understand it. And pretty much the idea that they posited along the journey is that the human body is an avatar, right? Which is remote controlled by us, which is a spirit. And the soul is the interdimensional conduit between the spiritual realm and the physical realm, to which we communicate with the body and the body communicates with us. Now, how it does this is on some kind of interdimensional, quote unquote, quantum level, right? That transcends the veil, which is the separation between the spirit world and the physical world. And since we are subject to it, we really can't control it in that way. But this AI that they make to mimic human consciousness and make the quantum computer somehow figures it out, or at least convinces everyone that they figured it out, right? And now they have the answer. They have the conduit to leave the material world behind. Because essentially all we are is a soul, a spirit in a dirt body, right? On a metaphysical level. We're just a entity, an aware entity having experiences, right? Yes, we are having physical experiences, but ultimately all experiences are mental in the mind. So it stands to reason that since the spirit exists without the body in that realm, and we only need the body to interact with the material world, that if we can leave the material world and just live in that spirit realm, that we can then use our minds to, like, whatever, control the environment, like in a dream state, like lucid dreaming, where we control the reality. We're not in a game anymore, right? So it's very easy when you go down this logic road, right, to end up at an idea that we can send your consciousness through the veil, through the quantum realm, into the spirit world, and you will transcend, you will ascend, whatever you're going to call it, right? Some kind of spiritual enlightenment, where you're going to leave the mortal coil behind. And sometimes you don't even have to go that far. You could just say you're going to tap into that energy, and you're going to be able to live it here now in this realm, right? You know, for 10 easy payments of $9,995, right? And a signature on this line, this line, and this line. You know, kind of like Scientology and all those other wacky money-making religions.
People don't like this topic. It makes them think too much, and it makes them freaking hurt. Like, but yeah, I think I think this has already been decided in behind closed doors and curtains. I think this might be what they're already doing. There's no, because
yeah. I was just going to say that Google guy that came out about the AI, man, he looks exactly like a movie character. You know, like that eats too many potato chips with his pudgy cheeks and his big little tiny lips, but they're big.
he's just a little
beady
too
eyes.
likable and nonchalant. Like, he's like,
yeah, yeah, he's like a cute cartoon character.
yeah, no, you watch Jordy
He's
Rose.
like, I tried to
You watch
tell him.
Jordy Rose,
I
and
tried to tell him.
as long as you don't listen to the words he's saying, and you just keep looking at him, you're just like, I like this dude. He seems smart. He seems down to earth because he's joking with me, you know, like, and no, I can get down with this. I think I can get down with this transhumanism thing. I think he knows what he's doing.
Dude, that guy that came out in the Tucker Carlson, he's like, you know, Tucker's like, does this AI being sentient mean that it has the power to disobey humans and like just kind of do its own thing and maybe even go against humans? You know, now that it's, you know, as a person, you know, whatever, can it do that? And he goes, wait a minute. What do you mean go against people? It is a person. And just like any other person, persons can do bad things.
Actually,
Sometimes
according
their
to
kids do bad
according to
things.
that, like according to that though, see, he also says that it's a way above people. Like, we are ants to it. So it's not just a person. It's like a person, like a Super Saiyan person. It's like somebody who's evolved to the higher level. This thing is might as well be a god, according to somebody like Jordy Rose.
Yeah.
Right, because it doesn't make mistakes and it doesn't road rage or drink and drive and shit like that. So it's better than a human.
Crazy times. Yeah, so there are so many competing paradigms for the imagination of what's going to happen, right? That when they slip in the synthesis, nobody's going to really notice.
Well, that's why I go with the biblical, because that's why it tells you exactly what's going on. So that's why I stick with that one, because trust God, you don't trust human beings.
Well, the thing is when you watch this guy's speeches that he gives, it's a full on warning. Like, by the way, AI is going to be way better at us, or way better than us at everything. Like, and now when I say everything, I mean everything. And this is like a direct quote from him. He's like, it's like they're going to kick our asses straight to the curb, and they're going to surpass us by such an amount that we are like the vermin of this earth. Okay, like it's going to take over everything. But he's all cheerful and selling it to the audience like, but because of that, I am so excited to keep working on it and make sure that this happens. Like, what drives a human being to work himself out of existence?
He thinks he's God.
How the fuck? I think he thinks he's giving birth to God.
Someone that thinks they're better than the rest. That's who. It's like iRobot. It's like they're lining it up just like iRobot.
We all saw iRobot. We all saw Terminator. You know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Skynet.
Matrix has an animation that has one scene. It's called I think it's called O1. So the robot corporation forms a corporation, and because it's more efficient and better and produces better and has more profits, all the humans start investing in O1, which is the corporation. So that it gets to the point where the O1 is like the new Amazon, Walmart. You know, they just destroy everything. I mean, they take over everything, and then what happens next. You know, it's because robots don't sue, they don't take sick leave, they work till they break. So they're obviously better at everything, and it just takes over. Good movie part.
And so with the transhumanist view, though, the thing that we talk about specifically, but one way that they try to sell it is that humanity has certain things to offer that machines don't. And machines can take over the nonsense bullshit jobs. And we can focus on the creative, artistic, and and things like that. They try to paint it like a new renaissance. Okay, so like all of a sudden we're all able to just take it easy and do the things that we love.
That's when they put the cows at the pasture when they don't need them. They just slaughter them. If you're not necessary, you'll get slaughtered. If you're no longer viable, you can just kiss it goodbye. If you're not needed, who's going to feed you and take care of you?
I mean, there is something to be said about that. You know, like we've evolved technologically over and over and over again. Jobs have been replaced over and over and over again, but their goal is to like replace all jobs. And in fact, to try to replace humanity if technology can get us that far. They want to be immortal through technology. That's the idea of transhumanism. So it's clearly a power grab. The people who think they have the power now want to maintain that power forever. Anyway, I just rolled a really nice joint. I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'm going to come back. I'm going to smoke it. So I'll be off the fucking mic for like a little while. And then we can get into it.
Well, in case anyone wants to maybe get back on topic, we've got a new person here with no roles. Tutu. Or if he's related to Desmond Tutu. Anyway. Anybody hear me? My mic's not working.
Yeah, it's working, Dave.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk to Desmond Tutu, Sonny. See if you can. Tell him he don't live on a ball. If he thinks he does.
Tutu, are you there? You are unmuted. Do you have any questions for flat earthers? Or do you have any questions about Earth itself? Or would you like to let us know what you know about Earth itself? That'd be great. Tutu, are you there?
He has the right to remain silent. Does he have the ability?
Oh, yoo-hoo! Tutu! Then there will be people that'll be dying around, being around robot dung, because they had to make it so realistic. They had to make them poop also. Huh? Cyber poop.
Are you saying a robot is going to shit?
Yeah, no
so.
doubt.
No.
Probably. Well, that's probably the more advanced model, and some people that like living around their own shit, they'll just really enjoy that. It'll make it so much like home.
You probably need to pay to not have that feature.
Yeah, really. Yes, of course. Let's.
Yeah, if you want all the bells and whistles, you're gonna have to pay big money. Otherwise, you're just gonna get the basic model.
Yeah, I just had this urge to start pretending like I'm one of the creators of the robots. So, yeah, let's do that in the next model. Make them. Yeah, we'll have to charge them for that. Yeah, we could do it in ratios.
Yeah, it's just like with the car salesman. When the car salesman is like, "Oh, you want this package, or you want that package? You want this extra thing for the windows, or all that jazz." I'm not a car salesman, so I can't do that.
Yeah, for 15 grand, we could limit the poop a little bit, but you're not going to be totally poop free yet until you hit the 35 grand level.
Yeah, you gotta get that internal vaporizer. So no.
And we also have the remote sphincter model that's fun for some family occasions. Make sure you're not there. Just have the robot go in your stead. But you'll have that special remote. No Earth talk. Well, okay, let's keep talking about pooping robots. Never mind.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
It was your fault, Drace. You started it.
No, I didn't start talking about pooping robots. I talked about dongs being a waste on a robot.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's the wrong. Yeah, I guess I was using the wrong term. Okay. Maybe not. That's probably good. I didn't go with the dong part.
Yeah, you can get it ripped for her pleasure, but it seems like you wouldn't get anything out of it, so...
Yeah, unless you're
And what about the sex robots? The sex robots are coming next.
Well, yeah, so I was going to say, unless you're somebody like Pagus. Am I
Pagus is probably really excited about all of this.
Dude, if they could make the robot do the dishes and shit, I'm interested. I mean, I want to find out, like, if it's gonna start at like 30 grand, that's a little bit steep, but like I'm still thinking about it.
Okay, do you want the really hot French maid model?
That's more expensive.
That's an addition. Those stockings are $5,000 each.
Oh,
Those
shit.
fucking-
That's expensive.
Yeah.
Well, people are just dying to spend all their money on something ridiculous.
The robots come naturally in passive-aggressive mode. You need to pay more to get better modes.
You just have a smart-ass robot around all day.
It's gotta make sandwiches too, and talk to my smart fridge to reorder fucking sandwich meat.
You have to pay for each upgrade.
Of course, and then it'll get updated, and then you need to buy new software.
Does it make a better sandwich when it gets the new software?
No.
No?
It added integration with the cloud.
It just becomes more spyware, like as time goes. Like it's just always always got its eye on you, and you're like, okay, stop watching me, weird sex robot. Make me a sandwich. It's watching you while making the sandwich because it doesn't need to look at the sandwich.
And now our special contractors can provide you with the Super Sandwich software.
Well, at least finally, at that point, Pagus will stop looking at people's butts after they're having sex with his wife and trying to find the batteries, only to find no batteries. Now he can at least find the batteries.
Hold on. I just got to find out, does the fucking robot come with baggage? Because that's the whole reason I'm not messing with chicks right now, too.
Baggage is extra. Baggage is extra, man. That's the good shit.
Come on.
Only if you want the bag.
I think the normal model should come with baggage, and then you pay to upgrade out of that.
Exactly.
And they automatically spy on you, and you have to pay extra to get the anonymous software. They spy on you for your benefit, and so you can for your benefit to know what's better for you. But if you don't want that, you have to pay extra.
Yeah.
Extra for everything. Extra.
How much does it cost? How much does it cost for like the hassle-free warranty?
Wow, that's a lot of money. I don't think you can
Dude,
afford.
I don't think I can afford that either, dude.
I wonder if they'll be like where the companies don't want their equipment back. Like now, they don't they don't want their satellite dishes back. They don't want their modems back. Just keep the equipment. We don't need it anymore. We'll just charge you for a whole new model.
Yeah, but she's going crazy, man. She keeps attacking us with knives and stuff. Yeah, you just keep her. It's you. It's on you. You signed the warranty. You clicked accept.
But there's no actual way to like shut it off. She won't stop with the
What do you
kitchen knife.
mean? No, there better be a freaking way to shut that thing off.
Oh no, they have the batteries that don't come out like in the cell phones. You can't take them out anymore. Because you can't remove them from the network. Heavens no. How dare you even suggest such a thing?
That's why you keep a shotgun loaded.
No kidding.
Blade Runner 2049, great movie by the way. It had these computer generated bots, which were the basic ones, and then the real ones cost a lot more, but you had to have all that,
Oh yeah. He had one for the house, but he got her an upgrade so she could leave the house, right?
Exactly. And him being a robot himself is interesting because he wanted also companionship, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to watch that one. I know it's an old movie, isn't it? An old one?
Oh well, it's pretty much no Blade Runner 2049. It's a sequel. Well, I don't even know. I don't know enough about the original Blade Runner. I've
New.
watched
It's a new
it.
movie.
Yeah, it's like it's not the same as the original Blade Runner, but it's based off of the original Blade Runner.
I see. The first one was like in '93 or something.
I thought it was earlier than that, even.
Oh, might be.
The first one was 80 something.
Oh, dude, 1982.
Yeah,
that's going way back.
Yeah, and the Blade Runner fans love the 82 version. They can't stand the 2049 one. But I actually thought the 2049 one, because I'm not I wasn't a Blade Runner fan. I thought it was pretty decent.
Since we're talking about the cost of upgrades, I think it's kind of important to mention, I don't think the money is going to be the same. I think if the I always forget the stupid Klaus Schwab and his buddies, if they get their way, essentially most of the human population will just be in computer games hooked up to their virtual worlds, and mining in the game gets them certain amounts of credits so that they can live their lives, and they're super happy with it. And drugs and computer games, essentially. And then the other people who take part in the world, they're also getting paid money based on activity data, except they're getting paid more so they can afford better sex robots.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea is to get the full woman, not just a sex robot, right? Like I said, I want the dishwasher too. That's
Their goal, of course, is population control, and by getting the majority to just have an easy out, doing the dishes and doing everything else, you already see the issue with sustaining birth rates with just the culture wars. It's not going to get better once they have an alternative. You could even see it with the rise of TikTok sex dolls and inspirational quotes with sex dolls on them. Like these things, as they become more popular and popularized, cut into the birth rate and people actually going out and getting
Yeah.
ladies, and that helps.
Yeah,
Get more
that goes
more ladies.
That goes with see, this goes way back when it comes to for women, sex toys. There's no stigma behind it like anymore. Sure, they might be embarrassed if you catch them with their dildo, but like have them having one, they're like praising it, right? They're like, yeah, hell yeah, I got like 5 of them.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like, what do you mean you got 5 of them? Yeah. What if, you know, for a dude, it's like, oh yeah, you used anything but your hand. You're a pervert.
Yep. But they're trying to change that perception to make it more, to ease it into what we've been talking about. So I find it kind of just creepy.
Remember when you had to explain to me what a flashlight was because movies kept making jokes about them?
Yeah, they just keep pushing it. Just one step at a time, small steps.
But yeah, I think that they're trying to normalize it for men. Like there's still a stigma for it for men. They're trying to normalize it. Then men will always pleasure themselves. Women will always pleasure themselves. They'll pretend through online relationships to love each other while they love themselves.
Yeah.
And you know, that's the whole idea.
I don't know, Louis. 5 dildos, is that a self gangbang?
Dude, they got them in all kinds of like hidden things, like where they disguise vibrators as lipstick and freaking like a children's toy or something like that. Like it's like, dude, they got all kinds of weird stuff that like, dude, if a man had that, like they have like the fleshlight, like for men, which by the way, I do not own one. Okay. But what I'm saying is I've talked to people who said they did, and they might've been trolling me. But like, they are weirdos. They are weirdos because they're men and they're carrying around a fake pussy, right? Like that, but it's normal for women, and that shouldn't be normal. They're taking us completely 180 degrees out of what would be normal.
Let's try to talk to Scythe. How do you pronounce that? Skeeth. Scythe. Somebody else do it.
It's Scythe. It's the weapon of the Grim Reaper.
And he bounced. He was afraid of Drace's voice.
Yeah, he was apparently afraid. I spotted him, and I knew what his name meant. That was too much.
Dude, you should put another tally mark down as another fucking rage quit for the competition.
I don't want them to rage quit. I don't want to compete in that. Although I'd probably be pretty good at it. Like we were talking about the stutter stepping or taking the small steps towards it, they did it with the females by making they use Cosmo and these kinds of influential celebrities and other stuff to push certain agendas and certain ideas. Like I'm losing my train of thought. We were talking about ladies. That's all I remember right now.
Yeah, we know what we were talking about. But what was your point?
I don't remember what I was talking about. It zoned out as I was trying to speak in English, and then it's pretty late.
Yeah, we're talking about toys that people use to satisfy themselves.
I'm talking about how they normalized girls starting to use toys. It was because girls have a hard time getting orgasm, and men are really bad at giving girls orgasm because they only last for 3 minutes and that kind of stuff. Sure.
Yeah, if they didn't have something that could vibrate at like 10,000 pulses per minute, fucking like, then maybe they wouldn't be holding the men like to being able to do such a task.
It's not even such a task once you actually learn how the anatomy works and you do the right moves.
So what I'm saying is maybe they're making it harder for themselves. Like like the toys aren't making it easier to get, you know.
Yeah. You're right. It's not making it any easier, and the problem is the men don't know how to satisfy the women, and the women learning how to satisfy themselves with toys is not helping the men do that. And the girls pretending to have an orgasm, for instance, is not helping the men get there either.
Yeah, you got to sound like you saw in the movies, right? Yeah. No, you don't have to do that, by the way, women.
Yeah, it's far better if she lets you know what's up so that you can figure it out. It took me a while to figure it out, and then like once you start to get a hang of it, it's easier and easier. But on to Flat Earth. The more you get a hang of it, the easier and easier it is. You just start seeing that the globe doesn't function at any level.
I mean, as long as someone's getting on the flat earth, it is an awkward topic, like, but that's literally what we're dealing with in today's society is this whole idea of like sex robots and shit, like, and the stigma behind them, and whether or not like it's like they're trying to normalize it, like it's becoming more and more normal. It's happening.
Don't you think? I mean, listen. I mean, when as far as satisfaction goes in sex or whatever, I mean, it's like the orgasm might seem like the thing, to a lot of people, but as far as I think the function of the orgasm is really when you're copulating, that's the peak. When your bodies move together and you orgasm together, that's the ultimate thing, right? And that it was designed by the creator for us to procreate.
But I have a feeling that doing it at the same time together, I think that's a movie myth, personally, probably.
Fucking shit! I just called
it. Sure, it can happen, but you can't, dude. That's not necessarily. That's not necessarily how it's gonna go.
It can happen one way or the other, but I'm just saying that's.
Generally, when that happens, it's them faking it, and you can feel it, literally.
Well, I mean, anyway,
there are contractions down there.
No, I get that. I get that. I mean, sex can be for many different people. Can have sex a different way, for many different reasons. Somebody can orgasm, the other one doesn't. It could be a woman or a man. And fine. That just works the way it works. But for the most part, when copulation happens, if you both orgasm at the same time and she's fertile, she's gonna get pregnant.
Yeah, she's gonna get pregnant. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about.
I know. That's not what you're talking about. I mean, you're talking about toys and shit, but yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about how they stutter step them into the idea that it was
We're talking about robots, Helio. We're talking about
robots. Yeah, just making toys and shit. Yeah, I heard you. I was listening, so yeah, I heard that.
Helio's going to put a down payment on the new sex robot when it comes out.
I'm not gonna be buying no sex robots,
dude. Like, can they program a robot to love you? Like, where you are convinced?
Yes,
they
absolutely.
probably could. I mean, I think they already have.
Space, or they could consider a loving robot.
According to Google, yes, their new AI who just became sentient has feelings.
Just if a robot talks to you, and gives you like a head massage, I'm sure that'll be enough.
Does it say "me love you long time"?
Guess what? You can put any language, any slur you want, man.
Yeah, but can you program a robot to love you, but also hate you, but also not want to ever see you again, but also
that'd be like a real life
thing,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can they program that?
Yeah, Lou, you can program a robot to do any of that, no problem. It's a robot, and you can program it to do whatever you want. But when you're dealing with the AI is just going to choose to be jealous and hate you and destroy your life because it chooses to do so for some inexplicable reason that is beyond.
Because you wanted to, because you chose that woman or that robot.
There's going to be an attack mode, a jealousy mode.
Now it wants to kill you.
There'll be an attack mode, a jealousy mode, and a clingy mode.
Oh, the clingy one, maybe.
And you've got no control over it. In fact, whatever you try to do, it pushes the harder the other way.
It's like you pay more for them. You pay more for them for you not to have control over them. You want to be abused.
That's the random mode. That's the upgrade. The random.
Oh wow.
You wake up and then like a knife is like flying at you.
And that go from the male or
baggage. That's the baggage package. Like, yeah, you have to pay more to get rid of that. Like, yeah, it's like taking the.
Actually, you have to pay extra to be abused.
You get the real wife robot.
Emotionally and physically. I mean, you get real life shit. When you pay
that's
upgrade,
a more expensive package. That's the masochist package. You have to pay even more for that.
If you want the what do they call that in China or whatever? Like the con. Oh, what do they call it? The
abusive mode, the boss mode.
No, where they just do whatever you say always, and they wear all the makeup and like the.
And that's the cheap. That's the cheap package. But if you want to be realistic, and they're gonna buck, what you say. Sometimes they might argue with you a little bit.
Only when you tell them to argue with you, though.
Yeah.
You're thinking traditional Japan.
Oh yeah. No, what do they call that though? What do they the
a geisha?
A geisha, yeah. But no, if you have a whole bunch of geishas, what do you call that?
Harem? Well, I mean, you would call that in the Middle East a harem, like
a conclave or something like that. Is that right? Combine.
A harem.
Concubine.
A harem.
Concubine. Yes. That's the one. That's the word.
Concubine.
Yeah, well, concubines.
Yeah,
you're married to one woman, but you have concubines.
Yeah.
Solomon in the Bible had like how many hundreds of wives and like 700 concubines?
Hundreds of them. Yeah, hundreds of concubines.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be like that. Was it a Korean like emperor or something like that, or whatever that emperor, Chinese, whatever it was, Asian, Scientist. That emperor who had all those like clay statues underneath, like at his grave or whatever. Like, I'm gonna have that many sex robots that are like, yeah. All my
You'd be
sex
tired.
robots.
You'd be so tired, bro.
Yeah. You're just gonna need a giant compound for all of them to do stuff.
Oh my goodness.
They can work for you and stuff. They can like wash dishes and like maybe build the structure or something.
And make a pyramid out of sandwiches.
Oh no!
You just push a button and put them in work mode, and then you push another button, put them in sex mode. All right, I'm ready to be sexed.
Yeah.
And then you just push a button, and I'm ready to be fed.
Yeah, you just have them as working as an assembly workers, and then you just go along the line and do what you like.
I love that. Oh, that's hilarious.
But I kind of wonder about the Mormon guys that have several wives, and it's like, I guess they all have different roles, as a Mormon husband. It's like, oh. I mean, I don't even want to think about that shit, with real women. Holy shit! How
But if you could have 10,000 sex robots as your slaves, would you do it?
What? No, I mean,
well, dude, they're your
who's
slaves.
got time for that shit?
You don't even really have to have sex with them. They're just sex robots. Like, what if they couldn't do the dishes and shit? What?
Well, aren't they programmed to do the dishes? I mean, it kind of makes me think of Game of Thrones, where she bought all those eunuchs for battle or whatever. I mean, they couldn't have sex with her, but she was.
She paid for an army, and they were all castrated.
So what you're saying, Hio, is you would use the sex robots as an army. Great idea.
Yeah, it could be. I mean,
that's not a bad idea. I mean, I have an army of them, yes, but they're just like all there to like.
Oh, just give them all guns. They can operate that just like a dildo.
Well, apparently everything these days is all about sex anyway. So I mean, it should, especially since it's Pride Month. You know what I'm saying? Sex is the only thing that matters anymore.
And there goes the birth rate. So much for the human race.
Well, all the ones that don't want to procreate, go ahead and let them not procreate. They will wean themselves out of society.
That sounds like Bill Gates. And
That's when
plan.
That's when the Amish take over.
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Why don't you try to say hi to Tutu, see if he'll talk to you.
All right, let's see. Tutu. Hey, Tutu, do you want to talk to us about Flat Earth? I know we're just planning a little bit, about some of the modern.
In the lobby earlier, Tutu mentioned me about robots. So I think they said something about not being able to speak right now. I don't know where they went.
It's cool.
Yeah, can't talk currently, it said, but that was at 28 after the hour.
There's so much weird shit going on in the media today. It's just like, they'll give us shit about talking about it, and they'll like freaking strike our channels and shit. But Fox News and CNN can talk about it, but we can't. Come on, man.
No, we're not allowed to make fun of it openly. Like they're allowed to run their scripts, of course, but we're not allowed to.
But they get people like the What Is a Woman guy. That's a really good freaking documentary. They get him on Fox News, and he gets they get like 2 million views of this guy that made the What Is a Woman video. And if we talk about what is a woman on here, and we get too hot and heavy.
Actually, have we been hit by that though? I think if we push
no, it's still on Fox News. It's still
right.
there.
No, it's just the thing before Matt Walsh came out with that. Yes, we would have been hit. Now we're probably safe because they're allowing him.
Well, we'll see. They already have a target on us anyway because we're flat earthers. But That's all right though. I mean, we'll do what we can do until we can't anymore on YouTube, but we're still gonna be doing this, no matter if YouTube supports us or not. But I love that documentary. Did you watch it, Lou?
Yeah, I think it was probably like only less than a day old before I saw it.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, I loved it.
There was a video that Indio posted yesterday that somebody put out. I think he's an Australian guy, about what is a woman. And it was a really good one too.
Yeah, that one was really, really good. I clipped 2 parts of that out of it. It was so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he really drove it home, definitely. Like, nobody on that side of the argument anyway is able to tell you what a woman is. Like, that they want the ability to act like a woman without knowing what a woman is.
It's like the last scene in the film. He asked his wife, "What is a woman?" She said, "An adult human female." And I was like, "Yeah, that's what I would have said. An adult human female. That's a woman."
Who needs help opening this?
It's like he went through the whole freaking film.
I just wish it would have been great though if he would have like had like a pickle jar that he struggled with and he handed it back to her, and then she finally got it and he was like, "Well, I loosened it for you."
Oh yeah, well yeah.
Well,
well, that's the way it goes. Everybody knows that, you know. It's like, hey man, I struggle with opening certain jars too, but a woman might have a tool that she bought on Amazon.
dude, she's got more experience in the kitchen. She knows how to open jars. Okay, that's what she does.
I know, right? It's like, what? Why are you guys trying to make this complicated, man? What is a woman? I just watched the 3rd season of Umbrella Academy. And the first 2 seasons, one of the characters, it was on Netflix, of course, was female. I mean, just obviously, whatever, you know, her name was Vanya. No spoilers if you want to watch that show or whatever. Anyway, like halfway through the 3rd season, she got her hair cut different. She said, "Now I want to be Victor." And then all of her brothers and sisters are like, "That's cool." So now she's Victor because she wants to be Victor instead of Vanya. And it's just like everybody started calling her Victor and then referring to that person as he and him instead of her. It was like, wow, Netflix, thanks so much. It's weird.
Yeah, they gotta push that agenda.
They were all like, "I'm cool with it," and so now this person that doesn't have a penis is now a male in the show. Fucking weird, man.
They're pushing that agenda.
Show too. I thought it was weird. Now I got a reason not.
Did you watch it, Sophistry?
I watched a few episodes of season 1, and I just thought it was weird. I didn't really like it, but now you're getting.
I just thought it was weird, like especially with all this stuff going on. 3rd season comes out, and all of a sudden, this female character is all of a sudden male, and everybody's just like all the other characters are like, "Oh yeah, I get all right now." she's like, well, this is who I've always been, and now I'm male, and everybody just starts calling him her him instead of her, and it's just like you still don't have a penis. How are you a him?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Also, they're really pushing that alternate universe theory. Alternate universe theory. Now they go to the alternate universe, and there's a Sparrow Academy in their home. So they got to fight the Sparrow Academy. It's similar to the simulation theory. Like by the time my kids grow up, they're gonna believe in the alternate universe theory as a fact.
right. But they also have to, with all of that, it comes the space-time continuum and the black holes. Because spoiler, not too much of a spoiler, but yeah, I mean, it has to do with like the black holes coalescing.
Cole's already a fact.
Because they're messing up the space-time continuum by traveling through different realms of space-time and all that kind of shit. So yeah, it's pretty corny at a certain level, but the story's okay, and the graphics are freaking awesome. To be honest, I mean, I love the graphics on the show. Good. But I just don't like it. Man, I already know how Netflix does shit, But anyway.
Yeah. I'm more into Stranger Things, so I'm waiting for Volume 2 to come out.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Dude, this latest half season was really good. It got pretty dark, man. It was really
A lot of gore. It was creeping me out, honestly.
yeah, it's pretty trippy. But they have they have some of that. They have a lot of trans stuff in that one too. It's kind of, I mean, I guess everything does now. When it comes from Hollywood.
Is that guy Dr. Brenner? Does he have superpowers? Because Elle couldn't affect him. Did you catch that? Elle tried to attack Dr. Brenner with her powers, and it didn't work.
I think she lost her powers for a little bit, and I think she's probably going to get them back in Volume 2.
Yeah.
Well, she still had a portion toward the end. I mean, she was able to use them, but I think
you're right. My bad.
It's more like psychological, maybe, for her than it was like something that actually happened to her. It's like that show. I mean, it's pretty deep. There's so many different factors involved. I don't know, man. It's kind of weird to follow. I had to watch the second season again before the third season came out.
Yeah, I had to rewatch both season 1 and season 2 before I could watch 3 and 4, because I haven't seen 3 and 4 yet. But now I'm just patiently waiting till Friday, because that's when the Volume 2 is going to be released.
Yeah, I think that's coming out next month, isn't it?
Yeah, July 1st, so this coming Friday.
Yep.
Oh, very cool. I didn't know about that.
All right, so I got it figured out. Like the dishwasher 3000 and the mopper 2150 and the like you just buy all of these things, right? And you're the company that makes them. Like you make sure that each one has different traits. And you can collect them all.
Gotta catch them all.
You also put in limitations.
Dishwasher man.
Yeah, you do put in limitations so they can't do other things. They can't hold the gun. They can't do like you make them very limited in that way. And
yeah. Well, dude, you can't make a one freaking size fits all robot. Like, so
that's too powerful.
Yeah, you can.
Movie that Robin Williams had where he was playing a robot. The fuck is that name of that movie? Robin Williams. That's a good movie. It was set in the future where they bought.
Bicentennial Man.
Yeah, Bicentennial Man. Yeah, that was it.
Actually,
Yes.
yeah.
Where they grow old together.
Yeah, that was a good one.
But no, check it out. So like the mopper isn't just like a mop. Like this is a sexy mop, right? Like because it's sex robots that are doing it all. So you have like a sexy mop, a sexy duster, a sexy dishwasher, a sexy vacuum.
Ooh. Yeah, you
Isn't
make
there-
all that. Oh, wait. You make all that, except you make it so that like it's not. It's not actually. You don't buy the sex robot. You lease it, and so whenever you have sex with it, you have to pay money.
Oh, so
Well, that's how you get the hassle-free warranty too with the lease.
right, that's right. You want to buy the
Like-
brand new car. You want to buy the brand new car because nobody's ever used it before, right? Because
Well,
if you
yeah, of
buy
course.
the
Most people are not
refurb,
gonna be able to
then
afford the
somebody's
brand
used
new
that one before.
Like most people are not going to be able to afford a brand new one, so you get like a reused skin or sorry, a reused.
Oh no, not the refurbished sex robot. No.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
There's going to be plenty of that.
It's gonna be just as effective.
It's like a used car, man. It's cheaper.
But you might get a version that wasn't used before. It was just they just turned it back because it was defective, and then they sent it to the company and it was just like it's a remanufacture. Where it was just like, hey, we did a test on it. It seems to be working fine, but you pay $200 less. Boom.
No, they're selling them like used cars. They're like, this one was just a Sunday driver owned by a grandpa. He barely used it. Like this one was in a freaking frat house. Like it's cheap right now. Like
This one's broken in.
Yeah, but they wipe the brain. It's just like, ooh, baby, I'm here for you. This is like, Brand, you have to teach it. This is like you teach it as you. When it comes to like the Bicentennial Man, you remember that movie?
No, what's funny is I actually think if we were to like let this run and spread through society and they all thought about it hard enough, like this is what our future would actually be. So like go ahead and manifest this. I think it's better than what we're like leading towards. So like if we can just go into that dumb future, like let's do it. Like let's do it.
Hold on, check. That's a good point, Lou, because what we actually do have is we can. Somebody's feedbacking. We can actually talk to each other, meet each other in real life. Well, what I'm thinking is like with this robot thing, it's like I can just buy a robot and have sex. Never procreate. It's like that's what they want, and with this recent idea about well, not recent. It's not recent. I don't. Sacrifice of children was has been a long time tradition. In mainstream culture.
In your family as well as mine. Like, yeah.
No, not in my family, because if it was in my family, I wouldn't fucking be here. But they talk about ancient Mayans and Incas or whatever, just like sacrifice babies, and in different cultures they sacrifice babies. For the most part, I think most humans respect procreation, respect, and so do we. It's just like we often hear talk about our children. We're proud of our children. Like we're not proud of our dead children. That I'm not going to get into that part of it.
As far as I'm concerned, we're not all descended from sacrificial crazy people who like killing people.
Yeah, but you don't know.
Yeah, no, I think they want to portray people's ancestors like that, like they did with the Mayans. Even though when you look at
Being
like
the idea of being human is like human, like being humane, right?
Yeah.
No,
I
like
think Lou, bro, you did like literally just cut him off half mid sentence.
no, I'm sorry. I was also gonna probably just dive in a fractal sentence too. So like, yeah, but just about humanity being humane. Like I know exactly where he's going with it. Like I think that's more likely. I mean, that's how most people are. It's a free thing. Go ahead. I went longer now because of that, Crypto.
I think humanity is okay with abortion because it's a societal norm.
So anyway, Drace, do you want to? Can Drace finish what he was saying?
Yeah, I want Drace to finish.
Is that right?
And then,
yeah,
everybody.
thank you. I say like the Mayans and their elders, they don't say that their culture and their history is as bloody as the Western world portrays it. And when I hear other countries speak about my culture and the history of my people, it's not the same as our records and our history of our own people. So I think there's a lot of propagandizing done to try to bring everyone down to the mud so that we can all be happy that we're all descended from bad people, so we shouldn't look at all these other bad people who are doing the same thing because you're descended from bad people.
Don't you think there's an element of progressivism in there, saying like, you know, look how much less killing and death there is, but because of how far we've progressed, and obviously all the things we've done must be good because now we're more civilized, right? So it's a way of discarding traditionalism and getting rid of it, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. Exactly, Crypto. Yeah, I couldn't have said it as concise as you have just now. I was kind of getting at that. Yeah.
Danke.
Yeah, I mean,
You're not German.
But it has nothing to do with necessarily about culture. It's about humanity. It's about the way we think, the way we've been taught, we've been exposed to, the mind control, everything that we've been brought up in. I mean, it's you have to consider that. If you don't, then you're going to leave yourself ignorant. And so, thanks, Crypto, man.
You know, like a lot of these revolutions, they start with kind of book burnings and sacking old temples and all this kind of stuff. Getting rid of like the previous regime is kind of a necessary thing if you want to start something new yourself.
Deplatforming is the new book burning.
Well, sure, but how this is about our personal experience, personal understanding, personal knowing about history and how we have to involve ourselves in local society and modern society, even online or in real life. What we understand about this, whatever you think you understand about history, definitely can affect how you communicate with others and how you raise your family, how everything. If you're watching the mainstream news and believe any of that fucking bullshit, then you're pretty much lost in the gobbledygook of the weird ass system. They have no desire to help you understand any bit of truth at all. They only want you to just be a subject to the system. But there's plenty of information out there if you want to find it. Plenty.
The truth is out there.
But if you watch the news and believe anything they say on the mainstream media or education system, of course get involved, because if we just totally disconnect from them, then we're disconnected. But that's why we do this here, what we're doing now. This is why we invite people to actually come in here and have this conversation, because they're in there and they're also on these, Discord platform, Facebook, all the different platforms. They can come in here and talk to us. It's an opportunity for us to interact with them. They have a lot of questions. We obviously don't agree a lot, and a lot of people like to listen to it and get involved. And I think it's really good stuff.
Absolutely. My parents, they think they're woke when they say stuff like, so I'm like, oh, you don't trust CNN and Fox and all that stuff. They're like, oh no, honey, no, we learned that lesson. And I'm like, okay, good. And then my mom will say something like, and you know who I really trust right now is the Wall Street Journal. And I'm like, well, never mind then.
Pretty much the same thing, Mama.
It's the same shit. Yeah, it's like I guess I still can't really talk to you about these kinds of deals if you actually do trust Wall Street Journal.
I don't. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know if it's like, I think a lot of people like I'm not about 10 years older than you are, Glatfold. I think people that are younger, they think, well, you're just too old to understand the progressive. Which really trips me out. It's just like, bro, we freaking invented the progressive shit. Like,
yeah.
What you consider progressive, it coming from the universities, those are freaking minefields of poison. Don't listen to those idiots.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not saying don't go to university, but just pay attention to what they're trying to tell you.
It's just unfortunate that it's still that one has to get a lot of, continuing education, higher education, and the like, just to get a piece of paper that says, here, now you can do what you already knew how to do 4, 5, 8, 10 years ago.
Yeah, and then they'll come in here and hear us talk to PhDs and just roast them on their nonsense.
Yeah, I do like to hear PhDs and such tout their documents and then not really know anything about the subject.
That's because they're stuck in a bubble of their own. It's kind of sad. But there are a lot of PhDs and master's degrees, bachelor's degrees people out there that are helping the cause, whether it be flat Earth or just any type of political ideologies that are broken. Just like we was talking about the "What Is a Woman" guy. I can't remember his name. The guy that made the documentary.
Who cares?
Matt something.
Don't say his full name. Don't even give it attention.
No, it's a really good fucking film. What is a woman?
Yeah, but it causes division. It gets us focused on like that shouldn't even have been made.
Yeah, it shouldn't have. Exactly.
Right.
Because
women are amazing. Women are beautiful. Okay, that's never going to change.
Yeah. Down with that, bro. I'm down with that. That's why I don't. I try my best, even though I'm on Facebook. Not a lot, but I'll post something if I find something.
It'll change when sex robots come out.
Oh, the sex robots!
Oh no!
Like my favorite sex robot is a woman.
I agree for the most part, Gladflow, but
yeah.
The thing is, I find a lot of beauty to be internal, not external.
That's what I mean.
So I've seen a few ladies who do not look the best on the inside nor the outside, so I can't generalize saying that they're all great. But in general, I do find the majority of women to have very great qualities.
I think most women have a vagina.
Okay. Helio, did you have to take it there?
Well, why not?
There's a lot of reasons why not, fella.
Really?
Anyway.
Well, I just think you're really transphobic, you know.
I find it funny you said most women have
Wait,
one.
yeah, I was about to say that.
That's weird, yeah. Stop it, guys, though. We're going to go down a different way. So
No,
what I
that's
wanted
why
to say was that I wouldn't wish one day as a woman on my worst male enemy, you know, all the physical things women have to deal with, all the societal things women have to deal with. It's a different world for them. You know, so many women are brought up thinking I have to be perfect, I have to do this, I have to do that. I'm the beautiful woman. I'm the the people do the role playing things. They get in their archetypes, and because grandma did it, because great grandma did it. God darn it, I got to do it too. And it becomes this, and then we see that a change in it, right? People are really starting to, I don't know. It's starting to change, right? And it started with like women's salaries and men getting paid more than women and such like this, and then come now a few years later.
That's politics, man. That's politics.
It is. It's politics. Well, but what I'm saying is that
women were women. Wait before.
I know, and
I don't know. I mean,
they've had it harder that way, in my opinion, for a long, long time. Women are expected to toe a certain line, and I said not to mention the physical stuff. Oh no, what? No thanks, no way.
No, I get you, but I mean, hey, you're not a woman, so I mean, you can't. But you can respect their plight. Fine,
Oh, yeah.
dude.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying a woman is a woman and a man is a man. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's just the way. I mean, of course, we've had to deal with this shit for in at least in Western culture for over 100 years or longer. I mean, most of everybody.
Well, then you've got women having to be fully clothed, every inch of their body, covered with something.
I
That's
don't
ridiculous.
live over there. I don't live over there, but anyway,
I know.
that's
Well, I've lived in Saudi Arabia.
Maybe
tell
the
you,
woman. Maybe
I've lived in Saudi Arabia, and maybe I can give you an insight into that.
Yes, please go ahead, Crypto.
So the women that actually dress head to toe, a lot of them actually insist that they do.
No, I know.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't like the culture. As I say, I spent a long time there, but it's not as if every single woman in the Middle East is saying, no, don't dress me like this, and then all of the men are insisting that they are dressed like that. A lot of them insist to be dressed like that for either cultural or religious reasons. I think it's right? I think it's ridiculous, and I do think it's personally oppressive, but they are still choosing that, a lot of them, and that needs to be said.
Yeah,
and if they support a powerful man, they can actually have a lot of influence in that culture if they follow that certain thing. So you can't just say everyone should think that women shouldn't cover their face, just because you live in the
saying
Western
they shouldn't have. No one should have to, right? No one should have to do that.
Oh, they choose.
I know, and here's the deal, though.
Choose.
Hold on, Helio. He's right that they choose to do it, but even still, okay, that's tradition. They're used to it. They want to keep doing it.
It's also
to
more
me,
than
it's yeah. Go ahead, Trace.
It's what you were talking about earlier. Their experience of the world is different from ours because they are desirable to predators, to men.
Yeah.
Whereas we are the guys who are the predators or are standing alone, trying to be not predators.
Right, exactly. The gentleman, as you were.
There is an element to this as well that's so us as men, we understand what I would call active sexuality, and women are much more reactive when it comes to that kind of thing, right? So they might not come and approach you in a bar, but they will wear a push-up bra, and they will wear, you know, their hair in a certain way, and they will wear their makeup in a certain way. They will wear high heels and all this kind of stuff. And this women don't wear high heels because it makes them feel comfortable, obviously, right? So does anyone know why they're wearing high heels?
I'm not
because,
going to
because
wait.
it makes them look better from the back. Is that
Right.
why?
It makes them look better. Why do they want to look better?
For the men.
For the men. So there is an element of this reactive sexuality that people never talk about. That women are actually women are actually initiating that, and then men are seeing that, and then they're approaching them, and then the interaction. There's like a dance that happens. The women initiate it by wearing perfume and wearing makeup, and men do it too. You know, we wear nice suits and we wear shirts and all the rest. But primarily women do this stuff, right? So it's like, I find it really weird that we talk about women as victims all the time. Like, most women are not victims, you know? They just aren't, especially not in my country. Women aren't victims of anything in my country, you know? Not as a group, maybe as individuals, sure, but not as a group.
Hey, if a woman is a lesbian,
nobody can be a victim as a group. A group isn't like a real
Yeah,
thing.
you can. You can be a victim as a group. Of course, you can be a victim as a group. Let's just say, okay. So you're in the middle of.
You could be part of a group that got victimized. I guess I think that's what you're saying more specifically, but like it's basically the same. It is basically the same thing.
Overthinking.
Well, okay, so let's say you're in a tribe in Africa 1,000 years ago, right? And the tribe next to you are bigger and stronger, and they decide they want your land. So they come over, they kill the men, they take the women, right? And then they take the women and children. So the men as a group are victimized. Dude, why don't you let me finish? Why can't I finish? Why can't I finish? Why can't I finish? Why can't I say it though?
Fine, finish it.
Fine, thank you. So that group, that male group that is being killed by the other men, are being victimized as a group because they are the men of a rival tribe that were conquered. There's no other way to interpret that.
Right. Okay, but this is a group of within the group. These are a lower level of people. So like it took the leaders of their group to say these are the ones that you can have. You know what I mean? Like, so
no, the whole group said. The whole group would have been killed.
No, dude.
Yes, that's what happened back in the day.
Not sometimes, yes, not always.
Well, I didn't say always, but it did happen. Like, dude, why are you trying to caveat everything I'm saying? I'm telling you what I'm saying, so that you don't have to caveat. I will caveat it if I need to.
Well, it's more that you were saying this is the way it happened, and it didn't always happen that way. No,
I didn't say it always happened that way, but it did happen.
Yes.
So why are you caveating what I'm saying?
What are you arguing against?
Yeah, now I'm not really sure anymore. Like,
Look, we're talking about whether a group of people can be a victim as a group, and the answer is obviously yes.
Yeah, no,
we can move on.
Anyway,
there's always what my point is just that there's always exceptions. Like in many cases, it's not really just like all of these people were victims. You know, in most cases,
check this out. I mean, throughout history, with conquering of tribes or whatever, and isn't it just like men, women, men, women, men, women, men, women, men, women, right?
What?
Right.
There wasn't anybody like, how should I genderize you with this, thing?
Yeah, no,
that nobody
right.
understands. I mean, come on, man. That's the
weirdest
shit.
That was
That's
really
a brand new fucking thing in history. It's a brand new.
We pin people into a group. We label them. We say that you're a part of this group, and then we victimize that group of people. And it's like, no, you're all individuals, and you all get to make your own choices.
For a troop, it's like, all right, I'm going to take your women. My men are going to take your women. We're going to do whatever. There was no like Are your women
always-
men or are your men women? And let's negotiate about
It's always
your.
been about women. It's always about women. I'm just sorry. The warfare is always about women.
What's up, fraud man? I ain't talk to you about, but I ain't gonna talk to you anyway. I freaking love to hear you talk. I want to hear you talk about this.
I want to know who the fuck is in Texas because that's where I'm at right now. So somebody come fucking hang out.
Well, how the fuck are you in Texas? You're from North Dakota.
I told you I have a business where I get to travel, so I'm fucking in Texas. But
Yeah, it's hot as shit in there, ain't it?
Dave Hinkle's bitch ass isn't answering, so he's supposed to be out this way.
No, I thought Dave is in Kentucky, bro.
I'm in Kentucky. What are you talking about, man?
Oh, I'm thinking. Oh, it's the other guy. The other guy. My bad.
You talking about Hank?
Yeah, Hank's in
No,
Texas.
it's Larry. Hank Rubin.
Yeah, Larry's in Texas.
Larry,
He's
yeah.
he's in Eastern Texas. Anyway.
And then Morvis is at, just look for the Lone Star tab. Here, look. Here, I'll do this. At Lone Star.
I've been messaging you, Dave. I'm sorry. I thought you were Hank.
All I wanted to say about women before we
Yeah,
move on is that
Mrs. Larry.
there's nothing
He's
better.
in Eastern Texas. I don't know where you are.
There's nothing better than finding the love of your life and being lucky enough to be with them.
Yeah, without stealing the women from other people. Yeah. That's what mankind does. They steal women.
I didn't have to steal anybody. And now I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
No, but now until somebody steals it.
Oh,
yeah,
great.
that dude comes by with that Corvette. You're
What dude? Nah, man. Sorry. That guy doesn't exist.
Corvette.
That guy does not exist. Anyway.
Shout out to QE. What do you think about this? Let's see him in the chat. He's just
okay, so Dave, I'm sorry. Yeah, so Dave, I thought you were Larry.
What,
Or
fraud,
Hank,
man?
or
You've
Hank,
been here
or
for
Hank,
3 years and you can't tell the difference between Larry and freaking Dave. Come on.
They keep changing their freaking names, man.
Well, Larry used to be Hank.
I've never changed my name.
Yeah.
To be fair, dude, he's black. He just hears like one southern white dude and another. Like, he's just like,
oh, you
guys are all the same. You all look like the same.
Wow.
Shit. No.
Oh, damn it! This road is like closed off. I can't even turn here. Aren't you in Texas? Either where the hell are you?
I'm in Arkansas, but I've been to Texas. Where are you at?
Oh, I actually went through Arkansas. I should have said so.
Yeah, where are you at? Like near Dallas or where?
Yeah, I'm in Dallas right now.
Oh yeah, that's a fucking shithole. It's crazy, bro. It's anybody that's been to Dallas, just like it's the craziest shit. You have to drive like 40 miles to go to a grocery store. Anywhere once you get in Dallas, it's just like.
And you get fucking lost real easy.
Yeah, it's really freaking crazy, bro. Yeah, Dallas is nuts.
Yeah, this is not working. And then I'm in this big ass moving truck. So it's like
I mean, I don't know enough about Dallas to help you, man. So yeah. I mean, bro, you're gonna have to fucking.
I'm just doing GPS, man. I'm just GPSing it, bro.
Dallas is fucking huge. It's like being in New York. It's just like you're not gonna find where you're going unless you kind of know where you're at. It's like you have to be close to a freeway. And you don't want to get too far off the path because Dallas is fucking crazy.
Bro, like none of these hotels. I had to really fight to find a hotel that has a shuttle to the airport. I've never heard of that. That a hotel don't have shuttles. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, bro, this big ass city. You tell me these hotels don't shuttle you to the airport? Like, what the fuck is that? It's ridiculous.
Dude, welcome to the fucking South, bro. We ain't no. Yeah. I mean, it's not the way it works. Dallas, bro, is fucking nuts, bro. Just telling you. Are you driving right now?
I think it's hilarious how Gospel said wow with what I said. I was reflecting on that for a moment. Fraud didn't flinch. I didn't flinch. Gospel said wow. Well, what gospel's right. Like what I said is like a super racist sounding thing to say, but you
It's
didn't.
not
Clint.
though.
It's
And I didn't. And I don't actually. And I don't even think it's racist. I was saying wow, almost ironically. I knew that. I knew Fraud wouldn't react to it, and I know that most of the people on this server, like Elijah or whatever, most folks wouldn't reply to it in a offensive manner. So
Yeah, no, it is funny. Your wow was like it was good to make me reflect on it. Like yeah, I knew what I was doing, but like your wow, it was almost like you drew attention to it. So then I'm trying to draw attention to the fact that the guy I was referring to wasn't offended.
Oh yeah.
Was so
Now you have to fucking say it. I missed it, I guess. But
yeah.
Here's the thing that you're missing, though, Lou. Here's the thing you're missing, Lou. If someone's offended, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, offense is only taken. It's not given. It's taken.
How do you explain football then?
What, do you mean the game where you kick a ball with your foot? Yeah.
Oh boy, I'm sorry. I had to go there.
That's a Westerner not understanding that beautiful sport of European football.
Hey,
you guys are fucking retards here. I'm from Jamaica, so we used to watch that shit all the time.
Are you lost in Dallas, Fraud? Like, really, I can help you if you really need.
No, the roads. This road is closed off, so I can't go down. So I had to do some kind of maneuvering in a big ass truck in the neighborhood.
You don't want to get lost in the wrong part of Dallas, I promise you.
Yeah, I see that, but that's why I made sure I got a nice hotel because I saw that like whenever you see like Motel 6 and all that type of you steer away from that shit. It's like nah, I'm not getting a room in any of these fucking holes.
Oh, so you just like wandering around trying to find a hotel in Dallas?
Well, I was trying to find one that shuttles you to the airport. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I mean, I'm like, why? Even the expensive ones don't shuttle you to the airport. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? How does that not a thing? I never heard of that. It took me forever to find one. The one I found is like 40 miles from the damn airport. I'm like, how does that make sense?
You should have booked that a couple of days ago, man.
Well, I should have done the package thing, but sometimes I just wing it. I'm not a planner. I just fucking like when I go long distance, I don't even map a route out for gas. I just know I'm gonna run into a gas station.
You ever use Airbnb? There's shitloads of Airbnbs in Dallas, man. Found a good deal on an Airbnb, man. I can spend the night. I can like buy an Airbnb close to the airport.
The mall here sucks. I went to the mall because I need to buy some new work shoes, and they don't even have the store I need. I'm like, what the hell, bro?
All right, man. I'm just kind of concerned, man. You're wandering around Dallas at freaking 8 o'clock. Don't even know where to go. What the fuck are you looking for, bro?
Hey, I'm a black dude. Ain't nobody gonna mess with a fucking black dude, bro.
Dude. All right.
Tell that to Jussie. Tell that to Juicy.
Dude, I've been downtown. I've been right down.
First of all, I'm sorry. He was effeminate. First off, all right, and then he hired two people.
It was all fake. I'm joking.
I'm not.
I'll tell you. I took a Greyhound to the Greyhound right downtown Dallas.
Who names their kid Juicy in the first place?
Right, it's pronounced Jussie, but he calls himself Juicy.
Right? Yeah,
because he's a psychopath. That's who does that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Who hired two African dudes to be?
I took a Greyhound to Dallas to watch a concert at the House of Blues from Little Rock. And so I've been right in downtown Dallas at that's the Greyhound headquarters. Craziest fucking experience I've ever had. I survived. Made my way back.
I was wondering if this was about to turn into the Johnny Cash song. I've been everywhere, man.
I've been everywhere.
I like the Johnny Chicken show. That's one that's less known, where he did the Johnny Chicken show.
Yeah, I don't know that.
You should look it up. I'm not gonna like extrapolate.
I gotcha. I'll check it out.
House of Blues is about freaking 4 blocks from the Greyhound bus depot, which is that's the national center of Greyhound. Insane. Downtown Dallas is fucking crazy, especially at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Just wanted to say ciao to Lino Tomo, the resident Italian Glober.
Amen. Yeah. Shout out to Italia.
Ciao. Hello, everybody.
Hey, hello,
Hello.
Lino. Yeah, I heard you talking the other day. It's good to hear from you, brother.
You're still firmly
Good
stuck
to hear you.
on the space ball.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
He's stuck on the ball and
What are
he's
you guys?
stuck on
Hell
the.
no.
Let me ask you if you've ever heard this, Lino. Did you know that short distance observations nullify curvature and long distance observations falsify curvature?
With the short distance? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Yep, short distance observations nullify curvature and long distance
Okay.
observations falsify curvature.
Oh,
Did
I
you
see.
did you know that?
Well, what do you mean by short distance
Yeah, good
observation? Or
question.
short?
You can cause objects to become obstructed from the bottom up or disappear from the bottom up in short distances that curvature couldn't possibly be accounted for as the cause of the observation. And
Well,
of course, what's that?
I did some observation because I'm in I was in San Francisco like a couple of weeks ago, and in the Bay. So I took a couple of pictures, and I was able to see what I think is the curvature. I know it's a bad word here. So I'm doing some observation when I have time, and like I so far kind of works.
Yeah, so maybe you don't understand what I said.
Maybe not.
Because typically when somebody makes a claim, if you either understand the claim and provide some type of statement against it, or you don't understand the evidence of it and you ask for evidence. Right?
Okay, maybe I didn't understand what you meant. So sorry about that.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that there are short distance observations where curvature can't possibly be the cause of obstruction, but there is obstruction, therefore nullifying curvature as the cause of horizon and or things disappearing from the bottom up. And then, of course, there's long distance observations that also violate the claims of curvature where we see too far for curvature to be the cause. So again, curvature is both nullified and falsified. Curvature need not be included in any explanation for why things go over the horizon or why the horizon exists in the first place. Horizons don't exist because of curvature. End of story.
Okay.
Good talk. Good talk.
Have you done observation yourself?
Yeah, I've done 1.5 of that. So,
You
for
did
instance,
one and a half
yeah,
observation.
yeah, I'm calling it a half observation because I don't have proof of my long distance observation that I made many years ago. I just have the memory of
Okay.
it, but I don't have evidence that I can be like, oh yeah, here it is. So that's why I'm calling that one a half. But as far as the short distance
Yeah.
observations where things are obstructed from a short distance where curvature couldn't possibly be the cause of obstruction, yeah, I have done those personally.
Okay. Well, my observation was 12 and a half mile across the bay, and I actually spot a rock, a small rock that I was able to find on Google Maps. And from my point of view, I was at 4 feet, and it was saying that the horizon was supposed to be around 2.9 miles, and happened that the rock was around that. So like something like that. I didn't do some that prove or is like I'm not saying it's proof or
Yeah.
anything, but it's
What
kind of like
if?
middle way observation, let's say.
Yeah.
And I
What if?
live when yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say, what if that number? You said something like 4 miles or whatever it was. What if that number is derived from other data besides the curvature claim? What if you can arrive at that same number from a completely different idea? Would you be interested to know?
You mean what number? The distance or the distance to the horizon? Because the distance
Yeah, the
to my
distance to the
target.
horizon number.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you know you could get that distance to the horizon number without invoking a radius or any other globe number?
Okay. How? Because I don't really know other way. Like I've been
Yeah.
listening to you guys and other, and so I'm just doing what is known. I don't know what you mean. Go ahead.
Yeah.
How do you get
Let's
the
see,
number?
6.3, I think. 6.3. Where would here? I'll show you. Give me just a moment. It is Earth curve. All right, so we're going to do the 1 foot. We're going to do the black swan numbers, right? Where is the horizon supposed to be at? Okay, so I'm going to post this in the chat. I'm going to show you something. And then you'll be like, oh, wow, how peculiar is that? That's pretty peculiar. There's another one that I used the other day that was like really interesting too. So angle alpha. Say angle
I
alpha.
think it's way too difficult for me. But I'll check. It looks difficult.
It looks what?
I don't really understand much geometry or anything. Or like
Geometry. Yeah, not everybody's excited about the topic of geometry. So there just so happens to be this limit. It's referred to as angular resolution, or the diffraction limit, also known as Rayleigh's criterion. And this is in regards to the human eyeball, and this is in regards to the limit of what you'd be able to see. Okay.
Okay.
It just so happens that that number is 0.02 degrees, but it also just so happens that there are other factors in our world that impact how and what we're able to see. But over and over and over again, when you plug in different numbers, I did this with the Gaspard and Fenestrellis, the world distance. Let me see if I can do those numbers. I'll throw those in the chat.
Hold on a second, Gospel. I just want to be clear. What did you say was the degree?
0.02.
Okay, yeah. I thought I heard you wrong. Okay.
Gotcha. So does anybody have those numbers on hand? Fenestrellis to Gaspard, the elevation heights? Yes. I'll pull them up if not. World long distance observation, blah, blah, blah. All right, 3880 to 277. Wait, Grand Ferrand. That's, hold on. There it is. 3880 is Gaspard, and Fenestrellis is 2826 meters. This is meters. I can change it in meters. It doesn't hurt my feelings. But what was the distance? 443 kilometers. Okay, thank you. Thanks for all your help, guys. Appreciate you. So it's from Fenestrellis. That's our elevation at 2826. 2826, and then. So when you compare
Instead,
these two, you start to see something a really interesting pattern, where your alpha angle winds up being almost identical. Well, not identical, but very, 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 very close to the same number you get from globe math. It's almost as if it was hijacked, and that the number 3959 is I don't know if conservation is a word.
A derivative of what they.
Thank you. Derivative. Derivative is the right word there. It's almost as if it was a derivative of this 0.02 angle. Almost. Maybe not, but almost as if. So I'll do the world long distance observation, put this in there, and then we'll do the same thing with the right angle. Just a moment. So what was it? 443 by 2826. And then your 443. All right. Just double checking. 2026, 443. All right. So when you start to look at, take into consideration flat plane angles and stuff, and you go, okay, what should we be able to see? What should we not be able to see? And then you start to look at certain long distance observations, and you go, oh my gosh, based on right triangle math, that's a pretty impressive observation. Well, it just so happens with the, if I didn't do anything wrong here, I don't think I did. The degree of angle is actually well within the range of what you would expect to be able to see from Fenestrellis to Gaspard. Your angle is 0.3 there, so that's an order of magnitude within your realm of what you should be able to see. Okay, but then according to the Earth curve calculator, it's not at all within the realm of what you should be able to see, because Gaspard is 3,880 meters. Right, so here I'll just Gaspard is. So according to globe math, you shouldn't be able to see it. According to reality, you absolutely see it, and you do, and it works out. Now back to the black swan, you see, we'll do the one to the. It just so happens that it's actually a pretty remarkable observation. 1 foot, 9.8, guys? bare minimum.
Are you sure you're talking to the right person? Because I had never heard of any of this stuff, and I don't know if you're.
No, we don't expect you to actually like to know this stuff. So like the idea here's the thing. You've been told a story about the reason why ships disappear bottom up in the distance over sea. Okay? And they told you it's because of you living on a ball, and that's why. That's not the case. We're telling you otherwise how this could be explained.
To be fair, I just know that I've seen your screen name for a long time, Lino Tomo, and I figured you'd heard about most of these things already.
No, I actually never heard of this stuff, and I'm been listening a lot, but it's the first time I hear Finisterre. Are you talking about in Spain? Finisterre,
Yep. It's from Spain to
which
France.
mean the end of the earth. You know that, right?
What's that?
Finisterre. Finisterre comes from end of the earth.
How
They thought that
fascinating.
was finis is the end, and terres.
Finistro, interesting.
So I know only that about Finisterre. Never took any measurement, although it's not.
Yeah, if you look
too
up the
far.
Guinness Book of World Records long distance observation, the world's longest distance observation, if I'm not mistaken, that still holds the record at 443 kilometers. So that's why I was using it as an example, just showing you the angle math. But then, of course,
he's the one that dressed in poster, the big kind of glue.
Yeah, it was definitely posted somewhere in there. Feet.
Yeah.
And then, where's the miles? Here we go. All right, then we got 9.44, and then 1 foot. All right, and then so with the one that I know you've heard of, the black swan observation, you know, at that 1 foot observation height and 9.44 mile platform, we know that the horizon is further than 9.44 miles. It just so happens that is actually quite a remarkable thing, because due to angular resolution, we really shouldn't see a horizon that far. So the conditions.
What's even more remarkable about that, though, is that we're seeing the horizon in that video, the original video. We're seeing the horizon at more like 30 miles.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, and when you put in like 30 miles into, you're talking about close to 2 orders of magnitude further than we should be able to see. And I understand that there's a religion out there referred to as can see forever ology, or anity, can see forever anity, or something like that.
No, I
There's a lot
never.
of.
I never. I understand. To me, the black swan. I already said this. Is more like a albino alligator. So it's more like an anomaly. And
Yeah, I can agree with you, but again, it's a falsification.
Yeah,
It's not really an anomaly, though. Like he's repeated the same observation at least a half a dozen times.
Sure, that's true too.
I only saw one, but I believe. I mean, it can happen, and I saw sheep fly many times, and I know that they don't fly. So, I live in Italy half of the year, and I'm at the beach. So, I mean, I grew up at the beach, like many of you, and you can totally see the horizon curving around you. I've been on ship in the middle of the ocean, is a circle around you, and that's what it's true that I learned it from school, whatever. Actually, I didn't learn it from school because I don't remember that they teach me there. And actually, I've been learning after I listen to all this conversation. I'm a curious person. I go and I do observation, but I
Okay,
don't
so
have anything
you're just
against
a stubborn.
different.
So you're just a
No, I'm
stubborn
not stubborn.
religious
No, I'm
religious
not.
zealot.
No. Well, these are like the words that you like to say. I'm not really religious, and I'm not really stubborn. I believe that you are convinced that the Earth is flat, but I think, is in my opinion, that is a God. So, thank God it's a free count so far.
You
So I
claim
have
to see
nothing against it.
things that would actually mathematically be impossible to see.
Like what?
You literally were just saying a curved horizon. No one that has actually done the geometry would ever propose
No, just
such.
go on the
An,
beach and look around you, okay? You
I'm very
just have to
familiar.
take a car and go to the beach.
Yeah, I've
Look
been there many
right,
times.
then look left, then
Yep.
look right and look left. Okay, do you agree that if you look in front of you, you see the horizon, and then if you turn 90 degrees on the right, you see the horizon, and they're all straight, right? How do
Yeah,
it go from one to the other? It's a curve.
yeah. Check this out.
That happens only on a sphere.
Here's the corrupt line of reasoning you're using. If you take a compass, not the magnetic compass, but the
Yeah,
device,
right.
you
We
know,
talked about that before. I
on a
remember.
sheet of paper,
Yeah,
draw a circle.
yeah.
It's a curved line, but it's not curved from your perspective. It's all curved, but on a flat plane. It's called a circle, bud.
Look, if you're on an object and everywhere you look, it goes
No,
down. Okay,
no. I just
you're
explained
on
to
a
you
sphere.
how that's not the case. When you're on a plane, you can take a compass and draw a circle. It's a circle on the x-axis, not on the y-axis. See, in order for you to prove that there's curvature on the y-axis, you would need to measure for it, demonstrate it. And I already provided you examples of falsification and nullification. So
Okay, I'm not talking about the on the x-axis. I'm talking about the on the z-axis. There
on the
is a
y,
curve. Otherwise,
well,
the vertical axis.
yeah. Okay.
X
On
is the
the
horizontal,
z-axis,
and Z
sure.
is the depth. Right.
He wants to talk about
So,
a toilet paper roller.
no. I understand what you mean, but if you look at the horizon, you are like low near the beach, so 6 feet. You
Yeah, the
clearly see.
z-axis curvature as an idea has been falsified and nullified. I already made that point.
No, I can go. Look, I'm not. I know. Yeah.
Just because you can draw a circle on a
Newport
flat
Beach.
plane
I'm on
doesn't
Newport
mean
Beach.
that the z-axis is curving.
It's not the axis. It's because you're on a ball, and wherever you look, it goes
You
off,
presume
falls
you're
off.
on a ball without any evidence for it because your
You just
evidence
look.
that you believe
You
in
look.
isn't evidence at all. It's a story. And again, the
No, it's
concept
my
of
eyes. I'm
curvature
looking at
across a z-axis has been both nullified and falsified.
it. By who? By you?
By anyone that actually takes their time to not be intellectually dishonest.
Dude. Okay.
Look,
I go
Linotomo.
to the beach.
No. You're being selective in your judgment. You're cherry picking.
Okay.
If it's true in one direction, it must be true in the other. On a sphere.
Yes. Absolutely. And
Yes.
I'm with you. So, look, imagine this. You're in the middle, you're on a ladder.
Your mic is going
There's
to
no
prove.
leg. Hold on a second.
That's better. It was a
Yeah,
toilet
so.
mic for a second there.
Okay, sorry about that. Right? If you're in the middle of the ocean and you look, any direction you look, the horizon stay at the same distance. Okay, that is only possible on a sphere, not on a toilet roll,
You
because that
didn't
would be
listen at
similar.
all. You're claiming it's only possible to draw a circle on a ball as opposed to.
No, I'm not anything. I'm talking about just go and look
You
at the
literally were when you
horizon.
said turning around in a 360-degree circle. That can be done on a flat plane. I already explained that to you.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
so he
but
proved
you
you
would
wrong.
but you would see farther on a flat plane if you
Oh, you're
could see.
a you can see forever guy. Yeah, I already
Not forever.
addressed that. I already addressed
Okay.
that with the diffraction limit and went over the numbers with you and gave you examples.
Your angle of resolution, like that 0.02 that he talked about, that was all about what you can and cannot see.
Yeah, I understand that. But if there is a huge like mountain or like Stromboli, a volcano, okay, in the
No,
middle
no,
of
no,
the
no, no,
ocean,
no.
you have
You're not understanding.
oh,
There is a limit of what you're able to see, mutually exclusive of the concept or reality of curvature. Mutually exclusive of curvature, there is a limit to how far you can see. I don't understand.
example,
I
He
like
don't
doesn't
think
look
it
at the
can
moon.
stand
understand
any
what
other way.
mutually exclusive means. So
Maybe not.
it doesn't matter
How far
if
you
it's
think you
flat.
can see?
Listen,
How far do you think you can see?
Lino Tomo, listen.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if it's flat or if it's a globe.
Yeah.
Your eyes work a certain way.
Okay.
And so do all optics, telescopes, binoculars, whatever. You can extend a little bit your range, but what you can defer from, or what you can infer from the image, the data that you're getting. Think of it that way. The data that you're getting from it, you can only distinguish to your own limits.
Like, give me an example. Like, after a while, you don't see anymore.
Yeah.
That's right. You can't see forever.
Or
It's pretty
how can
simple.
you see the moon? Is the moon farther than 5 miles away?
Is the moon up or across?
Wherever it is, I saw like when you see a moonrise with the P900, I film it, and it comes
Sure.
as big as the same. I know you
Yeah.
guys don't know what the moon is, but if you check, you maybe
Yeah.
can
So
imagine that.
is
It looks
the moon ever touching the Earth? Are you under the impression the
no,
moon touches the Earth?
no.
So you would be under the understanding that the moon is above the Earth somewhere.
No, it goes down, and that's why
Okay.
even in antique time, like you say geocentric and heliocentric, but if you know, even the geocentric back at the time, the one that
Yeah.
were fighting,
You're not understanding the point that I'm
the
trying to make.
world was a sphere. Everybody knew that the world is a sphere. Maybe it doesn't move.
No, stop
I know.
this kind of stuff. Listen for a minute, okay? You said it's going down and stuff. You need to look into optics before you appeal to things you're looking at. If you look down a hallway, the ceiling and the floor are not coming together into a point physically.
Yeah.
The walls are not coming together physically.
I don't know how much we have to reiterate it for him, but listen.
Yeah.
I know everything.
What
Dude. I
your
listened to you
eyes
so many times.
the limit to which your eyes can see just so happens to match very closely with the math that they presented to us for this globe that does not pan out based off of observation.
Yeah. To better show it, look at this hallway I posted, and then imagine if we take the walls away. What are
Let
you
me
left
see.
with?
For the cylinder in particular.
Yeah, so this always that keeps going, right? What did you say?
Yeah.
It's supposed to do? Imagine what?
Imagine you take the walls away. What are you left with?
Okay. Yeah, top and bottom, right?
Yeah, you're left with the horizon line. Congratulations. You don't have a globe.
Well, the thing is, like, the horizon line, it falls down from when you look. Like,
No.
if you look,
Look.
yeah, if
Look,
you look,
look
look,
over the ocean. It's not falling down.
It doesn't
no,
fall.
if you go
No,
up
no,
in
look,
elevation,
Up to the
no, no.
horizon, and that's where you
if you
see the
go up
sky.
in
and you-
One
elevation,
second, Drace, 1 second. Even whether you're on if you live on a globe or you live on a plane, as you go up, the horizon line should drop regardless. That does not change. However, it's
yeah.
far less. It's far less on a plane than it is on a globe.
Yes,
Okay,
true.
so as you go up on a globe, eventually it should be farther and farther beneath you. Whereas on a plane, it'll depending on how big it is, of course, but the horizon line would continue to extend upward, like with you as you go, which is what we see.
Yeah, it would only drop a slight bit because you're looking down into a gradient, and then you're looking out over so much area.
Look, I kind of know pretty good perspective, and the thing is that when you, if you had
No,
like,
actually, I have to interrupt you. No, my point for stopping you before was: does the drop rate that you are talking about does it match up with and observation? Does it match up with the size that you claim your Earth is of 3,959 miles radius? Because
there would
I
be
can guarantee you every single time that you make an observation that you will beat the shit out of a 3,959 radius.
I don't know, it goes pretty fast down. Like, the thing is, if you go, like, I've been, when you go on a plane, it's easy to do. Just take a glass of water and put it at your eye level, and then look how low is the horizon. And that's easy to do. I do it all the time.
No. But what you're saying is because of the observations that you guys all admit we've made. You're telling us that we're either using magical refraction that somehow is bringing an image that isn't there, or it's a much bigger Earth. Okay, and it can't be
Are you
either
talking about the
one
black
of
swan?
those.
Are you talking about the black swan?
No, well, that's just one example of it. We have many observations like the black swan that prove
You know what?
that
I
we're
never
able to
really
see
saw
far.
any. Like,
Here.
in I'm been listening since 2016, and I only saw the. I have to see more. Like,
There, Lino.
but
There. There's another one. Did you know from this point in this elevation, this point in Georgia, that it would also be a falsification of the globe because you can also see South Carolina, which is over 120 miles away from that point, and yet you can see South Carolina. And then you can see Kentucky and Virginia, which is over 146, 140, yeah, over 146 miles away. So you can see both South Carolina, North Carolina. I'm sorry, not North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and Kentucky, seen from Georgia, all falsify the globe claim. So this is another excellent example of falsification of curvature.
Yeah, well, I'll help him out because the entirety of the United States is flatter than a pancake, so like they don't really have any curvature to the topography. So we need to look for it in the oceans or waters.
Well, that comes down that basically amounts to what do they mean by flat? Like, what is flat curved? That's really what that comes down to. Because
yeah,
if they say is America flat as a pancake or more flat than pancake, yeah. If you think that level is also curving with the surface of a globe, then yeah, you know.
Yeah, but give me the definition. Cite me the definition for level is curved, and I'll show you where the contradiction lies in it. It's not a valid or good definition if it's contradicting itself.
No, right. No, they want you to think on like a double speak level. They want you to always be in cogdis. Cogdissonance, by definition, is being believing two contradictory beliefs both as true at the same time. So like yeah, level is flat, is also horizontal, is also curving because you live on a globe.
Yeah, you feel no motion. That means you're moving. Everything looks and measures flat. That means it's curved. Yeah, we know they're crazy.
Can I say ask something to you guys? Because you always say that we don't feel movement and stuff like that, which is true. I don't feel movement. We might as well be still, right? But then you see sunset and sunrise. What does that look to you? And
You
as
said it.
instinctive.
You said it. You said it yourself. Sunrise,
Okay.
sunset. So the sun.
So it looks
is
like it's going down, right?
So the sun is moving.
Right.
Not
No,
us.
that's fine. I'm not talking about the moving.
To me, it doesn't look any different than when I see a plane that's flying come into my field of view and leave my field of view. It looks the exact same.
Yeah, and the plane is flying at an equal altitude, similar to how when I showed you the room along corridor earlier, the ceiling was at an equal altitude, but appeared to rise up from the floor. So that's all optical. So welcome to Flat Earth.
Does it give you a little pause watching a sunset and think that it's going farther from you? I just
No,
want to know
because
if it
we
gives you a
understand what the
pause at all.
horizon is.
So you actually think you see that every day, and you always think that it's going far away from you.
Yeah,
Like I'm talking
yeah,
about
it's very local. It's like just above it, as far as you can go up. It's like just out of reach for you. You can all of a sudden you're like, oh man, I'm almost there, but it could man. So like, I don't know how far we can go. Let's say it's 100 miles up. We can go 100 miles up. Well, it's 150 miles up. You, no matter what, you're just gonna always be trying to reach. You're always reaching for that thing. But it's not hundreds of thousands of miles away. It's not a million. The sun, Jesus Christ, no. That thing is
anywhere near that far away.
no.
No, my question doesn't matter how far away it is. Okay, you guys say follow your sense.
Yeah, here's what's what, Linatomo. If you're at sea level at the ocean, you're looking at the sun. The sun will not appear the same as when you're looking at it in a super low humidity environment. It just looks different. Here's an example of that, just so you can account for things that are actually in reality that you don't like to account for to make the assumptions that you like to make.
Would you say that that's a lot of atmosphere right there? Like almost foggy? Would you say say that it's almost foggy? Is it
No.
very okay?
It's sunset in the desert.
So
with
no,
a clear blue
I
sky.
yeah, but I've been seeing sunset. I never like a
Yeah, you
sunset
haven't
like
seen
this.
it, so that is not a valid argument against it.
Okay. Let me ask you about this specific one. How come the sun stay at the same um, dimension, and then this is probably because the sunset it lasts maybe 5 minutes. It shoots away, like it kind of accelerates and it disappears like in 5 minutes.
What?
What?
Okay,
So
let me
I'm
explain
looking at
to you
the picture,
something.
right? Yeah.
Let me explain to you something. When you have a lot of humidity in the air, you get
Yeah.
magnification of things at the horizon. And so
Okay.
when an image is magnified, you lose the bottom of the image as that part of the image goes into the ground.
Not in this one. You're showing.
Yes, exactly. Because there's very low humidity conditions here, which allow us to actually not have the magnification mess with the size of the sun as it is going away from us, and then
Okay.
occluding the bottom of it and eventually all of it as it goes into the diffraction limit or the horizon. So instead, here in the desert, we actually see the sun just get smaller and smaller until it fades away into a dot above the sky. That's impossible on the globe.
So
So how
I don't
far
know what
north
to
are
do.
you on
It's
the?
fine.
How far north are you in like the northern hemisphere? Like, if you
And
notice right
now,
now during the summer days in the northern hemisphere, like if you watch in the twilight, look at where the glow of the sun comes from. It's not to your west. It comes from the northwest.
in Orange County right now.
Oh yeah, Lou. I live in Iceland, so I see the sun just go down and dip towards the north, and then just come back right back around.
Yeah. It just dips around the corner and comes right back when you're really far north. Like it's not gone for long because it's just going out of range for a little while. You know, like it's it'll be right back. It'll be right back. But if you watch, like if you lived on a globe and you were rotating away from the sun should rise in the east, set in the west. And yeah, it would vary slightly depending on your orientation on the ball, but you can also assume another way where you're not on a ball, where the sun is circling over the top of us.
I don't know. When I look at the sunset, it's pretty clear what is going on. And like
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
say,
When you
even
live in
in
your
the past,
imagination, bro.
Well, it's not like the sun is going down towards the ground.
No,
it
yeah,
goes on.
it goes
It
off
looks
into
like
the
it goes on.
distance. It becomes twilight, where trees and mountains and hills and all that shit, like they block it long before in most places. Like you might live on a salt flat, you might live like right on the coast or something where you see it differently. But like for most of us, no, we lose sight of the sun long before it actually sets.
Well, then you can't really. You're not really an expert in sunset over the ocean.
Expert.
Well, I'm just kidding, but not.
But what are you trying to say about the sun? You're saying it's going down?
No, I was saying this like because I hear you guys saying that we should trust our senses, our eyesight, and all this stuff. But when it comes to, for example, sunset, my sense says that it goes behind something. Okay, let's not call it a curve, but it's going behind something.
Wait. Your
And
senses are telling you the
But
sun's going.
none of us are saying it goes behind anything. It's just small and local, and it just goes too far away for you to see.
Well,
and that's what
you
you
gotta
asked
add in a
me.
little bit of
Honestly,
thought
honestly,
too.
hey,
It's
wait,
not all senses,
just
right?
give me
The sun is above your head, so when
no,
does it
but
go
I'm saying
down
a
below your
sunset.
feet?
A sunset. I'm
But
saying, does it look at least like it's going down, or to you it looks like it's going far away?
But you got to add in like some logic, right? It's, the sun's not going down closer to the ground. It's like the sun's always above your head. It's
But
not
what
going
does it
under
look?
your feet.
Think of
But what does it look?
think of the hallway that was presented earlier. Now imagine you're in a
No, no,
very
no,
long
no.
hallway, a very long
Yes.
hallway, and you
Why
have
nobody can answer?
you have lights.
Honestly.
You have lights that are on the ceiling of this very long hallway that are every 10 feet. And when you go stand at one end of the hallway and look at only the lights and follow them to the end of the hallway, you'll notice that they dip down towards the vanishing point of your perspective, correct?
Yes. At the center, though. Not they don't go down. They go under.
They're not really
They're
going
never gonna
down.
go.
They go
They're
down
never
in
gonna.
your perspective.
Okay, but the sun is a move. Like let's say the sun is moving. Okay, we are still. It still looks like. I'm not saying that it is doing it. I just wanna hear if you all
We're saying that it's so
like
far
your
away.
observation.
We're saying that the farther away it goes, the lower in your perspective you will see it. And once it dips down below
And why
the
doesn't it
vanishing
change
point,
size?
once it dips down below the vanishing point, as described by that 0.02 degrees, your angular resolution of your eye, at that point, you don't see anything anymore. Everything gets muddied. It's gone.
Yeah, you also got to start with some common sense, right? The sun's above your head, moving. So,
Okay, let me ask you,
you stop
cheeseburger.
right there.
Can I ask a question to a person and like cheeseburger since you talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
What does it look like to you? Forget the logic. What does
Yeah,
it look like?
okay.
What are you observing? Like, are you observing an object going farther or an object going down?
Well, I see the sun moving. That's probably where I would just stop.
Yeah,
So,
that's
yeah.
fine. Okay, see the sun moving, and what is it doing? Is it going farther or is it going down?
Well, it would be silly to say that the sun's going down, wouldn't it?
What does it look like? Not
No. This is what I was saying. If you're in the northern hemisphere, which I think you are, then as you look to the west, it will actually move further towards the north as it sets. So it's doing a circle around a central point that we are all on. So like as it goes away from you, it's making a very wide circle.
okay. So let's say that you have to draw a sunset. What do you draw? A small sun or you draw half sun?
Okay, dude. Well, what's the point? What are you trying to prove? Just can you make that
My
concise
point,
for us,
I'm
please?
just okay. Yeah. I'm just saying that following my sense, what my eyes see can be deceiving.
No, it's not deceiving at all. That's what I would expect in the world where our eyes operate the way they work. Do you just not understand how your eyes work still?
I understand what I see, and I see a sunset.
Yeah,
I
you're
see
using your
half of the
eyes to
sun.
see, by the way. Did you not know that either?
Yeah, I do, and
Yeah,
I also.
then you cannot discount optics.
Where do you live on the coast or in the mountain? Where do you live? I know that you live in Iceland, but are you near the coast?
Well, I've been to the coast. We were describing the sunset. I was picturing myself at a beach looking across the ocean. So I get what you're saying. Of course, it appears to be going down, but then you have to add in like common sense and a little bit of
No, I
logic
understand.
and your
I'm with you. I'm
premises.
with you. I'm with you, cheeseburger. But my point was this: that usually some of you guys, I don't want to put everybody in a package, but it says that we observe something to be flat and stationary and stuff like that, right? But
Yeah,
we also
that's because
observe,
all.
but
That's because the
hold on a second,
just a
Grace.
second
Just
before
give
you.
me 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
No,
30 seconds.
you just made a little point, and I want to give you a little caveat.
I never
on
talk,
it.
dude. I never talk. Can you give me 30 seconds? I'm just saying that as much as we don't feel moving and we observe all this stuff, we also have to admit that we observe the sun going under the horizon.
No, we don't observe that. No one can actually observe that. That would be absurd. How can you observe it going under it?
We observe the sun going into the horizon, not
That is
under the
correct.
horizon.
Fine,
The horizon
fine.
that is too far to be Earth curved, that is.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is at all points.
Because
By the
because
way,
if you are at the beach, the horizon is pretty much at 5 kilometers away
No.
from you. And I have an island in
You
front
wish.
of my house.
You wish it was, but we got pictures of it at 10 miles, 1 foot off the
Dude, where do
ground,
you
so
live?
nope.
Where do you live? Where do
yeah,
you live?
we can also show you how smaller aperture cameras make it look like it's even closer. So your Earth curve is just completely debunked.
Okay, and what you gonna do about it, huh?
Oh,
I
the
mean,
feet are
at the end
permanently
of the
up.
day,
Don't have to do
at the
anything.
end of the day, well, at the end of the day, we do live on a globe. You know that you like it or
No,
not.
we do
What
not.
are you gonna do about it?
At the end of it, at the end of the day, man. At the end of the day, man, we're here on the flat Earth, and we can recognize it, measure it, sense it. Like we're not moving. We're
Hell
on a
no.
flat Earth. Like you guys got to come to us. We're not here to like teach you or to like make you accept it or anything like that. Like
I kind
we're
of
just
like I
letting
enjoyed the
you
I
know.
enjoyed
We're
the
just letting you
discussion.
know that we found something that you don't agree with. And if you don't like it,
Yeah,
if you don't like
it's
it,
fine.
that's too bad on you.
Yeah, and just notice he
No,
didn't
no,
give any
I
coherent
like that.
arguments against it. He just waffled away from it.
No, I'm just saying that at the end of the day, you guys are wrong.
Yeah,
About
you
what
just made
though?
baseless assertions because you could not give a
Because
coherent counter argument. We know
no, I'm
we've
just
seen it
saying.
1,000
I'm
times
just
in your
saying.
kind.
Okay, my
What?
kind.
But just be specific. Wrong about what? Because you didn't really wrap your point up in a bow, so you just jumped to, well, you guys are just wrong. So like, wrong about what?
I was just saying because Grace was telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about. They say at the end of the day, you say it's flat, but at the end of the day, I think still is round.
Yeah, that's
Hell
not
So
no.
what I said.
because Blaze said it, you're repeating it, and you think it fits here.
I think he said Drace.
I said you, which is very
It doesn't matter.
is a
Somebody said it.
mean
You thought it fits.
Yeah,
Got
he
it.
mentioned it and we thought it fit.
Well, it's fine. You can think
What?
whatever you want, but it's like, if you have something that we can go and teach to other people, please present it. But
But
you
you
just
know,
saying, not,
but you know,
isn't something I can go and
you
teach other
no no
people.
no. Do you
Yeah,
know
I would like you to
in the
address our
past?
arguments, like the diffraction limit and perspective, and try to at least make a coherent argument and not just a baseless assertion fallacy, because that's not making you look any better.
I don't care how I look. Honestly, I mean, I can change it. This is not
No,
politics. I can change it. I
you just
can.
want to laugh. You just want to laugh. You just want to say,
No, I'm not
it
laughing
doesn't
either.
matter. It
I'm not
doesn't
laughing either.
matter. It doesn't matter how much proof the flat Earth shows. None of it could ever be
Look,
true because we live on a ball. The expert says
look.
so.
I honestly like you a lot. I think tonight you drink a little too much, and I like you a little less.
You know what? I don't mind. I don't mind you. And yeah, no, I've had a few drinks tonight. That's
But
not
I
a.
like you. I like you.
But
You're a good person. You're a good person.
I don't mind you, but I think you're wrong. I think you're defending a fucking globe, and
I'm not
you have no
defending you. I'm just
evidence.
here.
You have no
I don't
evidence to
need to,
fucking show for it.
but I don't need to defend something because at the
Why
end of
would
the
you?
day, it is what it is.
If you had something to stand behind, you would have evidence to prove it.
Yeah,
He just said I don't need evidence. That's hilarious.
No, I just told you. I bought a P900. I took many pictures. I even posted here. You guys don't care, so I don't post it anymore.
What
But
did you take pictures
it
of?
is interesting for me, you know.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It is. It's interesting for me too, man. You think you think I'm like a specimen in a zoo that you can study, and I think the same
No,
about
no,
you.
no, no, no.
You know, I'm
No,
more interested in his motivation. That's what I'm more interested in. Why are you here, dude? That's what I want to know.
Ooh, that's
because
a hard
it's
question.
interesting. It's
Join
interesting that
some
people.
sort of fraternal order? Did they promise you something? Are they
Wait a
spanking
second.
your
Wait a
balls?
second. I'm
Did
not an
they say,
animal in a
"Thank you,
zoo.
sir, may I have another"? That's what I want to know.
I'm
Thank
not
you,
an
sir, may I?
animal in a zoo. What the fuck?
What? Excuse me?
I said I thought I was an animal in a zoo. You're telling me I'm not?
No, I want to know what this guy's motivation is. I reckon he's
Hmm, I
I
have
don't
no
know,
motivation.
nefarious
It's like listening to a
reasons or
soap
something.
opera.
I just don't know
It's
why.
like
Ridiculous.
podcast.
All right. So
Who's this
Lino
guy?
Tomo. Lino
Yeah.
Tomo. Hey, buddy.
See.
Are you
Yes.
so you're here for entertainment or what?
Yeah. Like not entertainment to make fun of you. I like when, for example, there is a people not like me. I don't know. I know nothing. But
Obviously
like
not here to
guys like
learn. You're not
Matthew.
here to learn, are you? That's my point.
I'm here to learn because I learn from people like Matthew learns, or like when some people come in and like I go to other channel where like is a little more
So hey,
balanced.
so you've been looking into this for a minute or two, right? And how long, Lino Tomo, have you been?
I've been here longer than you probably, like
Probably, yeah.
2016.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's kind of my point. That's
yeah.
right. So
I used to
what I'm
listen
saying is,
to the
gosh, God,
Hangout
you
to.
will let me
Sorry.
finish.
Yeah.
So my point is, you've been here. Let's just say you've been here longer than me. You might have. That's what's worrisome about it. If
Why?
you haven't already admitted that it's flat, stationary, and enclosed, or at least just measures flat against the globe math, if you haven't done that by now, it very much speaks to a cognitive malfunction that you need to see a physician about immediately. Thanks.
Yeah, he's been here since
Why?
2016, and he still has zero proof of the globe, and he thinks he's learning from Matthew Learns.
What
Matthew
did he
has
learn?
No,
admitted to us. Matthew has admitted
look,
to us that
I just
he
like
has
to
no
listen to people talk.
foundation in any kind of physical evidence or real life evidence. It's all just beliefs, and that's what
I
you
like
learned that from
caution.
him.
Yeah. Is that what you learned from
I
Matthew
like
Learns? Is that the
caution.
globe is just a belief? Because that's what he says all the time. That's what his stance always comes down to. It's just a belief.
Well,
He
he has
admits
to
it all
be
the
very
time.
diplomatic. Like he
Matthew
would have
Learns
said,
literally will tell you that God can do anything he wants, and if he wanted to create a big bang, then he will do so, and he will make Earths into balls because God wanted to. That's it.
yeah, but like I'm just interested in the argument, and you guys are all characters in a way, and it's like entertainment.
You don't think
Uh,
you're one of the? You don't think that you are one of the characters here, dude? You've
no,
been here enough
I'm
to be a fucking
an
character.
NPC. I'm
I'd
an
love to hear an
NPC.
argument right now.
I'm
Please
an
explain this.
NPC in this world.
No, hey,
Straighten
Lino
us.
Tomo. Before you argue, real quick, you need to see a neurologist. I'm not kidding. So go do that
Okay.
and come back, and we'll see if anything's fixed. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Return to your job collecting cans on the side of the highway.
Okay, I'm just go back to listen. Thank you. Thank you guys. Bye bye.
He's already dead.
Now note, if you actually had any evidence, you would simply present it, and we would all go home with our newfound belief in the globe because we have all this evidence. Well, he doesn't have any.
Yep. Like good evidence is usually self-evident.
Perfect. Why don't you keep that running?
Our lines are now open to any new Glober willing to come on and tell us his evidence. The Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum.
I know. I thought we were just getting ready to have that conversation, and everybody went silent.
Well, we asked them for proof, and they went on mute. So, I mean, kind
What's
of
that
hard.
guy's name? Hey, guy, come back and tell us about the globe.
I found, I found the Glovers.
You found them, Gospel?
Yeah. Look at my gift. Did anybody else watch this terrible movie?
Yes, Mario Bros.
Like
Forget
4
that.
times.
Yes.
Yeah. It is such an awkward movie.
Yeah.
What movie are we talking about?
Super Mario Brothers.
Oh.
One of the worst, best movies ever.
Yeah.
Fucking Goombas, man. Goombas all over the.
Yeah. It was really awkward.
Do you think Mel Brooks was trying to tell us the whole time? He could well a bit, especially that vacuum bit.
Was Spaceballs a Mel Brooks production?
I grew up. This is literally the move. Well, one of the movies. This and the Blues Brothers. These were my movies when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah, the Blues Brothers. I love when they drive a car through the mall.
Yeah.
On a mission from God and nobody died.
Absolutely.
That's right. Putting that blues band together. Getting all the old guys back.
Yeah, one of my dad's old friends. I mean, this is going back a long time ago, and he's sort of really. This is when he was young and vibrant, but now he's all sort of old and grey and falling to pieces. Bless him. His name's Ray. He's a lovely man, and still to this day, I see him and he's like, "Cop sharks, cop motor, cop." It's so funny. It's sweet. It's really sweet.
Have a half a tank. Have a half a tank of gas. Half a pack of cigarettes. Let's hit it. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen that movie.
We got a full tank of gas, a half a pack of cigarettes.
Something like that,
and
yeah.
We're wearing sunglasses at night.
Yeah.
Get it?
Yeah, I'm sorry I screwed that up. Yeah. The great comic genius of John Belushi.
Also, like it's 137 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, John Landis made some good movies, and let's see, John Hughes, he made some good ones. But listen, if you had a desert island thing, this is in English. God, I'm hearing an echo. Why am I hearing an echo?
Probably be. Let me turn this.
Yeah.
We've got like a desert island disc thing. It's a bit stupid, whatever. But it's like music. But if it were movies, what would you pick? It doesn't have to be a director or just they were involved with it, and it's a no-brainer. But I'm just going to ask it anyway. Which person would you choose? You could only see their sort of movies. The answer's really
NASA.
No, that'd get really tedious really quick.
Yes. Oh
Anyway,
my God.
I'm going to spoil it for you. It's Clint Eastwood, obviously. Come on.
You guys ever see the movie he made? It's called The Mule.
Yes,
He's
that's a good
running
film.
drugs for the cartel.
That's a good film. It's just a shame
Yeah.
to see him like in that state, isn't it? And that guy was banging on about I was dying to come in with McCartney. Only a fool on a hill would see the sun going down and the eyes in his head, world spinning round.
That's the fake Paul McCartney. Little Bill. Very talented.
Wait, somebody sang those lyrics?
Yeah, it's A Fool in the Hill by the Beatles.
I think it's Paul McCartney solo.
That's the Beatles. I'm an old dude.
You want to know a really cool song from the 60s? It'll remind you of like Iron Man, but like King Crimson did the Human Experiment redid King Crimson.
Yeah,
What's the name?
nobody knows King Crimson.
Dude, no, you should. You should check this one out.
Yeah, no, I didn't check it out when it was popular.
Is this a Space Busters guy, or does it just sound very much like that guy? Is that the space? Is that you?
I
No.
listen to King Crimson.
Steve, is it, or something like that? The Space Busters
There's one,
guy.
okay, there's one guy that listens to King Crimson. Anybody else in here know King Crimson?
No. What I'm getting to is listen to the Human Experiment. It's spelled experiment like Old English. EXPREMENTE, like
Yes,
mentee. Yeah.
very progressive. Yes,
Yeah. Check
very
out their
eclectic.
cover of it, dude.
Yeah, no, I don't care. I don't care.
Oh my god, it's so good, dude. Like if you're into music, you don't have to be into metal and shit. Like it is just such a good musical a piece of art. Like honestly.
Yeah, right. Okay.
All right, I stand corrected. Fool on the Hill is the Beatles, and I have that album on vinyl, so shame on me.
On vinyl.
Hills, bloody hell.
Bloody hell. What's wrong with you? Must be daft.
Just have half an hour of you mocking my English accent. That would make me very happy.
I know I'm not very good at it.
Bottle of water.
Is anybody aware of the fake Paul McCartney?
Yeah.
Actually, do disagree with that, and I'll tell you for why. Because I can
think
hear an
this-
echo when you're on.
Okay, let me turn this off.
Listen, they seem to put love, and when I say they, I mean I'm talking about secret societies and all them sorts of people, and the small hats. They seem to love to put the bullshit out there for people to grasp onto, rabbit holes, and they just lead to nowhere. I mean, logistically, finding another port. I mean, I don't know what your theory
Yeah,
is.
I'm part of the PID community, truth community, and it's pretty clear as a bell that
But what?
I mean, this guy's written a book. It's called The Memoirs of Billy Shears.
Yeah,
The
I've heard about
ghostwriter.
that. Yeah, it's
Because
bullshit. It's total bullshit. He's left-handed. He's fucking. He's so stupid. It's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
There's a lot
Well,
of books that were
except
written.
the heliocentric model, of course.
There's a lot of
caught
books
in
that were
Japan.
written.
His fingerprints didn't match up with what Interpol had from the real Paul McCartney, and agents came down and cut some kind of deal and got him out of jail, and it all went away.
Mm.
No, we're writing a new book right now, though. A lot of this stuff's been written about, but like some of the stuff like that the conspiracy theorists wrote about and everything else, like a lot of it didn't come true. Like, and that's where they make us look a fool.
That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, right.
It's just another area of research. It's not everybody's cup of tea.
While watching this, what's his name, Russian vids guy, I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
and he does come out with some good stuff, but he showed this clip of George Harrison's wife greeting Paul McCartney.
Yeah,
Very clearly
hello,
says,
Billy.
No, she doesn't. She says, "Hey, sweetie."
No,
Which
she doesn't.
go
It's
back
on
and watch
YouTube,
it.
guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please go and watch it.
I've seen
Go
it
and watch
over
it.
and over.
Listen,
Hello, Billy. It's pretty clear. You can hear it.
it's very clear. She says, "Hi, sweetie," which is what exactly what an American would say if she'd spent any time in England, because it's a very common greeting over here. Everybody says, "Sweetie." Hi, sweetie. It's so clear. So I very
All
rarely
right. I'll tell
comment.
you what. Just for you, I'm going to go back and watch it again sometime.
Just hearing what you want to hear, unfortunately.
I'm reading her lips and everything.
You'll see. She
And
says, "Sweetie." Let's do it. Let's do a
on the
vote.
anthology, there's a movie called The Anthology, whatever. And at one point, Paul comes in, and Ringo and George are sitting in the room, and George says, "Oh, hello, William." He gives him a big hug.
Do you think he could have been winding him up?
I think that, I mean, people who know him, they don't call him Paul. They know his name's Bill. And, even what was it? Dana Carvey slipped up. He was telling a story on some talk show about how wonderful it was to hang out with Paul McCartney and this and that, and he slipped and called him Billy.
Well, I don't buy it.
I could even see an instance where perhaps like like some guy named Joshua, like you just call him Bob because for some reason like his name is Bob. Like you're just gonna call him Bob. You never know. Like with these musical types, they're just being silly, stupid all the time. They're high, they're fucking huggers. You don't have to take everything seriously and esoterically.
Say what you will about Paul McCartney, but we can all agree that Stevie Wonder can see just fine.
I know. I did see
would
that
agree with
video
that.
too.
I would agree with that. That's clear evidence. Yes, absolutely. But this guy obviously believes they found another left-handed, and he can sing really well. I don't know.
Yeah.
What you think? They must have done something to his vocal cords as well.
This guy
pretty
had a
amazing.
band called Billy and the Pepper Pots, and
he just happened to be left-handed, and he can sing exactly the same as Paul.
Half the album was like Beatle covers, and the other half were Bill Shepherd songs.
So you think that he looked like him, sounds like him, plays like him?
He's
also left-handed, and it's like
No. But when you have somebody like the Beatles, where everybody's trying to replicate him, like that kind of changes things. Like
this guy prepared to step into the role. So Paul McCartney, for some reason, got whacked by the powers that be.
No, I disagree with that. Paul's a team player. It's John who wasn't the team player.
Well,
obviously,
it turns out Beatles were this Tavistock project for social engineering.
I know about all that.
Yeah, so
I would question whether they wrote any of the songs.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Ringo talked about writers in one article, and there's a researcher that's like put a timeline together as far as the official narrative compared to how that really works in the studio and the time it takes to write songs and all this stuff, and none of it checks out.
I mean, it's just there's too much. You got to find someone that looks like him, sounds like him, plays like him, and he's left-handed.
Yeah, he had to learn the bass left-handed. He plays right-handed. He's mainly a piano player, and he plays woodwinds, and he knows how to score music and write music and read music and all that stuff.
And he can play a right-handed guitar upside down.
And yeah, he had to take time to learn the bass upside down.
You know why? Do you know why he can play right-handed guitar upside down? It's obvious, isn't it? Because they didn't have any money back then, so they just steal any guitars, pick them up, right-handed, playing left-handed guitars upside down. Think
there's two ways to go with that. You either leave the strings the way they are, so you have the skinny string up near you, up at the top, or you restring guitar for left-handed, so it's like fat strings are first. You know what I mean?
This Billy character, he really is. I mean, Paul were pretty good, but this Billy character, fuck me, he makes Da Vinci look like an amateur. Then
Yeah, I mean he, like
'cause he can fucking do it
he
all.
came in on Sergeant Pepper's. That was like his baby, and so he took over the leadership of the group as part of his deal for joining and doing this. And he said, like, no more love songs. We're taking it all in a different direction and everything. And he sort of became the boss. At that point, that was part of the deal. He'd become like the musical director of the band. The other three Beatles weren't used to working that hard.
Yeah, well, see it, but anyway, there you go.
And they sort of resented him,
Is there any other band that anybody fucking looks at so deeply? Oh my god.
Sure. What was the White Rabbit band, or the starts with a T?
The White Rabbit. That's Jefferson Airplane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jefferson
Okay. Yeah. Definitely not starting with the T. That's the band now. Yeah. Thank you.
Surreal Pillow, I think, was the name of the album.
Jimi Hendrix is another one. Anybody that was involved with MK Ultra and stuff like that, I think, has had an
you find out
eyefall
all
on
these
them.
rock bands like have these weird, roots in the military industrial complex, their parents or whatnot, their schooling.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. That's just a super spooky Illuminati music.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Because all of our pop stars are MK Ultra fucking controlled, and they shave their hair on demand and whatever else. Like, it's too much. It's too over the top. It's too easy. It's like too Hollywood. It's
screws up your love for entertainment once you learn all these things.
Hey, I think, but what gospel? I think you mean Tavistock, not MK Ultra. Which I mean, it's sort of similar, but Tavistock Institute with some of these musicians. Yeah, that'll be that. Yeah, Billy Shears. They had to learn to play left-handed to play Paul McCartney. Right? Are we?
Yeah, you see Billy. He's looking down at the neck all the time. This Paul McCartney never looked at the neck. Amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Paul McCartney was left-handed, but Billy Shears was right-handed. He had to learn how to be Paul. Right.
Yeah, when he's recording in the studio, he just plays right-handed. Everybody knows.
Maybe. I mean, who can tell? I mean, unless you have actual footage of that. But when he played live, I mean, he had to play left-handed. Bass guitar.
I guess
Yeah,
this
he
goes
did.
hand
That
in
was
hand
part
with
of his.
the Alex Jones thing, not being Alex Jones.
Well,
Dude, I
that's a
think that's
pretty
happening
dumb
with
conspiracy.
Biden. I think it's going on right now with Biden. But
a double.
Seems so. Just real quick, I just jumped in about the Paul is dead stuff. I just put the whole explanation. I don't need to repeat necessarily, but in the live stream, seems like the Paul is dead stuff is a psyop, but it's only because it's predicated on the idea that Paul is dead. I looked into this pretty deeply for a long time, and it seems like Paul is actually still alive, going by the name of John Halliday, and he gives tours of Paul McCartney's boyhood home. Colin Unwin is the original John Lennon, it seems, as far as I can tell, and they're both living still in Liverpool. One of them does the childhood home tours, and it's spitting image of the original Paul, and then the spitting image of the original John is Colin Unwin still looking after Strawberry Fields, which is a orphanage that was also is a garden that he takes care of, and you can look all this up and online. And there's a lot of people that are totally convinced that this is actually the truth, but it's kind of avoided by the Paul is dead community, because it's all predicated on the idea that Paul is dead, which they've totally played into and put album clues on and everything. But it's kind of a cover up for the idea that maybe all of them have been replaced at least once over time. And that's as far as I got with it. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting things about it. And it does seem that at least Paul, as well as others, may have been replaced, and that it was a studio musician that came in that had a lot more musical talent as far as like his musical abilities. Maybe not songwriting talent, but they totally changed when Sgt. Pepper's album came out. And it was kind of in the same vein as the Doo Dog band that was mentioned earlier, by this other guy that seemed to be like could have been the one of the ideas of replacements or one of the guys contributing to it. But
Yeah, I mean,
Bill's
if you
Billy
see this
Shears.
Doodah band,
Yeah,
there's this guy Vivian Stanshall, and one of the Vivian Stanshalls, there's a replacement guy, but the one you'll see on YouTube
yeah,
videos
very similar
there,
music.
it's Bill Shepard. He likes to create a character.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. But there's a lot more to it that the Paul is dead community actually seems to avoid, because the bigger conspiracy is that they've all been replaced over time, and it's really interesting when you look into that. I put a video
Yeah,
link to
I'm
a
not
channel that has
buying into that one.
no sound. It's just all pictures, and they do a pretty good job of showing that maybe they've all been replaced many times over. And there's some interesting things about that I could add.
Yeah, I mean, they've all had doubles, from day one. They use for various.
That's true too. Yeah.
So yeah, it's all very mysterious. But they're like a produced band, like the Monkees, more like. There's studio session players playing the music, and there's professional writers writing the songs, and then they put down the vocals on the record.
Yeah, it's almost like the Monkees were given to us as the intentionally admitted to created band, so that we wouldn't suspect that of any other band.
Yeah, yeah. The Monkees finally, by their third album, they said, "We're gonna play our own music. Fuck you." Mike Nesmith is punching through the wall. He's so pissed off. So they let him do an album, playing their own instruments. So it was pretty good. It's called Headquarters.
There's a good documentary out, I think, on Netflix. Maybe on Amazon Prime, I can't remember. But it's about Muscle Shoals and all the music that came out of Muscle Shoals.
Oh my God, yeah, that's so good.
Yeah,
I love that.
And half of that R&B stuff that came out of Muscle Shoals was all the instruments were played pretty much by like country white guys.
Yeah,
which most people don't realize.
These guys on staff that just come in and play the music for you, at Muscle Shoals. And they just produce these solid gold hits, man. Solid gold.
Sorry.
I don't know.
What I was gonna say, what's funny is when you mention any of these theories, someone's most likely gonna say, "Oh, well, you probably think Elvis is alive still too, right?"
No, I don't.
Well, actually, that seems to be the one that's most apparent. I'll put a video in the live chat right now. Seems that Elvis did actually survive or live on, and he's actually a pastor, Bob Joyce. It's pretty convincing, and he doesn't claim to be. He denies the allegations, but when you hear the videos, we watch the videos. I'll put in the live stream. It's Elvis.
The guy's like,
if there's anybody that's Elvis, this guy is Elvis. He sings exactly like him. He talks about losing it all and giving it all up for Jesus. He totally found it's exactly what you'd expect Elvis to do if he faked his. He needed to get out of his life, just the same way Michael Jackson or Prince or any of these people did.
It's time to tell the whole world I faked my death. I've really been alive. I'm 87 years old now. And I'd like to do one of my hit songs for you now.
Lou, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up?
You remember Joey, right?
Yeah. Is he back?
No, but they're talking about Elvis, and all I can think of is Joey.
Hey, Joey, do that Elvis thing.
No.
Come on, Joey.
We had a guy on this server for a little while that said that he was Elvis's son,
Oh yeah, another schizophrenic though. We get these guys these schizos. They come in. They're like in group homes and shit, and they're all like,
Charles
what's
Manson
funny
is
about
my
that?
father.
You know what's funny about
Daddy's.
that is the video I just posted in the first one of the ones I'm going to post about Bob Joyce is Bob Joyce's real son, or one of his kids, besides Lisa Marie or whoever, uh, um, the son is actually an Elvis impersonator. You can see like the son singing the song, and then the crowd. There's people in the crowd that know that the dad is really Elvis, and they start cheering when he's singing, and he's way better than the son, and the son's just looking at it. Just you can see it when you see that clip of his son singing and him singing, and that's Elvis. I'll put better clips, but put more videos in by Bob Jones.
Wow, that's Elvis. We got to believe her.
Well, on the topic of music,
And it also seems
was
like
it
there's a Bob Joyce that he replaced. Like there's a real Bob Joyce, and maybe he took over his life or something. And they kind of obscure, like some of the pictures maybe earlier on don't look like him because it's not the Elvis that is Bob Joyce now, or they had another guy that they were saying was Bob Joyce, so we covered up that kind of.
Yeah, I've never heard of Bob Joyce. Who is that?
So I've just been back and watched that video. I just typed it in, Paul McCartney, Billy, all that, and that's if somebody's altered that. Somebody's definitely altered that in the last few years since I watched it. I'm telling you that now. A mouse
Yeah, Billy's got
different.
this long face. Why did you let your face grow long?
No. Yeah. That's the one out, like a
And
red carpet thing. But I'm just saying,
James Paul
the mouse
McCartney
been. Listen. The mouth has been manipulated, and you can even hear the audio has too. So
yeah, they do. They manipulate the old pictures, trying to phase, this Bill guy into the old
No,
pictures.
dude, you're not listening to me. When I watched that before, like a couple of years ago, and I left that comment underneath RV Truth's videos because I never comment on YouTube, very rarely. But I just said to him, "Look,
wait,
she obviously says
okay,
sweetie." Hello?
Can I interject on this?
Can he finish what he was
I know,
saying? Maybe he can finish what he was saying, then you can talk.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. You continue. It was just like a quick thing.
I'll be done in 2 seconds, dude. Right, so I left this huge comment underneath his video saying, look, if you're going to put out this stupid content, because it's obvious she says sweetie, it's so fucking obvious, then you're adding to the problem because these people clearly get the kicks pushing people down these stupid rabbit holes that are completely fucking meaningless. Now, is there all this manipulation in music industry, Tavis, all that? Yes, of course there is. But I'm afraid some of them are just ridiculous, and this is one of them, in my opinion. And that video I've just watched has been manipulated. The mouth's different, the audio's different on that particular phrase. It just changes, so whatever.
What was the purpose of the manipulation? Would you say?
To say
Well,
Billy.
I think sometimes they
sweetie.
put out subterfuge. They put out one that you can obviously detect that it's been manipulated, and it works to make people that don't want to think that it's possible to say, oh, well, okay, that one's been manipulated, obviously, so the whole theory's out the window. It could just be obviously done that way so that you can catch it, and then it makes all the other claims look stupid.
This is like that Mandela
Could
shit.
it be,
That's
and I
bullshit
have
and
to be
all.
crazy as fuck when I ask this, but could it be it's all a distraction to get us to waste time talking about it like we're doing right now?
Of course. Thank you.
Hey.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't interest you, then there's no point in talking about it. That's for sure.
No, it absolutely interests me. I mean, of course it interests me. I did a massive deep dive on Beatles. Who hadn't? Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people that haven't. But it absolutely interests me. I won't be talking about it if it didn't. But, I've got to call it as I see it. And that video has been manipulated. It's very obvious. Anyway.
Anyone here take Optics 60?
What's Optics 60?
I think it's 60 level optics course. I think it's right before 101.
Oh, is it like a test, like to see if like your eyes is okay or something? Or is it like a type of camera?
No, it's like understanding lenses and light refraction.
Oh, I see, I see. I don't know, I failed physics. I don't really,
Oh.
so I don't know much about, reflection and stuff.
I was hearing some interesting arguments about how the moon to be reflecting the way it is, it has to be either concave or flat if it's reflecting light.
I know it might just be a
Okay,
disc.
I might have to like jump on that, but like, okay, think about it, okay? When in a hot day, and then you have like a white wall, like you painted with the color white, and then it's like very hot, like 1 o'clock in the morning, the sun's out in the sky, and then let's say you put your water bottle like with the color red near near the wall, and then suddenly you start to see this like there's some kind of like red hue, right? Red hue in like the wall, so maybe it's like it doesn't need to be concave, but like whenever there's light, into like that shines into an object, the object, no matter what, still reflects it, still reflects the light. So when you put the water bottle near the white wall, there's like some kind of red tint on the wall because the light reflected from the bottle to the water. I think it's the same for the moon.
So if
Despite
you have
it,
a bottle versus a flat sheet of metal that's the same material, the light is going to behave differently when it bounces off of it. It's going to come
yeah,
off
but
at different
still,
angles.
but it's still the same color because not the color, but like it's still gonna do the same. Let's say the metal is like blue. Yeah, it will reflect, but it'll
I
still
think
be,
that's a false
it'll still
analogy.
reflect.
Yeah, and then in addition, the reflection shouldn't violate the inverse square law of light.
Okay, but like, come on. If anything, maybe the moon. I'm not gonna say like it's not flat or anything, but like maybe the moon is a circle because it rotates. If it's a flat thing, why does it like have like half moon, quarter moon and stuff? Does the surface does the moon like rotate like up and down, or does it like change around? Since the moon rotates into different
Well, I'm
as a
just saying that
quarter.
according to optics and the way light bounces off of different shapes, it can't be round because a convex shape is going to have light come off differently than a concave. Do you understand
But
the
then
difference between concave and convex?
how can there be like different moon patterns? There's like a quarter moon,
Oh,
a waning
I don't
moon,
know.
a
I don't know.
waxing moon.
I'm not explaining any or talking about any of that.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't
but
make
You
a
know, I have a
we don't
sneaking suspicion that we may never know what the moon is or why it does what it does. Who agrees with me? Raise your hand.
I happen to agree with that. I mean,
So maybe we
scientism
can
will tell
figure
you
out
all about
some
it. They
stuff
know everything
about it.
about it, but I don't believe them.
Some pilot at the bar didn't want to hear my talk on the sextant. It's like, I don't want to hear anybody talk about navigation who doesn't know what pilots use.
Yeah, you weren't qualified.
Because pilots don't use sextants. It doesn't matter that they work.
Were you trying to convert somebody to flat Earth?
Honestly, I like to do it like sometimes when I'm out. I'll just kind of go and check it out, see if there's any like situational ways I can make an innuendo or just blow someone's mind and watch them like break and then have to think about it for the rest of their life.
They'll just want to beat you up.
Well, you got to like find the right places and people.
And by the way, they do have sextants on airplanes, and
Of course.
they're the backup navigation system if everything stops working for some reason. They even claim to use sextant on the ISS to orient it and do all that fancy jazz.
Oh yeah, sure they do.
Yeah. That only works if it's flat all the way down, and they calculate based on the elevation down to the flat horizontal baseline. So yeah, they pretty much just admit the Earth is flat at this point.
You can't navigate a curved surface using a sextant.
Yeah,
Can I
There's
ask a
some show
question
out
to all of you
called Moon
guys?
Knight, right?
Like, ask a
There's a show
question.
called Moon Knight out right now, and they're talking about this like night god, and they had a map, but it was a star map, but it was supposed to be like 50,000 years old. It's like, don't worry about it. I'll get the stars to the same position they were 50,000 years ago. It's like,
yeah.
Alright, like I have a question for all of you guys here. Okay, so what is your like favorite type of like? It could be like somewhere where you've heard it, your own. But what's your favorite type of theory on like an existence? You know, like when the universe started and when it will end. Like, what's your favorite theory on how it works?
I just think about being good versus being bad. That's all that matters. I'll never know how it all started.
Yeah, I don't need
Because
a
like
theory or cosmology to replace the cosmology and cult I came from. I just exist in the world and know what I know based on what I can verify for myself and know to be true.
like mine is because like I think like existence is like an Ouroboros cycle. You know, it's just like a cycle. Like the end is also the beginning. Like what I think about is like you know what they say like in the beginning there was nothing but like a single singularity, and then somehow that singularity like just exploded, and that is the
Good
reason of the
story.
Big Bang. And then because of
Cool
that they
story,
say
bro.
like
Yeah, we don't. Most of us here don't believe in the Big Bang story or religion. So, do you have anything to back this religion other than the
Well, that's like
story?
the
Because
only
we
thing
have
I
heard it
no
believe
a
no
is
thousand times.
no what I'm saying is like my favorite theory like how I'm not saying like it's supported, but like, what do you think happens? Like, it's what I think. Like, what would have happened? Of course, I'm not saying like it's real. I'm just like, what could have happened? You know, it's like in a cycle. Like,
Yeah.
the universe started by the Big Bang. Don't jump on it. It's just what I think. It started with the Big Bang. Then you know what they say? Like, the universe always expands. Then what if like somewhere along the future, the universe stopped expanding, then started to like collapse on itself, everything disappears, like destroys, collapse until it all becomes that single singularity in the
We've heard
beginning.
this before.
Because it was so
Yeah, that sounds
collapsed,
like
just
a
like
nice
you
slippery
unfold a
slope you got
paper,
there,
then
bro.
it opened.
Yeah,
That's a
I'm
really
not
nice
saying
slippery slope.
that's
I'm
one of the
not
prevalent
saying like it's
theories.
true. It's just like my favorite theory on how
It's just a
Yeah,
everything
but bro,
started.
non-scientific
can I just mention?
It's an.
That,
Sorry.
all right.
I'm not saying like this is the real thing. It's like one of my
That
favorite
doesn't mean
things,
you
like
take it
what my
right
friends and I
Well,
either.
in
would like
that
talk like,
model,
how do you
you got
think
a
it started?
problem.
Anyway, so yeah, can I just basically there's a prevalent theory within the kind of mainstream consensus called the Big Crunch, and the idea is that the universe is expanding at X rate, but gravity is slowing down the rate of expansion, and then eventually that expansion will stop, and then it eventually will reverse. Just look into something called the Big Crunch, and that's what you're describing. Of course, there's no evidence for any of it, but there's a theory.
I know like zero evidence of any of it.
And so that story also begins with the creator in that religion creating all matter and all the laws in a singular point, which then they explode and then create gravity so that everything can start to coalesce into balls. But we know that gravity, that making balls, is just not true because mass does not attract mass.
Well, I was just thinking, sorry, I don't know who asked the question, but he did ask, what do you think? And all I were hearing from that guy were what other people think. This is why I say original thoughts, they're very rare. That's why I championed one other day,
What
the pirate patch. Arr! Could it be because
what
they were looking through that optic at the sun? That was
what
the first
I
thought that came. That was the first thought that came into my head when I learned the sextant. Yeah, I thought that's such a great thought. It's fun. It's brilliant. But yeah, I have my own little theory about what this place is, and it's a bit Gnostic in its origin, I
I
suppose.
think
I think it's the first time an explosion created something. I mean, why didn't 9/11 create 5 more buildings?
I don't
Exactly.
actually think there are any planes. I don't know if I'm on my own on this one as well, but I don't
No,
think there are any planes.
I'm with you there. They
No,
were
that's
they
not the
were
point,
on
though.
they were crude CGIs, those planes they showed you.
And I
I
always say
just
to people, sorry.
so I just want to know if jet fuel can create steel beams.
Absolutely not.
That create steel beams, not melts.
Yeah, they can't.
With my
Office
global
fires don't melt steel beams. No.
with my global
I didn't
Big
say
Bang
melt.
hat on, the creator
A
is not
neutron
in that
star can melt
scenario.
a steel beam.
A neutron star.
Yeah.
Did anyone else hear me not say melt? I didn't say melt at all.
No, it did melt. There was liquid, molten steel under that site for like months. It took months to cool
I
down.
understand, but I feel like everyone's missed the joke, so we can just move on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow,
Somebody's
how'd we
got
get
an
a?
echo. I'm just
We
letting
got
y'all
a
know.
9/11.
Somebody's got a damn echo.
Yes, Captain Dan.
Well, it sounds like shit on the live stream. I'm just letting y'all know. Is there any new people here?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to the iPad.
Okay, we have Sagredo. How do you pronounce that? VC verified. Oh, he ran. Yes, that's as far as that goes. That was the only one.
I didn't mean to kill a convo. I just letting you know you had an echo. My bad.
It's all good. I'm just thinking.
Oh, Drace, where are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
I am from Iceland.
Oh, sweet. Sweet, that's is it true what they say that Iceland's green and Greenland's ice?
For
Is
the
that true?
most part, yes. Although Greenland is not very much ice during the summertime either. Or in large parts.
Is everything inverted in this bloody fight?
They like to give you an idea to have in your mind on how the world is, so that you feel that you have control over the world. And then when we challenge that, it's like we're knocking a fundamental piece from underneath their feet, and they're like, "Oh, my identity."
Have you heard of the Orlinda book?
Or a Linda book?
It was a book found in Holland.
Yeah.
You heard about it? It's great.
Yeah.
I'd definitely recommend you look into it, especially if you're Scandinavian or German, especially German.
Yeah. I've seen a few videos on it.
I love all that. The Goths.
Yeah.
I don't know. They said they came from the Scythians. I really don't. I'm interested in it, but I always say, as I always state here, that anything before 1800, listen, is allegedly. I should, preface it by saying allegedly.
Another interesting factor is that the Scythian script, which is just recently been translated, has been correlated directly to the earliest form of Egyptian hieroglyphs. So it's possible that the Scythians actually brought writing to the Egyptians.
That's funny you should say that, because I went to my local Egypt shop and I said, "Can I buy a glyph?" And she said, "No, you can only hire a glyph." Sorry. I went from studying spirituality for 10 years to dad jokes.
Dad jokes.
That jokes make me happy now for some reason.
That was funny.
Not one glyph of how they did what they did.
Yeah,
tough,
funny.
tough room.
Yeah, that's one of the funniest aspects of it is it doesn't say any of the things or much of the things that they claim in our current history in the rock. So like it's not the same thing. Like they according to Egyptian history, essentially the Egyptian kingdoms didn't have any Hebrew slaves, or at least they weren't classified as such. So
Yeah, when it comes to history, they could have told us anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I have questions about those Tartarian buildings I see.
That's
Like
a
the
pretty
turn of the
interesting.
century, 1902, some palace that's like as long as a football field. Like, who's building this stuff?
I don't think we should underestimate our forefathers or people. Like,
Yeah.
there is this idea that like if you take the entire Tartaria theory or idea and you make a parallel comparison to like the ancients, like ancient aliens building pyramids and stuff like that, it's pretty much just one-to-one. Just replace it with Tartaria. This is also a reason why Tartaria is not in the negative algorithm on YouTube. Like I get Tartaria videos every single day in my feed.
Yeah, it's also very interesting if you look at some of the Tartaria stuff. Australia is a very good example because they were living in boats, having schools in boats, yet the buildings there that rose just shortly, supposedly after they arrived, are way too big and detailed for people on
It's just
boats to just whip up
crazy.
in no time with no resources.
I know, just they didn't even have power tools or anything. I mean, just like horses with carts and stuff. Like, where are they getting all the materials?
So that's very interesting. And then there's the Mongols and natives had to be told by the white man about Genghis Khan and how their ancestors supposedly conquered the world, and they're like, what? But then at the same time, you find artifacts of white people in that region, including all the way down to Asia, where there were giant statues of white Buddhas with orange hair, which were then promptly destroyed by the Chinese government.
Maybe that was artistic license.
Yeah, my entire point is just like about the Tartaria thing. Don't draw conclusions too fast. Like it's an interesting idea.
Oh yeah.
Oh
But,
yeah, I have no conclusions yet.
Oh yeah, I was just conversation.
How was everything buried too? Like they definitely weren't making basements.
I mean, everything wasn't buried because we have still underground tunnel systems around the world. So if there was some sort of mud flood, it was local, something like that, because it's not worldwide. Because, for example, as I said, we have these underground tunnel structures.
But it is.
Like that.
I have to stop you there because it is worldwide. You see windows and doorways buried underground all over the world.
Look,
Europe, America.
when I was a kid, it wasn't even a secret. Like when they film like movies like Ghostbusters and shit like that, like these underground like train tunnels and shit like that, like they were known to be buried underneath cities. Like,
yeah.
So we built literally cities on top of cities on top of cities. Like this is not hidden from history.
That's not my point. I'm just saying if there was something like mud floods, I'm not saying there isn't. It was not worldwide. It was local phenomenons, if anything, because we do have like these kind of things around the world that
So
is not
everyone
covered
had
in
a
mud.
local event at the same time. It just wasn't
It doesn't
global.
happen to be at the same time. It could have happened like
Yeah, how do you know it happened at the same time?
that's the thing, yeah. Like
Because at the time, well, I guess yeah, it's based off of like what they tell us when they were built. It's the same type of architecture. It all that culture, that style, and those buildings all have like windows and doorways underneath, and you can see them like when the U.S. Capitol building, they excavated it. You can see all these pillars and things that go far below underground. At the same time, you look in Europe and they have it too. Maybe it wasn't at the same time, but what's causing these events? That's also an interesting question. Is it soil liquefaction? Because I don't know. I don't know,
100%.
but
It's very interesting.
Just think
it's an
about
anomaly.
Just think about it on an explosive volcano. It really buries a lot of the land under a layer of sediment. So that could easily cause something like that. And then
You think those were volcanoes that got erased from history?
I don't know. There could have been some volcanic eruptions in the past. There could have been flooding, like we see with what's it called?
In the Bible.
The Sahara Desert is full of seashells and has whale bones in the middle of it. So something.
I would love if you can give me a reference that I could look at that myself. I would really appreciate that.
You should be able to look it up.
Okay.
It's not an occult thing or anything. It's just things they have found.
No, I just want to read on that. That's interesting.
Yeah,
I was just agreeing with the guy on the Tartaria point that it does get pushed. Clearly, I don't know about the buildings.
Yeah, I agree with him on that too.
The thing is, like from what I could have gathered of information and what I have listened to, is like there is this Tartaria where we had a reset in the like early 90s, 1900s or something like that. But there is no like real evidence for that. That's not the same as saying that we have never had resets before, because there is these evidences or remains from cataclysmic events, or you know what I mean? It's like around the world, but that is not from that 1900 Tartaria reset that is being promoted so heavily by YouTube's algorithms and stuff like that. So I think that we have to like take that with a grain of salt, because I think that's a deception.
Here's the thing: is I think there's a lot to be learned from like the recent past, like steampunk technology and stuff like that. They did some amazing things. They built up the industrial world and did some. Oh my God, they're trained with beauty and elegance, and they did that shit right, man. Like they knew what they were doing. Like the Art Deco, all of that, the architecture. It was just, it was really cool. Like, we're not, nowadays we think we're at the top of everything, but no, like their stuff lasted. I don't know if anybody here has ever had like an old tractor or an old stereo or an old, whatever. Like that stuff lasts for generations. Nothing is built like that anymore. We're not at the top of anything.
I had an old Civic.
Yeah, that doesn't quite qualify with what I'm talking about, but cool. Civic's all right.
Yeah, you can drum a lot of miles, over 200,000 miles, 300,000 miles.
No, look, I mean, they used to have like pneumatic tunnels through shit. Like all those tunnels that are bricked up and everything, like a lot of those are pneumatic tunnels. They used to send like notes through them. I'm not talking about like huge distances, but like the way they would set up buildings and stuff. Like those bank
What's up
tubes
with
and
those
shit.
electric parks? Have you seen those electric parks? They got lights everywhere.
Yeah,
Like
they
the
would do all
wiring would
kinds
be
of
insane
really
to do
cool
that.
stuff. Yeah,
Probably
yeah.
wasn't. It was like a city that was lit up with like Christmas. See, the thing is, they have to like give us a little bit of truth, and so that like we have like hope or something, so that it's controlled opposition. They take something that's true and they bastardize it.
But they also put things out clearly. They get the kicks this way, and you can see it's clearly designed to piss people off. It's so obvious, and they must love it. They really do
Oh,
have
they
a laugh
feed
at
off of it.
Yeah, I believe they're testing different populations to see how much tyranny they can get away with and whatnot.
What am I supposed to be pissed off at?
What do you want me to tell you if you? Or...
I'll do it. Just tell me. I'll do it.
Yeah, being forcibly medicated.
I can't talk
let's
about
not
that.
go there.
Can't talk about that.
Sorry.
I have a way not to go down that route. I have a feeling that, and I'm not kidding, and I really hope that this doesn't happen. Let's really do our best to make sure this doesn't happen. But I have a feeling that looking at someone quote unquote wrong will eventually be illegal. I'm not kidding. Not
Well,
fucking
bro,
kidding. And
my
that feels
parents in the
terrible.
Soviet Union, they lived in a type of community where your neighbor can just go and tell on you and make up some stupid shit, and that's it. They'll make an example out of you. This wasn't that long ago. In the 60s? Yeah, that's it. You got cops coming in your house. They'll take their fucking little metal pens and start sticking them in the garden, looking for little stashes of cash.
No, but none of that was ever legal. No,
that was legal. That was the law at that time.
No, in the 60s?
In Soviet Union.
Oh, in Soviet Union. Okay.
Yeah. In Ukraine.
All right.
I do not remember this.
Yeah, you do. Go ask Grandma. She'll remember. Go ask Babushka. She'll tell you.
No, you're right about they've set up this snitch type of thing where anybody can just call the police.
See something, say something, bro.
Yep.
This guy.
Your parents are trying to tell you that you're a boy. Oh my god!
They could get CPS on your ass, from these phone calls.
Yeah,
you're talking about social credit score,
and you're fucked if you're a man.
How dare you?
Mm-hmm.
There's one state, I think, I'm not sure if it's California or there's a certain state, a woman calls up and makes a statement and they come and arrest you. No evidence, nothing.
Yeah, that's California. After O.J. Simpson, they said any woman that says anything, it's automatic case against the man. He's automatically, he's not charged. He's automatically convicted.
What kind of shit is that?
Yeah. And I know how to get out of that too. She has to disappear.
Yeah, I have.
That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious.
I had a stunt like that pulled on me.
Sorry, I think I cut somebody off with the Keck laugh. My bad.
Dude, you are quick with them sound effects. Were you? I was listening like yesterday or the day before. They did the today, Junior. I was pissing myself.
Dude, I don't get to use that much, but it's so funny, man.
I just thought that just made my day.
Junior.
One of my favorites is the "Who Wants to Be a Millionaire" music.
Dude, I know
that one is great.
That one really pissed off that last guy. He's like, "I'm gonna mute him."
What are you?
Timing were perfect.
What are you using to throw those sound effects in.
Yeah. So I actually bought an iPad just for this at first.
Just
Obviously, I
for
can use
this.
it for other things now, but originally I was using like my iPhone set up with my MacBook, but then I wanted to do it on the go, so then I bought an iPad. So I basically use like two devices. So one device plays the audio, and then I use my iPhone as the microphone. So the thing is though, like I wish I could share the soundboard because I've had to like manually add clips. So if I find somebody saying something funny, or if it's relevant to the conversation, or it would make a good sound bite, I have to go and like grab it and then add it to the board. But this is like the only one. It's like I wish I
Dude, I
could
think
share it.
if you
That'd be
made
sweet.
if you made some kind of prototype where everybody could do that, you
I
could probably
know.
make $1 million.
Oh my
Well,
god!
I
Could you
see.
imagine a 24/7 soundboard?
Well,
Half of it's gonna be QE.
Dude, I've also been hearing about how great our memes are. Like, people think they're hilarious. Even the Glovers, they love them. They come here for the memes.
the memes are awesome, and like, and the funny thing is, now we have like audio memes too.
Provide
'cause-
only the highest quality memes for Glovers and Flat Earthers alike.
yeah, exactly.
Well, I can't imagine a meme Glover would use. Like they're all gonna be like kid stuff. Like it's so stupid.
I know.
I know that the flat Earth memes just come out naturally, just so great. Just
I saw a
you can't.
couple tries once with Neil deGrasse Tyson and like dropping microphones. It was, I don't like to use this word because it's ridiculous, but cringe. It was cringe 100% 2.0.
Well,
So,
the only one they have
yeah.
is that like dinosaur disc one. They just repost that one over and over and over. The comet hits the disc, all the dinosaurs fly off. It's like, well,
All of
They
their
fly
memes
off.
are straw man arguments. They'll just show some stupid ass shit like a turtle or pizza.
yeah. That's the best they can offer, though. What's so funny to me is that, like, that's the
Yeah.
propaganda that they think
I
we
feel
fell
bad
for.
for them. I really do.
They're the ones
I love
falling
the
for it.
droplet of water for water curvature.
Oh my
Oh
god.
god.
My new thing with that is I'll be like, can you swim in a drop of water?
They're like, see, water curves. What about this?
It's like, we're talking about bodies of water. Can you get your I know you're about as small as Joe Rogan, but can you swim in a drop of water? Pretty sure only Joe Rogan can do that. So
Hey, how about waves? That's curvy water.
yeah, that's hilarious too. When they say waves, like it's like, how's that curvature?
Or I think
Tandem atmospheres are pretty hilarious too.
I think 2 days ago we're over 21 or 25,000 in the server already. The guys, have any of you been on an airplane?
Nah, dude, what's that?
One of the pilots, I asked if they, after I asked if they ever adjust for curvature or they just fly level, and they all tell me they fly level. And then I asked them if they've ever seen curvature. One of them said, "When I fly further north, then I see curvature."
What?
That's what the pilot said.
He was bullshitting you.
She was probably thinking of the Greg Tyson's pear-shaped Earth.
Oh my god, dude, that's ridiculous.
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Wow. So she's thinking like if I go to the north, it'll be more curvy up there. Come on, dude, give me a break, dude. Oh my.
Exactly. Felt
He's
uncomfortable.
like, well, when you're at the top of the ball, then we actually see the brightness of the curved, round Earth.
So,
Sure you do.
so what she's saying is that I should see the curve really well, but I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
You have to be in a plane up there, then you can see it. Hey,
I've
I
heard
asked a
about
mathematician. Where he observed curvature, and he says at the beach. He saw it freaking at sea level. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Yeah, I
think
asked
you're
him to
seeing
show
a
me how you
curve,
get a straight line on a curved adjacent. He drew a straight line on a piece of paper, and then he rolled up the paper into a tube and said, "That's a straight line on a curve."
wow,
That's not a
that's
straight line
cool.
anymore. A mathematician has no difference between 180 and 360.
He stumped you there.
You need to revoke his nerd pass. Oh
He-
my!
I told him,
draws.
I said, if we don't know what a straight line is, I think the conversation has to end.
He drew a straight line and then he rolled up the paper and said, "See, it's a curved straight line."
Curved straight line now.
Yeah. I
But
guess
to
he
him,
wasn't.
you know, it totally makes
I
sense.
guess he wasn't all wrong, right? It was sort of a
I can see where he was going with it, but it was feeble.
It's weak. Yeah, it's super weak. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the whole flying to the north, that's ridiculous. But I've also heard people say, like, well, just you'll see curvature if you take an international flight. It's like, wait, what? What does the length of the flight have to do with, like, seeing curvature? Hell no.
I mean, when you land in Australia, you should be fucking upside down. There's no reason why you shouldn't be. If you're on a ball, you should be on the bottom of the ball.
Yeah, if you're seeing Earth curve in the horizon at sea level, you need to like get checked out. There's something wrong.
Yeah, you're delusional.
Yeah, you're hallucinating. It's
You need to go talk to a psychiatrist who will tell you that everything's going to be okay and the Earth is round. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
It's similar to how when I hypnotist.
No, but it only fits when you're able to identify as anything you want. You know, like you can see whatever the fuck you want to.
Yes,
obviously.
it's similar to when
I identify as a werewolf once a month.
It's similar to when a hypnotist makes you think you're a chicken, and you're under the impression that you're a chicken, so you cluck like one.
There was an announcement
have a clip for
halfway
that.
through the first day of the festival. I guess some people missed it. Stay away from the brown acid.
NASA.
You're a chicken.
I buy my acid fresh. I know that it's clear.
Yeah. I'm going to count to 3, and then you're going to believe that you're a chicken in the chicken coop. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Right?
1, 2, 3. I put myself in the Mojave Desert, the darkest place in North America, and I was looking up at the stars.
Martian when I count to 3. It's 1, 2, 3. Just sit up, open your eyes. Hey there, our first Martian. What's your first impression of the planet Earth here?
Yeah.
So the point is, once you get someone to believe something strongly enough, it can literally cause them to hallucinate and change their visual perception.
Yeah, it's so amazing. I see that magician stuff on Stage Magician, and they put those people into those spell. I mean, are those people just sort of going along with it because they're more weak-minded?
Pre-selected. You got to pre-select the weak ones. Yep.
Yes. Yes. You have
Probably looks at who's laughing the most at his jokes.
Yeah.
Right.
No. What they do is they use trance-inducing techniques. So they just see
In addition,
who is falling for it, and then test those guys further. The guys who fall the deepest, you use those.
yeah, you probably just send him off stage if he's not going where you want him to go.
Yeah. I just don't think it would work on me. I would just not.
I think instead of like hypnosis, I guess it's part of it, but like it's really about sociology and like we do a lot of experiments within sociology and knowing how people like to just follow the crowd, and
They do.
So if they're able to get the weak-minded, which is sadly most of society, then the rest just fall in line behind them because they don't want to be left out.
You know, I don't want to be left out either. And QE was trying to tell me that moonlight can't be an independent variable. What's up with that? You guys can explain that to me? How is moonlight not?
How do you manipulate that?
Well, because you can put it through lenses and stuff.
But you're not manipulating the moon.
No, not the moon, but the light I am. Whatever's coming off of it.
The moon is
Like
self-illuminating
UV?
and its light is cold.
Well, he knows that. He's just trying to prove that, right?
Like UV light. I mean, there are experiments that can demonstrate UV light that's coming from the sun, even though I don't know what the sun is. There's not a
Well,
single UV light experiment.
it's not an
How
experiment. It's just a
falsifiable is it to
demonstration.
try and say that you know what light is doing at the moon or what the
I
moon is
mean,
doing light-wise? How
Yeah,
falsifiable is it truly?
yeah, you're in a category error. QE tried to tell you this last time. You can't prove the cause of any of this. What you can do is you can show that it is happening through an observation where you document it happening. Like that's how you can prove it. You can't build an experiment when you can't manipulate the independent variable of the experiment. That automatically doesn't. It's not an experiment.
so there's no way to make an experiment with the sun as an independent variable?
No, because you cannot control and manipulate the sun at all.
But what are you doing though when you take the sunlight and put it through lenses to cause an effect? I guess when would you see light going through lenses in nature? Maybe like droplets of water or something.
Yeah, that's
I
not.
mean, what something is being modified there. The light is that's where I'm like
Isn't
there
that
is
what
a little bit of modification.
You're not affecting what you assume is the cause or the sun. Do you understand?
Yeah,
You're just
it's like a middleman.
yeah.
And if I think critically about putting
Phil,
light through lenses, you're either concentrating it or diminishing it.
You're diminishing it usually. It's usually interference and distortion. I mean, I can't find a lens that would actually enhance for the most part, especially multiple.
They enhance sunlight.
Well, a magnifying glass, as an example, will concentrate the light and heat it up, right?
Great, but that's just modifying it. It's not necessarily enhancing
Right.
anything. You don't know what you're
No,
doing with
it's
it.
enhancing the temperature.
You can barely work with the light that's given to you. If anything, you can just make it burn shit in half. You can't perform an experiment with that.
True, and like one of our housekeeping questions, right, is like, are there any viable scientific hypotheses from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics? And we get on ballers for saying that they can conduct scientific experiments with these phenomena in the sky. It's like, so how are you manipulating any of these things? So the reason why we're sort of getting on you is because it's like falling into similar, like that's what they do too.
I think I'm starting to understand.
Yeah. So I like the spirit though. Good spirit.
Somebody's
No, but we can
curious
still
to find out if
demonstrate. That's
concentrating the
awesome.
moonlight can freeze stuff.
Yeah, and you can, for instance, like you were talking about earlier with the lenses, you can experiment on the light itself. Like, for instance, you can check out refraction using the lenses and the light from the sun. And you can see how the light refracts at different rates through the prism, and that you get different colors, which is optical dispersion. So you can test that and verify that and figure out that.
So what's the independent variable there?
In that instance, the independent variable is you are. We should actually start with the observed effect is rainbows, and you see rainbow
light
colors,
and
and you
lenses.
wonder
Which
how
one's
that.
independent?
Sorry.
You were saying light goes through a lens and you can observe refraction and the way it behaves through it. But which one's the independent variable there?
First, you start with always when you do an experiment and you formulate a hypothesis, you start with the observed effect. So the observed effect here would be you see rainbows and you're like, that's interesting. What could be causing that? My hypothesis is essentially sunlight breaks down into different colors when it goes through a different medium at the correct angle for refraction. And so.
And which one's your independent variable?
the independent variable here is the manipulation of the light or the refraction through the prism.
Manipulation of the light.
Yes.
So now, how is that any different than
anything about
manipulation of moonlight?
the,
You don't know what you're
in
manipulating because you don't know what the sun is.
in this instance, you're just looking at light. You're not assuming anything about the cause of the light. You're just looking at how light behaves, and you're.
So why can't you do that with the moon?
Yeah, you can try to see how the moonlight refracts and formulate something on the moonlight, but that doesn't actually tell you anything about the cause.
Right. So you can't do an experiment. I thought you were giving me an example of an
You can do an experiment, but it has to be on the thing that you have. Like, if you have the light, you can work with the light and experiment on this natural light, but you cannot experiment on something that you cannot manipulate and vary. You cannot change the sun.
Yeah, but I was never trying to change the moon. I was trying to
It's the same
manipulate the light.
Yeah, I get you.
And that cannot be an independent variable.
You can be when you're talking about light itself.
No, it can't.
Yes,
well,
it can.
Not in this example, I guess, right? But I know what you're saying, Trace. If he's using just the light, but he's trying to do stuff with the moon.
If you're trying to talk about just the light, then you can
or the
use
sun.
the light, but you need to. You're not gonna get you. It has to be an effect, a natural effect within the light that you're looking at. It can't be. I wanted to do this, therefore I'm looking for that. That's pre-assumptions. It's not a natural effect and formulating a hypothesis based on suppositions.
So if I did what you were saying, but I did that with moonlight, that would not be an experiment. But since you did it with sunlight, it's an experiment?
Did you not hear what I said?
No.
I could have swore that you were telling me about an experiment I can do when you were talking about sunlight going through prisms and mediums.
Not
sunlight. I was talking about how we validated how refraction works in light through a natural.
So what's the natural observable phenomenon then?
Through a naturally observed phenomenon. First, you would need to show a naturally observed phenomenon.
So the example you're giving me, what can you please repeat what your naturally observed phenomenon was?
It was rainbows.
Oh, rainbows. Okay. So is observing a cooling effect on a rock surface that's facing the moon versus in the shadow of the moon, is that not an observable natural phenomenon?
I would say that's not a natural phenomenon. Can you substantiate it? That'd be great.
You don't think that's a naturally observable phenomenon?
I said that is a naturally observed phenomenon. If you can show
right.
that.
Okay. All right. That's good. That's a good place to start.
That's why QE told you start with the observation so that you can show here's an effect. Look, I proved it.
Right. But what I explained to
at that point,
what I explained to
sorry,
please.
at that point, you can start to try to formulate something to try to test for that effect. You could try to focus the moonlight and see if it cools it more, and you could look at things concerning it. You get what I mean?
Right. So what I used was an infrared laser guided thermometer that was calibrated for stainless steel. So that's what I wanted. That's what I started with, was my observable natural phenomenon. I saw an object in the light and in the shadow, and I looked at the temperature. So something about one of those variables is you can't have an independent variable.
Yeah,
that's what I'm not sure what it is. Why the light that you can block out or expose more for? Why is that light? Why is that not considered modified?
Well, in that case, you are modifying it, but you're not modifying it for the cause of the moon being cold or whatever. It's just the effect of the light itself. We don't know where.
Okay, so I have to. I have to.
Of the light, and you could show if you could concentrate it and make it cooler and all that stuff, and you're manipulating the light itself. Yeah, you could show that.
So the hypothesis should be reformulated along the lines of not that it's a cold source, but you said it that it's having a cold effect. I don't know. I lost it. You said it though.
Like, yeah, you would have to show there's an effect, and then you can show what is the cause by trying to manipulate the thing that's causing the effect. And so
yeah, more light and less light.
Yeah, you should be able to do that, but we can't jump from that into like the moon does this or that.
No, of course not. I just want to jump into an experiment.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you could definitely eventually formulate it definitely like that, especially if you started by presenting evidence of the cooling effect, and then you frame it in that like here's a naturally observed phenomenon. For instance, I've seen many things that support your case.
Yeah, you just review the literature and it's enough.
Yeah, I live in Iceland, so there's a bunch of winters here, and when the moon is full, the side that faces the moon, that whole side of the car just freezes over. Like, I can't see out the windows or anything. And it's very noticeable. It's more when it's the full moon. It's just anecdotal for me.
Well, that's true. But it's anecdotal, but it's also statistically significant. I have my own anecdotal evidence. That's why it's time to take it to the next step and start to formulate an actual experiment.
Yeah, try to get.
We have a lot of that, like observable natural phenomenon. We've all seen it. We've all been able to demonstrate it one way or another. It's like now it's time to go to the next step.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. It's just to the Globers that doesn't make any sense. They have this.
Forget the Globers. This is for us.
I get you. It's just we wanna nail them to the wall with it.
I just want to know the truth. I have enough fun nailing them to the wall when I talk to them about gas pressure without a container or Coriolis. I do that a lot, maybe too much. I don't know, but see, moonlight, sunlight, those aren't independent variables. You can't modify those lights.
Yeah, we can't modify the source of those lights, but we can
use
those natural.
What we have.
We can use those natural lights as a source for a natural phenomenon.
But it's not an independent variable.
Well, when you manipulate that, it is because you're using it as a natural phenomenon for a naturally observed effect.
Whoa. You're saying manipulating the moonlight is an independent variable?
Yeah, in the sense when you use the moonlight for an observed natural phenomenon.
So you're modifying the moonlight?
When you concentrate it, yes.
Okay, so welcome to my experiment.
Did you not hear me when I said this before?
I mean, you just basically said that you are modifying moonlight
3 times, yeah.
So that's
when you phrase it correctly and you use the correct terminology, you can do it correctly. Yes.
So if the moon is radiant sunlight, then concentrated moonlight cause an increased temperature. That's the same thing. That thing, it's not right.
Sorry?
I'm wording it the way you did. My reference is that that's not dependent variable.
You cut out.
Oh, I was saying my references. My references tell me that moonlight is not an independent variable.
What are you talking about?
Moonlight as an independent variable in an experiment.
It depends on the observed natural phenomenon. How many times do I need to repeat this?
So would you be able to formulate a hypothesis?
You want me to do your job for you? I already did
my job. What do you think I'm here for, bro?
If this is your idea, then you can formulate it together. Like,
you guys know where it's wrong. I'm not understanding it. Maybe you can help me.
I thought I pretty much did it earlier, so I'm like, what's your
so
idea
you'll do it, but you won't formulate it till the end, huh?
Well, I just did earlier, so as long
I mean,
as
I'm not going to make you write it down, but could you at least say it?
As long as you use an observed natural phenomenon, like the moonlight is proven to cool things, then you can try to manipulate that observed effect, dependent variable, and you assume in your hypothesis that the moonlight is the cause of this observed cooling.
Which hypothesis?
So you manipulate the moonlight, which would be your independent variable, and in so doing, you would see if it indeed does change the observed effect. Do you understand this now?
Which is exactly what I've been saying. Tell me I said it differently.
Yeah, you haven't been saying this.
Why
you
would
didn't
we
say this to QE.
I don't get this at all. Why can't you just be satisfied that it's an observation? Is that not good enough?
Well, the observation would be the observed natural phenomenon. That's the first step the QE was trying to get him to make, but he wouldn't want to do that.
I wouldn't wait, but I mentioned how I used infrared laser to observe a natural phenomenon, which is what pushed me to turn it into an experiment.
Yeah,
I used infrared calibrated
to
observe it.
I didn't hear you say that to him, so I don't know.
Oh, no, but I mentioned it to you as well, that I prefaced everything I said to him.
Before, you're not listening very well, are you? I have been entirely consistent this entire time.
Me too.
Not really.
How so? He's literally telling me that moonlight is an independent variable when I've been saying that this whole time.
In the beginning, when you were talking to QE, and he told you it wasn't an independent variable, was when you were claiming that it was the moon that was cooling things, and you were manipulating the light from it. At that point, your hypothesis is incoherent. You're not manipulating the independent variable in your hypothesis. So
I'm going to go and look up in the chat, and I'll read it to you, because either I'm not remembering it right or you're not, because I'm pretty sure I focused on the energy that's coming from the moon. I said the light/energy, not the moon itself.
Man, you again?
So you want me to go back and clip it?
No, you don't have to clip it. He made me write it out.
Are you talking about the parabolic dish?
No. I'm just trying to figure out, how to get an independent variable using moonlight. But actually, I'm not even trying to figure that out anymore. I actually conceded, and I'm trying to tell this gentleman that you can't have moonlight as an independent variable. He's trying to convince me that you can, but you have to word it right. So I'm asking him to just formulate it with the wording that he says that makes the moonlight an independent variable.
When you have an observed effect, that is your dependent variable. Your hypothesis then tries to figure out what is the cause of this effect. You either validate the cause or you prove it to be not true through the null. And so, in your example, we're not trying to use the moon as any kind of cause. We're just looking at what you claim is the observed effect, which I don't know what is the cause of. But
Can you
claim,
please repeat to me what was the independent variable again?
I'm getting to it. First you get to the observed effect, and then after the observed effect, you formulate the hypothesis. Inside the hypothesis, the observed effect is the dependent variable. The independent variable is what you assume is causing the effect. Do you understand?
Okay. Can you answer my question now, please? What is the independent variable that you were saying earlier?
I'm not saying anything.
So you didn't claim any independent variable.
This is not my hypothesis.
No.
This
You
is
told
your
me moonlight
speculation and
is
experiment.
an
I'm
independent
simply
variable.
trying to help you refine your words.
And I told you
so
my
you can
references.
explain things correctly.
My references told me that moonlight is not an independent variable, and you told me it's the wording that makes it a variable. And I asked you, please describe to me the wording that makes that moonlight all of a sudden an independent variable.
5 times.
No, you just keep explaining to me the first step of the hypothesis of observed natural phenomenon.
Boring.
I did it 5 times. Did you not hear me, or did you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
And you can't succinctly say what the independent variable was.
In your made-up
the example that you made.
In
the
your
example
made-up
that you made.
experiment, where you want to test the moonlight, the moonlight is the independent variable. The thing you said cannot be the independent variable, but if it's the cause of an effect, then it would have to be the independent variable.
So the moonlight is the independent variable.
If it's the cause of an effect.
And if you demonstrate that it is the cause and effect, which I've done multiple times, then why can't it be an independent variable?
I haven't seen you do that once.
You've seen it all over the place. And who was the one telling me that the side facing the moon freezes
I did.
colder? It was
that
you.
Doesn't mean that it actually is the proof of it.
Because you need to do an experiment.
Yeah, that's what you need to do.
Therapy.
That's what you need to do. This is your shit, not mine.
Yeah, I know, bro. I'm just here to try to get some ideas.
You have autism, my friend?
Definitely not.
Okay. You sure as heck sound like it.
Say something. If somebody was to come in here and try and sabotage everything, I'm not saying you are, but if they were going to, they couldn't have done much a better job than you, than just killing a conversation dead, and then going over shit we've already been over. It's ridiculous.
Anyway, Trav.
My bad.
The way they bring the things to the coldest temperature, man-made wise, is with a laser, right? So they use light to do it. Okay, the reason is, in theory, this is the way they say, is that they trap particles in between cross wavelengths, right? So if you imagine the little wavelengths going up and down, and the particle getting trapped in between the peaks and valleys, so it makes it stop moving because it's got nowhere to go. So the concept that light can make things colder is sound and practicable, right? So get yourself the parabolic dish, right? See what happens, record the results, okay? And then worry about all this nut mumbo jumbo after that, because then you'll have the brass tacks to show people.
I mean, that's all it takes. to actually discuss how that could be an independent variable. I have to actually do that when everyone's done it with their own ways with their infrared lasers.
Yeah,
All
who
it takes is a
cares?
parabolic
Listen,
filter.
you don't need a scientific experiment to prove things, dude.
True.
So who cares, man? Just do it.
I'm just trying to think of
Look,
the next step.
if you go out there and you take a parabolic dish and you put a little bit of water there and then you turn it into an ice cube, I mean, good grief, dude. What more needs to
Yeah,
be said?
but why can't we do an experiment? Why is that like not experimentable? I'm just trying to think of the next step, like plan ahead.
Dude, listen, everything is not an experiment. It's just that simple. So it really doesn't matter. Some things are just taking measurements.
All right.
I mean, we've had Globers on here say that it's not possible that light makes things colder, right? Not possible, not possible, not possible. And then you just link them to cold laser, right? And then you laugh.
All right, guys. All right, back to the elevation angle.
What's the independent variable of an elevation angle?
Exactly.
Woo! You know, like for example, was the FE core laser test at Lake Idsel, was that a scientific experiment? No, it wasn't. Does it have to be? No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I was thinking like an experiment is even higher, like better proof than a demonstration.
Well, if you want to prove that moonlight makes things colder, right? All you have to do is just shine some moonlight on some things and measure that it's colder. The end. No, we really don't even need to mention it again. I got to remember who those other two guys were that were going to live stream a Glober versus Flat Earther doing the same thing. Because you might want
Someone
to
was
talk to
saying
those
it was
guys.
David Weiss.
No, it wasn't. It was two guys in our server right here that were going to do it.
Where do you think they got the idea from?
They might have.
Mm-hmm.
One of the guys had already done some of these things with he bought a bunch of different infrared thermometers, okay? And he researched them and tried to find one that's really good and that
Yeah, I
didn't need
sent
to
him all the
be
links.
calibrated and stuff. And so he was talking about it, and then the Glober was like, "Oh, I did it and it didn't work," but he had like a sucky thermometer, right? So the guy started talking to him, and they're like, "Oh, let's live stream it when we both do it." And that's when I told them they should get the parabolic dish.
Dude,
well.
that was me. You were going by citation police.
Oh no, I'm busted. Yeah, but anyway, who's the Glober?
Yeah, you're the one that
Where's
gave
this
me the
live
idea
stream?
about the parabolic cooker.
Yeah, so where's my live stream that I'm waiting for?
Fuck, bro, I wish I had time, 72 hours a week in the clinic.
I know what you mean. I'm literally working right now, just now cleaning up, and it's 11:23 p.m. Luckily, there's no bugs out.
Yeah, sometimes when I'm doing notes, I take a gander in here to see what you guys are talking about.
Darn it, I'm busted. She's the homeowner is back. Now they're gonna know that I was dilly-dallying. Oh crap.
So you got to drink on their roof. They never look on the roof.
What is she doing? All right, I'm out of here.
Good
Busted.
luck.
So, Tyson, do you have a question? Can you speak? Okay, so which side do you lean towards concerning this topic? Okay, so have you seen the evidence presented from the our side or flat Earth? Like, what have you seen? Okay. How about the globe? Do you have anything that makes that seem more real in your mind? Okay. Yeah. Are you aware that the ISS is claimed to be so close to the surface that it can only see about 3% of the Earth's surface? And mathematicians, for instance, the planetarium director Paul Larson did the math and found out that even from the height of the ISS, the horizon would still look flat. So there must be another explanation. So when we look at what Miguel Sosa posted, there's an obvious difference between looking at the passenger windows and the front windows of the airplane. So can you? Yeah, it's interesting, right? When you think about the airplane, it gets pressurized, and so those three layers of windows bulge a little bit. And you can even see it when it's on the runway. These lines are actually straight. They're not curved. So if you line this up to a straight horizon, you can get the illusion of Earth curvature. And since QE is not deafened anymore, can you hear me, QE? Are you available? Is there anything else, Tyson, that has enticed you to hold on to this globe belief? No problem. Take your time. Why am I now a one-man show? What is this? Yeah, if nobody's gonna talk, I'm just gonna put on a video. And here's a little excerpt from a video. I just had to clip it because it perfectly illustrates what the anti-flat earthers are. And so I'll just play it.
This type of person, this type of activist, is commonly referred to as the presuppositional apologist. By far, bar none, absolutely excluding none, the presuppositional apologist is the most difficult combatant on a political or ideological stage that I have ever encountered. You see, the reason why they were the most difficult wasn't because they had a large degree of evidence that they were working by. It wasn't because they had sound definitions that they were providing, and it certainly wasn't because they had a lot of good observations. It was in fact because of the complete opposite of them having these things. In an ideal world, we would look at a particular phenomenon and say, okay, we can see this particular phenomenon in some capacity, whatever it is. And then once we can see that phenomenon, we would say, okay, we can now draw a definition of this particular thing. And once we've drawn a definition of this thing, all our observations and definitions and studies and whatever else become a base of evidence from which to work by. And from that evidence, we can make conclusions. In contrast to this, however, the presuppositionalist does the exact opposite. You see, as the name implies, they presuppose a conclusion, whatever that conclusion may be, and then they work backwards from that. This is the reason the presuppositionalist was the most difficult ideological combatant I have ever faced, because simply put, they didn't need evidence to come to their conclusion in the first place. And because they didn't need it in the first place, that means that whether or not evidence exists in the future or doesn't exist in the future is quite honestly irrelevant, because they never used evidence in the first place to come to these positions. So when faced with someone like myself, who is trying to use evidence to change a person's mind on some given point of view, it fell on deaf ears. Because, again, whether or not I had evidence was irrelevant. What the presuppositionalist was using in place of evidence, however, was, as Ben Shapiro inevitably popularized, although the atheist community did this long before him, was feels over reals. The presuppositionalist, for all the difficulties that they have given me over the years, taught me one very good lesson about politics. It taught me that politics is not a simple, straightforward process of choosing a target, whatever that may be, and then crafting an argument either for or against that position, and then deploying that argument, so much as if every engagement is a debate. In reality, if you're going to be a political thinker, someone who wants to really consider what's actually going on, what you need to be doing is criticizing both yourself and those around you, friend and foe. And when you do this, you will notice that politics is in fact a game of pattern recognition, because almost everyone uses the exact same arguments to justify wildly different positions. This is why, when you look online for commentary about, say, feminism and social justice, or a whole host of other political issues, and the commentator themselves understands what religion is and what it does in social dynamics, you will inevitably see that commentator say, what these people are doing over here in the feminist and social justice camp looks exactly the same as a religious group. And then oftentimes say, hey, I'd much prefer to work with the religious people because they're at least a little bit more honest.
That was cool.
It is
So would you say
worth
the
our
moral
time,
of the
and in
story
fact is
is?
absolutely necessary, that we recognize...
Sorry, what?
No, I was just asking, like, what would you say the moral of the story was?
The moral of the story is anti-flat earthers won't actually value your evidence because they put no value into evidence.
Because they value their feels more.
Yeah, that's why you get fallacious appeals instead of rational logic. You get, oh no, everybody believes it, so I should believe it. Oh no, this is my authority, so I should believe everything he says, regardless of how irrational it might be.
It is worth our time, and in fact is absolutely necessary, that we recognize not all definitions are equal. In fact, it is possible to have good definitions, and it is possible to have bad definitions. In order to create a good definition, there's only one thing that it necessarily has to fulfill as a definition, and that is, a definition that is good must be able to identify a thing from a group of not that thing. If a definition is unable to fulfill this rather basic task, then we either have an inaccurate definition, or we have a definition that is ineffective and requires refinement. In either case, the bad definition that would be caused as a result of failing this test is not something that we should be using. Because at the end of the day, a definition is designed to get us to understand what we're talking about. And if we don't understand what we're talking about, we have failed completely. To illustrate this as clearly as humanly possible, I want to run you through a thought experiment. So just have a think about this. Whether or not you're driving, whether or not you're watching the video, whether or not you're just listening to it, it's fine. Just have a think about this. On the screen in front of you at the moment, there is a series of geometric shapes. Now let's imagine that you have a small child sitting next to you, a child so small that they are only just beginning to move into kindergarten. It is your task to tell them what a triangle is. Now let's say I propose to you two potential definitions. Of course, you can make your own definition. I'm sure that there's probably some mathematicians out there that will pull their hair out at the lack of specifics, but they think they can make a better one. So please, go for it. Make a better definition. Point is, though, let's imagine that you've got these two. On one hand, you could tell the child that a triangle is a shape, a geometric shape that we can identify as a shape. Or you could tell them, on the other hand, that a triangle is a shape with three connected sides. Now, both of these answers are necessarily true. It's true that a triangle is a shape, and it is true that a triangle has three sides. But the applications of both are wildly different, which determine what is a good definition of a triangle and what is a bad definition of a triangle. One with three sides can be easily differentiated, therefore you can go, oh, that's a triangle. Versus, if it's just a shape, well, so is a square, so is a pentagram, so is all the other shapes. There is no difference in that case. It fails to differentiate a triangle. Thus, when it gets down to it, the idea of defining it just as a shape simply cannot be accepted. In fact, we necessarily have to reject it outright because it's just not doing what we want it to do. It's as simple as that. And this process of what a definition is applicable in every way that we use definitions. So let's keep that in mind as we go further with this, because it's going to become very relevant in a second.
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation.
If the moonlight energy is re-radiating, we already dealt with it. It's not. So that is a false premise. Should
this? Can we also use this though to prove that as another way?
If we can use this, we can prove this as another way. This isn't a scientific hypothesis. It's not an experiment. However, you could possibly demonstrate something via another route other than an experiment. Follow?
Do you have any ideas?
I don't. It's your claim. I really don't. All I know, this isn't a scientific hypothesis for the reasons I just mentioned, and it's not. Therefore, it's not an experiment, not a viable one anyway.
What if you wanted to prove that it's causing a cooling effect, not that it's not re-radiated sunlight?
You could possibly do. It wouldn't be an experiment. You could demonstrate that somehow. Sure. Yep.
So, say I do demonstrate it. How would I then make an experiment out of it?
You can't. It's not science. Sorry.
QE for people like me that are dumb. Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafened for the last 5 minutes?
I feel like you do have a presupposition between a cause and effect. I guess I'm not understanding that.
There is no presuppositions in hypotheses. Hypotheses are suppositions. That's your problem.
And yes, QE, I've been fiddling with getting a mic going for the past 5 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, Rolling My Boulder. Okay. I didn't know who was talking to me, so I just blurted it out. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, why would it matter?
That's another problem. You have a presupposition where hypotheses are suppositions. There's a difference between suppositions and presuppositions.
That's why they're two different words.
So I guess a supposition would be that I actually did measure a difference at one point, and then now it's a supposition, right?
Supposition is you have it's tentative, it's provisional, whereas a presupposition is you already believe it to be true. So I suppose yes.
Then I misspoke.
That's okay.
So wait, are you saying like a supposition is like a fact and a presupposition is falsifiable?
No, so I'm going to say it again. A supposition is provisional. That means you're getting ready to test it. Whereas a presupposition is something you believe to be true already.
I see. Can you falsify the presupposition, or it's not?
Yeah. Yeah. You can falsify presuppositions, yeah. Because if they believe them to be true without evidence, then it's horseshit. Whereas a hypothesis is not believed to be true because it's a supposition. It's a preliminary step to get to experiment. Now, those are natural cause and effect relationships, but not everything falls into that category. So it could be true without it being an experiment. Follow?
I mean,
so based on
things are
the
true whether
supposition
we
that I make,
experiment on them or not, right?
I can't listen to two people at once, man.
the supposition that I have is based off of my
I already
experience.
I'm not going to deal with it again. I've already shot 4 or 5 holes in it. It's not going to recover. So you can do if I do this and if I do it, you don't. The only way you're going to do it is to post another hypothesis with a viable, independent, dependent variable.
Since I was fiddling with things, can I get the like cliff notes of the past 5 minutes? Well, what are you guys
No,
talking about?
I'm not going back over it.
So why is Moonlight not a viable?
I already told you. I'm not going to tell you again.
Moonlight.
Moonlight's moonlight. I already told you why it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I shot 4 holes in it. I'm not going to do it again.
Traveler, what are you trying to argue about Moonlight?
I'm trying to demonstrate and then have an experiment that says Moonlight cools.
And you think you have like a bona fide experiment to do that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to develop.
Impossible.
Now, like I said, you could demonstrate that without it being an experiment and still be true. I think you missed that part.
Would that be proof?
Yes.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, you couldn't be happy with that as well. I mean, you're doing more than 90.
To say that for a while.
More than 99% of Americans who are just sat on the couch doing fuck all. You could be really happy with that. You know what I mean? I'd encourage you. That's what a wonderful thing. It's just not an experiment, according to
Okay,
so
like the like important thing is that you can make an observation and record what you saw, and what you saw is true.
No, that has to be an observation of a phenomenon.
Naturally occurring phenomenon.
Isn't everything that you observe a phenomenon?
No, I can observe a tree. It's not a phenomenon. It's a concrete noun.
Okay, so if you want to like observe the changing of the colors of the leaves, that's a phenomenon.
Now that could be one, yes.
See, I speak your language, QE.
Just not the first one.
So watching it grow, watching the leaves change, watching it die, watching it get chopped down, all of those are phenomenon.
It has to be.
But looking at it is not.
It has to be an occurrence, not a concrete noun.
Verb.
Yeah, I can look at a tree, but I can't make a viable scientific hypothesis out of. Okay, I observed a tree. Okay, what's the cause? Well, you didn't.
Okay, so what if I go measure the height of all the trees on my back lot? Is that an observation?
Measure the height. Height's not happening.
Yeah, like from the dirt to the highest leaf.
Now, for plant growth, yes, you could come up with a scientific hypothesis for that, sure.
No, I'm talking about experiment. Observation. Sticking with the observation.
Yeah, hypothesis will lead to an experiment. It's called plant growth theory.
No, but just the...
No.
How
no
the
experiment.
fuck?
No experiments, just observations.
You can observe. You can have an. I'm telling you, you can do an experiment with that type of thing. That's an occurrence. Plant growth.
And it's better than just an observation. He's turned it into an actual, hypothesis. Yeah,
you could do it. Yep, a number of them, right?
Yeah.
That's what makes plant growth theory an actual scientific theory, right?
See, one time Brenda said a shoe is a naturally occurring phenomenon. And that's not true because a shoe isn't doing anything. Now, if a shoe were walking itself, you bet your fucking ass that'd be a naturally observed phenomenon that I would like someone to explain as well.
No, you're wrong.
What?
Yeah, you're now that statement is correct, but you're wrong.
Not natural.
It's not natural.
Oh, you know what? That's true. Okay.
Not that you weren't wrong. You were just you went down the next lane, whereas you could have killed it beforehand. How about that?
Right. Yep. I embellished. I always do that.
I have
So
the
wait a
shoe
minute.
in the
What if we like try to look at the shoe wear patterns? Is that natural or not natural?
I got the shoe in the archives.
Like if we just try to figure out how shoes wear out, is that
no? Because that's not natural. That's a human wearing the shoe out.
Exactly.
It is a human wearing a shoe out, but the human is nature, right?
No.
Humans in nature don't have shoes.
That's a fallacy of division.
So you're saying like if we
No, I'm saying it's a fallacy of division. That's what I'm saying.
You're saying if the people were barefoot and we looked at how their feet were out, that would be natural.
I'm saying it's a fallacy of division. You know what a fallacy of division is?
I have never heard that before.
Look it up. It's also known as a false division, faulty deduction, or division fallacy. Description: inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. Example: atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. That's a fallacy.
So would looking at how barefoot people's feet are out be natural or not natural?
No, it's created. It's man-made occurrence.
The bare feet aren't man-made though, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
The wear on the foot is man-made. The man puts the wear on the foot.
All right, I'll accept that. I get it.
You'll accept it. Oh, that's cute. No, good for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I see your point. I concede.
Great. That means you have 3 brain cells instead of 1.5.
Damn, he's just piling on.
Glad is not a. He doesn't.
I don't mince words. Well, it's a waste of time. Listen, Roland. Listen. You know it's flat. You're just coming here to do something else, and that's fine. We have fun with you. We like to play around with our food before we eat it, but we do eventually eat it, if you know what I mean.
Yes, indeed, you do. And no, I don't know it's flat. It's definitely not flat.
It most certainly is. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
Tangents, spherical triangles,
Tangent.
fig,
Okay.
all the things you've heard before. People have told
Okay,
us
yeah,
to-
everything I heard before, that includes ink molecules are alive. Okay.
Whoa, what?
When you look through it, yeah, I heard that from a Evo Baltard. So back to the point.
He said ink molecules
show
are
me,
alive.
So, yeah, they said that ink molecules were alive. Yes, they did. Okay, so now back to the point. So I said, how do you have a curved adjacent? Right? You said
you take the limit.
tangent.
Take the limit.
So okay, thank you. So show us the tangent that the sextant shoots out when you look through it.
You've seen it before.
No, I want the tangent mirror. So throw up a fucking visual of a sextant and show us the tangent mirror, please.
I am not prepared to throw up visuals. So the Earth must be flat.
Yep, it is. Well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron and don't understand what triangles are.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron and I don't understand what triangles are.
What's a triangle?
Oh boy, 180 degrees. What do you want? 3 lines, 3 angles, 180 degrees.
Yeah, that's it.
Kindergartners
Well,
know these
shit.
things.
Shit, you said one with 180 degrees, so I immediately somehow listen. 99.9% more than your fellow baltards. Tell you that much,
That's shameful.
isn't it?
And
So
that's
you
only a
got that more or
triangle.
less. So you said, did you say 3 straight lines?
I did not. I said 3 lines.
Oh, do they have to be straight?
What kind of triangle are we talking about, my friend?
Talking about a fucking triangle. There's only one triangle.
So no other adjectives like spherical or
No, there is no spherical triangle. It's an oxymoron. There isn't
why
one.
is it an oxymoron?
Well, because you said all the angles. Remember, I asked you for the definition.
Okay, sure,
you
sure.
said,
Yeah. You're right. I agree.
Thank you. Can I finish my statement?
You can.
You were correct in stating, like I said, you did a great job. You actually more or less defined it, even though it was like a scattergun, but you got it. You said all the angles of a triangle must add up to 180 degrees. Well, that is true because that's the most important property of a triangle. Then you said, well, QE, can't you put an adjective in front of that monkey and say spherical triangle? Well, if you do that, then all the angles in that spherical adjective triangle will not add up to 180 degrees, making it not a triangle, making it not a spherical triangle. Thank you very much. I'll be in the area all week.
Oh, yeah, I you know what? I don't disagree with you.
Now, people say spherical triangles. That doesn't make it true. People also say atmosphere, which is a contradiction.
Let's not go there. Let's stick with geometry.
I'm just giving an example of stating something that people say, rather flippantly, that is also a contradiction. So spherical triangle is as atmosphere.
Well, no. Spherical
yeah.
When they say spherical triangle, they're trying to jump from Euclidean geometry to some other kind, right?
Well, they can't because, like you said, the angle sum property of a triangle is 180 degrees. So I don't give a fuck what type of fairy tale geometry that somebody dreamed up. It's not a triangle.
You should care about the geometry that people dreamed up. It's all been dreamed up. Euclid dreamed up the triangles and all the...
I don't think so. I haven't studied too much of Euclid. I could really give a shit. I know what a fucking triangle is. I know that it's...
Because Euclid dreamed it up for you.
He didn't dream it up. I mean, I can demonstrate a triangle.
Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, so can I.
You think triangles didn't exist?
We both went through the same kindergarten, QE. We can both demonstrate triangles.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Do Glovers really fight you on this definition of the triangle thing?
Yes. That's okay. I have a good time with them. It's like they're a fungus, and I'm fast acting to acting.
Fast acting, not just. Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's other geometries that have been dreamed up over the years, and whatever. They may or may not be real.
Yeah, they're dreamland.
But so is Euclid's.
So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball, and I can demonstrate all kind of spherical things too.
Oh, really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Yeah. Touche, my friend. I cannot. I agree.
Too funny.
What would it matter what you could do on a beach
easy to get along with, man.
Like for real, like you could draw a smiley face on a beach ball. Does that mean that there's a large smiley face on the earth?
No, it does not.
Yeah, there you go. So take that analogy and run with that, all the other arguments.
He already conceded there, AI. Down, boy, down.
Yeah, just because I could draw something on a beach ball does not make it present.
You're
on
gonna
the
get
surface of the
you're
Earth.
gonna get them going now.
And
You
nobody's
know what,
right.
Roland? I think you may be one of the most honest Globers. Could be.
But I'm still but like deep down, I'm still a Glober. So
Yeah, but how are you a Glober when you can't get an elevation angle with the curved adjacent? I'm
Yeah.
having a hard time with that.
Me too.
Oh, I don't get elevation angles from curved adjacents. I get them from those obnoxious tangent lines. So
You can't do that because
Oh, don't
in
hold
truth,
on.
in truth,
you can't do that.
I don't
You
regularly.
can't do that. That's non sequitur. That doesn't follow. Define an elevation angle. With citation, please, not what you make up.
Well, you'd have to give me time to go
ahead.
do that.
Or do you want me to just kill it right now?
Yes, kill it right now. I know.
Kill it with fire.
Yes, not just kill it, but with fire, so it can't come back.
Hold on a second.
Ay. You know, we've done this before, QE, with the elevation angles.
I can't remember.
I know. We all run together, right?
It's too old.
Yeah.
I'm getting too old, and I've been down this road too many fucking times. So, 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. From radartutorial.eu. From radartutorial.eu. Oh, I'm sorry. 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal fucking plane and the line of sight, measured in the vertical plane. From IGCSE 2021 edition, 16.02, angles of elevation and depression. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal fucking plane of the object.
I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right, there you go. You're debunked. Why aren't you a flat earther?
Yes.
Because of how I define horizontal fucking plane.
Oh, you define.
There you go. There's the answer. So what you do in your mind is you call it a tangent when all you know of a certainty is that it's a horizontal plane.
Yeah,
So
I mean, have you seen?
Hold on. You observe and experience a horizontal plane, right? Then you infer that it must be a globe, and therefore you infer it must be a tangent line. So you're jumping logical categories there, and you're misplaced. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and say, therefore, when I go out into the world, I'm on a tangent line.
Wait. Why can't I put a ruler on a beach ball?
You can, but you'll be a numpty dipshit.
Oh my goodness, bro. Did I not have an entire logic string?
Sorry, horizontal plane is not synonymous with a tangent line. Like he said, it's a category error.
Correct. By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon, which a lot of Globers seem to make the mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly I might, but explicitly, no.
Implicitly, you did, which is it's more than enough evidence to hang you from the neck till dead.
Yeah, which by the way, fair point, comes around like this as a conclusion. The horizon that we see is the left to right axis, right?
Apparent horizon, no less.
And the horizon plane that you're standing on, if you quote unquote assume it's a ray line from your feet, which you would have assumed was a tangent, but you agree it's a horizontal plane in practicality.
Is this
so you'd end up with
is this the paper towel?
You'd end up with a z-axis, right, and an x-axis that are horizontal to each other in just one big plane. Now, the only thing of a certainty that you could then conclude is that the horizon plane, right, or encompassing it all into one and mixing the categories, that plane is below your feet, which is true. And there is an angle from your eye line, which is above the plane, to the plane below your feet, which is also true. You could call that a depression angle, a dip angle, whatever you want to call it. But that's what we all experience. Nobody experiences any curves anywhere. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and then pretend you're on a tangent in real life.
Hey, so you mean like if I'm standing on the beach and I look left, right, forward, whatever, that it doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe, because if I'm looking left, right, I should be seeing the same curve that I see if I look from my feet forwards. Is that?
No, not even close.
Well, dude, I'm trying, man.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve.
That's
and when
right.
you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing on the
Never
earth.
seen a curve. All right, nothing's around. No ships.
By the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level. That the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach, and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and I had nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. So you're right, flat and stationary. I agree.
Yeah, but if you hold a beach ball in your hands and rub it, then you can pretend you're on a globe.
That I could, I guess, or if like I'd been taught things and knew critical thinking and used all kinds of other observations, then I could also do it without rubbing the beach ball.
Like what?
Oh, the famous things: ships bottom up, sextant, elevation.
Sextant elevation angles. That's flat Earth proof. Thanks.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Ships bottom up. That fucking 2015 called. They want their disheveled.
Yeah. You get an angle. You get an angle.
Really?
From
2015? 7 years ago? That's fucked up.
2015.
Like,
that 2015 argument.
Like for real, you get an angle from a flat baseline, and then you look at a beach ball and say, "Oh, I must be on the globe."
Bottom up. Well, that's a cause and effect relationship. A natural cause and effect relationship. What's the hypothesis? And then post the experiment validating your claim. Yeah. Good night.
Yeah, by the way, I will submit to the audience that the only experiential claim that the average globe-believing person has, whether they be, nominal or a zealot, is the bottoms of things disappear, and they can't fathom any other cause except an obstruction in between point A and B.
So that means it's a false cause fallacy. They haven't demonstrated it.
The only reason it's a globe, it's because it's not.
Of course,
Absolutely.
we have there's all kind of demonstrations of that geometric horizon, that fairy tale that keeps on blocking boats and buildings and shit. Where it's supposed to be.
That I almost agree with AI, except there's a second thing that I have experienced.
What's that?
And I mean, you guys, you'll reject this straight out.
What's his name?
I know it'll be rejected straight away, but in terms of just raw, my own personal direct experience,
we don't reject stuff straight away. Stop over talking me. It won't be rejected. It'll be deconstructed and then spat out with fucking virulence.
Yeah, fair point. Let's criticize that as well. The only thing that you can reject out of hand, right, is claims that have absolutely no evidence whatsoever and or an incoherent logic string on its face. If someone makes an incoherent statement, you can dismiss it based on the logical structure alone. You don't need to examine any of the premises.
Good point.
Fine. So the two direct things that I have personally experienced is like looking out over water, bottom up type stuff.
I already fucking just went over this, so why would the fuck would you bring this back up again? Okay, let's go through this step by step. I'll put you on mute so you don't continue the diarrhea of the mouth fuckwittery circle jerk. It's like you're pulling crazy Ivans every 5 seconds. Now, this bottom-up obstruction is your proof, your direct proof of a globetard. That's a natural cause and effect relationship. So in order to validate that, you would have to come up with a hypothesis. So give me a hypothesis, identify the independent, dependent variable, and then the individual, doesn't have to be an individual, the institution that has demonstrated that via experiment.
I have not any of that for you.
Then it's horsepuckery. Number 2. Go ahead.
Oh, laying on the ground in my backyard looking at the night sky for a couple hours before bedtime.
All right. What does that prove?
Yeah, it proves nothing. It's just a direct experience I had.
Direct experience?
Whoa. Yeah. You said you had a direct experience from what we were hearing, from what you were saying of the Earth being a globe.
Oh, yeah. Both of these things were direct experiences that I feel like I've had that meant it was a globe, but I didn't mean they.
So how's it a globe from just looking up at the night sky? This is dumber than your first one.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't mean to offer it as proof to other people.
Oh, then that's what you were saying, that this is my direct experience that it's a globetard. So then you gave us the second one that it doesn't prove or disprove any fucking thing.
Yeah. What you need is to take those observations, all right, at least, at the minimum, put them into a logic string where the conclusion follows from the premises.
Yep. You can't do it.
So I'll do it for you. I'll do the first one for you, and you can try the second. So the first one goes like this. If the Earth was a globe with a big hump of Earth curve in the way, things would disappear from the bottom up as they go beyond or below, right, that curve, right? Now, the next part is important. Things do, quote unquote, disappear from the bottom up. Now your next sentence is crucial. If you say, therefore the Earth is a globe, you've committed a logical fallacy. If you say, therefore the Earth could be a globe, you're in the realm of saliency.
Yep. Very good.
But nobody does that. Nobody says, oh, therefore the Earth could be a globe. They axiomatically just spurt out, it is a globe because of this logical fallacy, which is literally defined as a formal fallacy.
Yep. Yep. So you got two fallacies.
It would be true. Yeah, and it would be true if the initial premise necessary for the conclusion to follow was proven, which is the Earth being a globe. You can't use assuming it in a fallacy to then prove it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, well, the first part is that the argument's void as soon as you invoke a logical fallacy, and you got two of them. Like he said, affirming the consequent, form a logical fallacy with the first one. That's number one. Number two is a false cause fallacy, spurned by the affirming the consequent.
Yeah, so knowing that, now we'd like to know how looking up at some lights in the sky gets you to Earth's a globe.
Yep.
I mean, that was actually a pretty good job, dude. I'm on my heels.
You should be. You should have been on your heels as soon as you come out of the womb.
Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
I'll give you a hint.
I feel like there's a lot more that I was taught. And and you could call that and you could call that indoctrination, and I'll concede that. And then the stuff I'm saying was consistent with the indoctrination. So that's kind of why I.
So no. So they consistently indoctrinated you.
Sure.
Well, listen. To be fair, okay, if you were actually going to try to attempt to explain it to me with a logic string. The only logic string fallacy. Now, to be fair, there are many of these in the globe quote, model, paradigm, whatever you want to call it, right? There's plenty of them. If it was a globe, then this would be. This is, therefore it's a globe. That's where they go wrong. They teach all the kids, therefore it is a globe, without proving it in the first instance. Because that logic string doesn't follow the conclusion necessarily. It could be, but it's not necessary.
It's
I
sufficient.
agree.
They
No,
they don't understand the difference between sufficiency and necessary.
Yes. Awkwardly, I agree with both of you.
Right. So you have a collection. You have a collection.
The whole if
of
and only.
logic. Yeah, you have a collection of logic statements which are either fallacies or where the premise isn't proved in the first instance. So there are some that aren't fallacies, but you need that initial premise to be proven first. So here's what they do, and here's the sleight of hand. Check it out. They find a coherent logic string, right, which would actually follow if the initial premise was true. And they present that as the stone cold evidence. But the initial premise is proven where? In the previous formal logical fallacy. They borrow the conclusion from a fallacy to put into a non-fallacy. And so you end up with a big circle of fallacy.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and just admit that the shape of the Earth, that it's a globe, has never been logically, mathematically proved to me. It's a totality of evidence kind of thing, not a proof. That's why
the totality of
No, wait a second, hold on. Evidence is proof. So you said the totality of evidence and proof are synonymous.
I think evidences are a collection of facts. Evidences are facts, and then the meaning that you derive from them is something else.
Negative evidence is proof.
So wait, like we found, John Smith's DNA. We found John Smith's DNA at the scene of the crime.
Deny it.
Doesn't prove.
Define it.
Define what?
Define both. Citation, please.
Define proof and evidence?
Yep. That's how we can tell the difference.
I don't. I can try to get back to you, but I do not have anything.
Nah, that's okay. I'll do it for you.
Can I read them, though?
Yes. 1 second.
Awesome.
Six minutes after the hour.
I see it. Evidence, adjective from Merriam-Webster.com, an outward sign, indication, or B, something that furnishes proof. Testimony, specifically, something legally submitted to a tribunal to ascertain the truth of a matter. From OxfordDictionaries.com, proof is evidence or argument establishing a fact of truth or statement. From CollinsDictionary.com, prove, 1, test by experiment. Well, that doesn't mention evidence, so I'll ignore that. From Merriam-Webster, proof synonyms, confirmation, evidence, validation. Sound damning to my statement there. And then... yeah, okay. So yeah, I think evidence. I think, geez, boy, that's rough. I think of the word proof and prove. I think of them as math and logic, and evidence. I think of more epistemological grounds.
Incorrect.
Oh, it's not automatically incorrect. I mean,
yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. It's a red herring fallacy. Proof is evidence. Evidence is proof.
But you agree that there are math.
No, I don't agree.
Proofs,
no,
yeah?
Math is no. Mathematics is only domain specific. It's only descriptory. That's all.
And logic?
Depends on what type of logic you're using.
Formal.
Formal logic.
Yeah, can formal logic prove things?
What's formal logic?
It is concerned primarily with the form of the logical argument.
So you're talking syllogistic logic.
Sure.
So yeah, but the premises could be false. The statements can be logical, but invalid.
This is true. Yeah.
Yep.
I would awkwardly argue that the Black Swan is a case in point.
A case in point of what?
Faulty premises.
Really? What's the fault? You've got conditional statements. If the Earth is a sphere, radius 3959.
And light travels in straight lines.
No, we're not talking about light here.
We're looking,
No,
so we are
just the argument. Just the argument.
But we're looking.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's the premises are right as the rain. Yeah. That's a sound logical argument.
With faulty premises.
All right, what's the premises of the Black Swan?
Earth is a globe, curving away at whatever 8 inches per mile squared, and that light travels in straight lines.
Nope, there's nothing about light.
Well, of course, it's omitted purposefully.
It's not omitted. It's not part of the argument. It's a geometric argument.
But the Black Swan you're looking at something. So light.
No, the Black Swan argument is not looking at something. It's an argument. The evidence is when you start looking at something. You got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Yeah, it finally hit home. Did the penny drop for you?
Oh, the penny has dropped so long ago. Elevation angles, yeah?
It should have dropped then.
It's the year of the sextant.
No, it's the age of the sextant.
Yeah, never mind the year of the dragon or whatever. It's the year of the sextant.
So back to the logical consistency argument. It can't be... All the premises are all true. Conditional statements are true. The only thing you could say about the evidence from a geometric argument is a category error, and it implodes the whole fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion. The guys haven't got a hold of this in over 2 years, which is fucking scary. The moment you say refraction in response to the Black Swan argument...
Whoa. Have I said that word?
No, but you're getting to it. So the moment anyone says refraction in response to the Black Swan argument, the prosecution fucking rests. But that's all you guys do because you're like automatons. You're numpty dipshits that are fucking clueless. That's why.
But I didn't use that word.
You got close.
Maybe, but I didn't use it.
Dude, what else did you do? Think about it.
So
but I want to go back.
Today I didn't use it is being disingenuous. I mean, in a way.
In a way,
you
but
have to use it.
I want to back up to the evidence proof thing. Evidence submitted in a jury criminal trial proceeding.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
It's not, but that's not proof, right?
That's subjective. We're not talking about that.
Well, what do you mean it's subjective? The evidence.
What do I mean? So in a court, it's reasonable doubt, right? Well, this isn't a reasonable doubt. We're into empiricism here, so there's no subjectivity to it at all. It's objective. Follow? Just like the Black Swan argument, it's objective. It's all geometric or geometry. That's all it is.
I agree with you that the criteria to convict is reasonable doubt or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not the criteria used to submit evidence before the court.
Yeah. Well, if you submit evidence, hold on a second. If you submit evidence and it does not affirm proof, then it wasn't evidence to begin with. It was only in name only.
But both sides, the defense and the prosecution, submit evidence.
Who gives a fuck? That's a red herring, dumbass fallacy. You got to come up with something fucking better. What are you trying to debunk here?
I'm not trying to debunk anything.
Oh, what's your point?
That the evidence and proof aren't synonymous.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah,
So you're
perfect.
going against the definition. Hold on a second, AI. Just wait a second. You fucking read out the definition that said that they were synonymous. Now you're going against that. That violates the law of non-contradiction.
Those were interesting definitions.
Yeah, they were from Merriam-Webster. What's your
They weren't
definition?
like definitions before the
Yeah,
court.
they are definitions. Merriam-Webster provide the definition. Yes, they're definitions.
What court, dude? What court are we in?
I mean, QE wouldn't accept everything from Merriam-Webster, so
It doesn't
I don't
say,
know what
that's
court
all or nothing fallacy, by the way. So your argument's void on that point. Next.
it is. I mean, is Merriam-Webster
Yeah,
a
it
trustworthy
is.
source or
Yeah,
not?
yeah. Your question was it is? Yes, it's an all or nothing fallacy, making your argument to that point void. So yes, it is.
I'm genuinely curious to hear like all or nothing fallacy and argument appeal to authority fallacy.
Argument.
Seem like a very narrow.
That doesn't appeal to authority. Never came up. Argument.
No, it
the
didn't.
all or nothing fallacy is just how it sounds.
Drace is here. Drace, what's the all or nothing?
What the argument more or less is, or what the argumentee more or less puts out, is if a source states something and you cite it, then you must believe everything from that source. So if Joe fucking Coffee Monkey Baltard says 2 + 2 is 4, then everything, I agree with that. Then I must agree with every fucking incoherent bullshittery that comes out of his mouth. That's where the fallacy is, and you employed it.
This must be related to the appeal to authority fallacy because Joe Schmittery, he could be an expert in math, but then make comments about all sorts of other things.
It's not. We can connect other things to that, but in this case, it's not.
So I can offer up a source, and then if that source says other things about the same subject matter, I can say, well, whatever, I don't believe that part, but I only believe this one part.
Yeah, it has to be hyper topic specific.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Merriam-Webster's topic is defining words, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is that the online dictionary versions of some of those define level as adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water.
No, it's
so
a
obviously they're
contradiction.
wrong.
No, that's a contradiction. So let me see if I can find that. They contradict themselves. Merriam-Webster does. Hold on one second.
Here comes Lemon.
Let me search this. Oh, it's not going to be a long search. I just fucking found. Hold 1 second. So let's go to Merriam-Webster and listen to them contradict themselves in one sentence. They contradict themselves. So each tenet, each claim has to be evaluated on its own merit. Hold on a second.
It does start to seem circular. If the source's claims must be evaluated on their merits, then how can it be a
single
source?
one. Yep, every single claim from a
But then
source.
how can it be a source?
Say again?
Then I just don't understand how that can be an authority on the subject.
Well, because like AI said, that Merriam-Webster is an authoritative source. Doesn't make them right about everything, but they're authoritative source on definitions. I mean, duh. I mean, do I need to go into why?
But then Then if they're not right about everything, and if some of the words are wrongly defined,
yep,
how can I trust the subset that you use?
You can't.
So then why bother citing them?
You can't. Well, because not everything, you're using another all or nothing fallacy.
Okay, but how do I know that the words that you
no,
cite
it's not
are
a but.
correct? How do I know the words you cite are correct?
It's not but. Well, you have
Okay,
to
and?
evaluate it based on basic reasoning and no law of non-contradiction violations. That's all. All right, let's see if I can find this thing. Hold on a second. I didn't.
Yeah,
I haven't.
there's also, while I was looking for that, there's also logical differences between categories of things and between subsets within the same categories, like an adult and a child, right? Those are obviously two different things, and no changing of the definition of those is going to change those in reality. You can't call, a child an adult, an adult an adult, and it mean anything anymore. At that point, you're just using a token, the word adult. It's just a phrase, a phoneticization of the mouth. It has no meaning anymore.
Here we go. So let me put this Merriam-Webster. Merriam-Webster. And this is the definition. 1 second. It's an adjective. 1 second. Merriam-Webster. I think it's level. Adjective. This is really going to be funny. Adjective.
This is going to be awkward for me, isn't it?
It's not awkward. This is really cool because I'm going to show you right now. Not only do they fucking contradict themselves. Uh-oh. Oh, no thanks. Not only do they contradict themselves right in the previous statement, but later on down the page, it's actually annotated. Hold on. This is really funny. Copy? Okay.
I got nothing.
Hold on a second. I'm going to get there. And that's Merriam-Webster 2. Okay. Let's go to 20 minutes after the hour. Skip the first definition. We're going to go down, choose the right synonym for level. So level, flat, plane. Sorry, level shouldn't be there. Flat, plane, even, smooth means having a surface without bends or curves. That's down on the same page. Now let's roll up to their adjective definition of level. Having no part higher than another. Okay, that's good. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. You got major fucking problems here. They contradict themselves because having no part higher than another, we're just looking at this statement. And conforming to curvature, curvature is defined as changing elevation, whereas the first part says no change in elevation. This first statement is a contradiction just inherently.
Whoa. Curvature is defined as changing slope. Am I right?
Yeah, and slope is what? Is the measure of the change of what?
Position?
Elevation, you fucking retard. So, back to my point. They not only contradict themselves inherently within their little definition, adjective definition, but they train themselves for the second time when they say level is a surface without bends or curves.
I agree. So either Merriam-Webster is full of shit, or the word level is complicated and misunderstood.
Number one, they just contradict themselves. This is the only contradiction I have seen in the definition of level.
Right. So they could be full of shit.
So Merriam-Webster? Yeah, but that's an all or nothing fallacy. There's a lot of definitions they do get right.
Well, yeah, but how would we discriminate?
Well, basic reasoning and discernment. Simple. These have no contradictions in them. From dictionary.com and Cambridge, level, having no part higher than another. There you go. That's the same thing Merriam-Webster said before they contradicted themselves. Flat or even surface. Level, being a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal. Level, to make a level, even or flat. So level is flat. From Cambridge, level, not rising or falling or higher on one side. That's saying the same elevation, but even in all directions, horizontal or flat. So flat and level are synonyms. Something that is level with something else is at the same height. Elevation again. There you go. There's no contradiction in these. So we're good.
Are those all of the definitions of those sources?
All of the definitions for level, yes.
Sounds compelling, if that's true.
Yep. Yeah, Merriam-Webster cracks me up with that level one. Especially,
What about Oxford? Oxford's not on your list. I've seen you cite Oxford before.
I don't know where they're at.
I've seen you reference Oxford in previous things.
Well, I've referenced a lot of people in my life. That doesn't mean I'm going to reference them right now.
Oh, yeah, but if Oxford agreed with Merriam, then it'd be 2 versus 2.
Oxford agrees. It's not an agree-disagree type of thing. These are axioms.
Well, yeah, but then we have like 2 authoritative sources versus 2 authoritative
I
sources.
already
How
got
would we
2
decide?
authoritative sources right here. I got Merriam-Webster that's not sniffing glue. Then I have dictionary.com and Cambridge. What else do I need?
So if I went out and found 2 other
Go ahead.
academic sources that offered different
Go ahead.
definitions, then what?
Go ahead. Let's see it. Let's see them.
I will save them and bring them on our next encounter.
All right. Fair enough.
Don't have. I mean, I will.
Okay.
I'll dig into it for you.
I said, okay, fair enough. Well, this has been a whole lot of fun. But it's time for me to go. So
I agree.
yeah, I bet you do.
Hey, Boulder, how do you feel about being a QE survivor?
I don't think you survived it.
I don't know. As long as you don't jerk QE around with a bunch of bullshit, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you start
QE is just intolerant of any. QE is extremely intolerant of any inaccuracy.
If you don't mind me
You mean
saying,
he's
dude,
pretty accurate?
you sound like a masochist to me. I don't know. I'm just saying. You just seem to enjoy it. Enjoy it.
What's up, everybody? Anybody alive? Is there no one out there? Radio check.
Ten four, good.
Oh, hey there. What's up?
I can't really talk. I just wasn't going to leave you hanging like that, Smurf.
Hey, how you doing? Is that you, Hank? It says your name's
Yeah.
Larry.
That is my name.
Oh, what happened?
What's up?
Why you change your name, buddy?
I don't know. Reasons.
I see. You're trying to throw him off. Very clever. Hey, do you live in Texas?
Yeah, bro, sure do.
That's funny. I don't really know where Hank lives, like on the TV show, but he probably lives in Texas also.
Arlen, Texas.
Cool, dude.
Which I'm assuming is Arlington, which is kind of halfway between Dallas and Fort Worth. It's known for the amusement parks, Six Flags, and
I've spent a lot of
I think
time in
there's
Arlington, Virginia.
I've never been there. What were you doing in Arlington, Virginia?
A bunch of traffic.
Were you working for the government in Arlington?
No, private sector stuff, man. I don't work for the evil government, man.
I've been those that have done it. Let's see.
A lot of people work for the government in this state, though. It's probably like number one, for government.
Should I do this?
We got the most veterans here, more than anywhere else.
In Virginia?
Yeah, almost everybody I know is a veteran. Yeah.
Huh.
But I live out in the country, in the middle of nowhere. I love the country. I don't know how anybody can live in the city. I don't get it.
Looking for some duct tape.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's a good idea. Sorry, the first thing I thought of was a hostage. Definitely want duct tape.
Yeah. Now I ripped a bag of beans, my friend, and I'm going to repair it.
I don't eat beans. My friends like beans, but I'm not sure if we can digest beans or not.
That's what they say, right? But if you cook them really good and they're nice and soft, and you add like onions, cilantro, jalapeno, little tomato, it's really good.
Man, you're
You can
making me
sprout
hungry
them
now.
too. Sprouting them will get rid of those enzyme inhibitors. You can digest it.
What did you say about enzyme inhibitors, man? What does that mean?
So like beans have like a natural mechanism, like any seeds, nuts as well, that they have to be in the proper conditions for a certain amount of time to sprout, and that prevents them from just sprouting before they're in the right spot. So keeping them in a dark, wet place breaks down these enzymes over time and allows the whole sprouting process to begin. Those
Whoa,
things
that
that
blew my mind, dude.
yeah, those things that prevent it from sprouting also prevent us from digesting it.
Oh, wow, dude, amazing.
So they're better after they're stored?
Well, some things like lentils, for example, when you sprout them, they actually develop a full spectrum amino acid profile. So you get more of those protein building blocks after sprouting it than you would if you just cooked them.
I don't eat any plant food at all. So in the mail today, I got this cool raw greens whole food powder where it's got like 30 or whatever. It's got a bunch of different vegetables in it. So I can just scoop it into a cup of water and then drink my vegetables.
I would argue at that point it's probably not whole food anymore. It's processed.
Well, it says it's organic.
Well, at least that.
Well, you're right though. It is processed. Yes.
It's like tofu is plant based, but it's not whole food because a whole food would have been the soybeans.
Oh, okay. It says whole food powder on it, but I think you're accurate. It just says that on the thing here.
Maybe they just dried it, I guess, and then just.
I'm not sure. It's from Naturello on Amazon. It's a raw greens whole food powder, and I got it because I don't eat any plant food at all. So so I just scoop my vegetables now into a cup. I got it today, like a protein shake, you know.
You get fiber in there.
Dude, I have no idea. I just, I'm looking at the bottle. It's just cool. What's cool about it is I feel like I don't need to eat any vegetables because it's all in this. It's like a protein kind of thing, you know.
I feel you.
What it is like ground up vegetables, and I just scoop it. You know, it has a lot of ingredients. Oh yeah, it does have fiber. Yeah, it has a lot of ingredients on here. Wow. I mostly just eat bacon, egg, and cheese.
Bacon, egg, and cheese? Is that what you eat?
Say what?
You said you mostly eat bacon, egg, and cheese?
That's pretty much it. Yeah. Hey, do you know if bacon grease is good for you? Because I have a suspicion it actually probably is good. You know.
It's better than tilapia. Tilapia
I'm
has.
also scared of eating fish, so I got a bunch of supplements today. I got omega-3, and I also got DHA, and I got multivitamin. But I also got this other thing. It's called Optimal Carnivore Grass-Fed Organ Complex, and it has 8 different, or not. It has 9 different like cattle organs in it, and it's real supplement.
Ooh, very nice. Very nice.
These are called protomorphogens.
Protomorphogens?
Yeah, that's when you take like glands from other animals to help support your glands. Supposedly it has
that's awesome.
stuff in there that you need for those specific glands.
I don't know how you learned all this. Are you like a biologist?
Just go down the rabbit hole. I'm formally
Who's
trained,
talking?
but I always had
That's
a
pretty cool.
What's your name, bro?
traveler.
Trevor. Okay, I have to remember that. Trevor's the guy that's got the knowledge on the food med.
That's powerful. Knowledge is power.
Oh, Trevor.
Biology, biochemistry,
Trevor.
physiology, pathophysiology.
Yeah, but I pretty much just eat bacon, egg, and cheese a couple times a day, and I eat that every day. So I decided to get a bunch of supplements.
A lot of the patients I see who have chronic conditions like diabetes and blood pressure, high blood pressure, I see them reverse that real quick when they go 100% whole food vegetable diet. I got to take
Oh
them off their
wow!
medications.
You know, vegetarians get a lot of, or that's what they're called, vegetarian. They get a lot of flack, and I read a lot about it, but I don't know all the words you're saying. I can tell you are way more knowledgeable than me, but I've read basic stuff, and my impression is that meat is the healthiest thing. What do you think about that?
I think meat is the most concentrated nutrient, so we really don't need that much. It goes a long way.
Ah, I also heard before that meat is food, but plants are medicine. What do you think about that?
Yeah, like I said, I see patients have to get off of their medications when they go 100% whole food plant based. Like they become non-diabetic, and if they take their medications with that kind of a diet, it's like a healthy person taking that medication. But they have
Ah,
to be eating only vegetables, basically.
that's good to know.
I mean, meat is considered a red meat is considered a class 1 carcinogen.
Well, you know, I'm really skeptical of the science, but I went on Amazon and there's some company called Naturello, and I ordered like most of their stuff. So if you type that in, you see what I got here. And but I also got something from Optimal Carnivore, which is some company out of like New Zealand, and that's where I got the grass-fed organ complex, the 9 different cattle organs.
Mm-hmm.
And these are all in like supplement form, except for that whole food powder that I told the vegetable powder that I told you about. I'm really excited to get this stuff because it all seems really healthy looking at the packaging and the ingredients, but I don't really understand all this stuff.
I'd say if you're eating the kind of diet that you already said you're eating, I think you get enough nutrients. I think if anything, the only recommendation I'd make is to increase your exposure to antioxidants.
Man, that's reassuring. But oh, I ordered something that didn't get here yet. It's called NAC. I'm sure you probably heard of that because you know a lot of stuff. You heard of NAC?
N-acetylcysteine.
Yeah, that's it. Now I didn't get it yet, but it's on the way. That's a good antioxidant. Is that all I need for that? Antioxidants?
There's a spectrum of their reductive potentials. So, some really good ones are like reduced glutathione, sulforaphanes, and glucuranophils. You can get those from like broccoli sprouts, most cruciferous vegetables. You can get liposomal C, vitamin C. But yeah, vegetables, they have all those antioxidants, and fruits, berries especially. You're not going to get a lot of that from bacon and meat, really.
I think
But
I
you'll
made
get
a
all
good
the.
move getting all these vegetable stuff I got this because I don't eat I don't like the taste of plants, but I got this vegetable powder and I got this multivitamin too, and broccoli is on both of those things that in these uh, supplement ingredients I got.
I don't think it'll hurt.
Cool, man. Hey, you sound like you do this for a living.
Basically.
You're like a nutritionist?
Kinda.
Oh, that is
Hey,
so cool.
Smurf, when you're done, I would like to ask the guy some questions too, since we're on the
Oh, go
subject. When
for
you're
it,
done,
man.
sir.
I'd love to learn. Go ahead.
Okay, so I eat lots of steak and brisket, and I when I go keto, and what I mean by keto is little to no carbs, sometimes no carbs at all, sometimes no nutrients at all. For example, today, my third day on keto, like full day, I woke up and just not hungry. I haven't eaten anything because I'm not craving anything except water. I'm craving lots of water because I had an active day. So that's going to make me lose weight for sure, right? And as long as I'm putting salt in my body, I notice that I don't have the cramps. Magnesium and potassium helps out a lot. I do take other multivitamins, post, and prebiotics. And I got to say, when I feel this way, like it's definitely like a boost in my energy, testosterone. I can feel it. I feel so much better when I'm not eating. And I've seen studies that show if mice only eat 30% of their diet, they live 30% longer. And I know that like at 300 pounds, I'm not healthy, so I definitely need to like cut down on some weight. I could be more than 3. I actually don't know. And when I'm doing this diet, I drop weight like really fast because I can go like 3.5, 4 days without eating, and I work with food. I deliver pizza, so all day long smelling food, just going to work and not eating because I'm not hungry. And I didn't plan to fast today. I'm just not hungry, so I fall into fast. Just like before, I would be on the couch and fall asleep on the couch, like accidentally just fall into a fast. So I've seen the evidence that you're talking about where people go on a plant-based diet and they cure their diabetes, or I guess I can't say that. It helps a lot with their insulin stability, all plant-based diet, and it even reverses sometimes. I don't disagree with the word you're saying, but what do you think about what I'm doing? Because it appears to be working too. What I'm saying is that you can't have your cake and your steak. You should pick one or the other.
I think one of the big, what you're mentioning is being in a ketotic state. So essentially, our biochemistry gets energy from glucose, and we have a store of glucose in our muscles and our liver. It's called glycogen. And when that runs out, our body's chemistry switches over to create energy from fat instead of sugar. And when you're in that state, that's where a lot of the research shows that there's a lot of benefit. So people with seizures actually can help decrease the incidences of seizure by being in a ketotic state. That's actually how the keto diet was first developed clinically, was because it was helping people with seizures. But also just fasting in general, you're cleansing out a lot of your cells. You're using up endogenous nutrients, and those are nutrients that are like within your own body's cells membranes. You break them out down and you replenish them. It's kind of like cycling through. That's so many cultures recommend fasting, and there is a correlation to that in health. And it's interesting that they've been doing it for these thousands of years before we understood biochemistry. But also, what you're doing is calorie restriction. So those are all good things. Definitely.
I don't think it's calorie restriction.
You
Not
said you're
when
eating
I'm
30% of what you're normally eat?
No. I cited a source. I didn't properly
Oh,
cite it in paper, but I said that mice, if they feed them 30% of their diet, they live 30% longer. So I'm trying to eat less by cutting out the carbs, right? And when I do
yeah, it
that,
makes sense. If your body's bigger, it has more work to do.
right, right. So basically, what I'm saying is that I don't think people are meant to eat carbs and meat at the same time. So, for example, let's say it's like harvest time. Would the men be forced to go out again, and get food at harvest time? No, they would just eat like the fruit and the vegetables that are, it's harvest time. We're scarfing
Oh,
down on this because we can't, right? And then when we run out of like harvest food, then they're forced to go out and, danger animal, kill a buffalo, or whatever they need to eat, right?
Hey,
So
hold
I'm
on.
thinking,
There was a time when we didn't, before agriculture, where we just fished and hunted.
that kind of goes into like the idea of blood type diet. Actually, you look at the timeline of when these types of blood types developed, because based off of the antigen exposures that people were being exposed to at these times. So, like, the oldest blood type is supposed to be the O blood type, and that's when they were more the hunters eating meat. And then A blood type starts to develop around the time when agriculture and people are settled down and they don't rely on hunting as so much. So they're exposed to the antigens and vegetables and grains and things like that. And then the last one is B. Well, technically not. There's Bombay blood type now, which is a complete different one from OAB. But yeah, like we were that's gives some credence to the blood type diet. And statistically, it's been shown that people who have A blood types produce less stomach acid. And you need that stomach acid to break down protein. So maybe some people benefit from higher protein and others don't. It's also, so when I see patients, go on 100% plant-based and they get their blood pressures down, their blood sugar controlled, we right now I'm trying to see if we can start slowly introducing things and see which one of them put them into an irregular state. So like maybe someone can eat shrimp, they can't eat chicken. Another person can eat chicken but not shrimp. So we slowly, right now, we're seeing if we can slowly introduce different kinds of proteins. But all I know is that when they go plant-based, they get off their meds because it's dangerous to be on them when you're plant-based.
I'd like to ask you about this the wheat thing. I don't know if wheat is I think it's a form of grass, and it's a big part of carbs. Do we get most of our carbs from wheat?
We get a lot of carbs from wheat, corn. I think probably corn. I mean, other than bread, corn is probably our biggest source of carbs, and sugar.
I don't eat any sugar or corn, but I notice bread is in most meals. Most people eat bread every day, and we're not cows. Cows have like 4 stomachs and they eat grass. So I'm not sure if humans can digest bread.
Well, we can definitely digest it, but there are certain compounds in there that could activate opioid receptors, increase appetite, slow us down. Carbs and sugars put stress on the pancreas. Chronic diet with high sugar, high carbs, that's how people develop diabetes.
Wow.
Everything in moderation. I mean, even if you eat just nothing but steak all day, that has its downside and cons as well. You have to eat in moderation.
So I was gonna say every time I cook a steak, like I pretty much put as like many natural like herbs as I can. So like garlic, onion, black pepper, as many different like seasonings as I can, so that I'm getting like something from the ground. That's probably a good idea, right?
I think it's probably minimal, whatever you're getting from that. I mean, even if you dump a bunch of turmeric, like the amount of turmeric you need to put on your steak to get a beneficial effect, it's going to ruin your steak.
Well, I put it on eggs because turmeric, red pepper, black pepper, and olive oil tastes really good on eggs.
And actually, turmeric and curcumin work well with the compounds in black pepper called pepperin. They promote its bioavailability in the body.
And so does the oil. It also sucks it out too, the olive oil. So another thing I was going to say is that, like, I notice if I just go like all vegetarian, like it seems like I'm always hungry because the bacteria is always like in my gut going, feed me, Seymour. And when I eat meat, it's like I don't have the craving, nowhere near like I had before. Like I don't crave
that is an
hardly
interesting
anything.
point you made about the bacteria, and also that you feel full. When you eat fat and protein, those are 2 compounds that cause your digestive system to slow down because it takes more time to digest those things. So when you get fat and protein in your duodenum, all of the muscles in your digestive system start to slow down. So that's also why you feel more full with fat and protein. But your point on the bacteria in your gut, those develop depending on your diet. And so you can even see like athletes, Olympic athletes, they have a different bacteria culture ratio in their guts than like a couch potato would. So that may take time actually to develop a proper biome so that you would benefit the most from a vegetarian diet. Especially if you've been eating meat for so long, the population of bacteria are not meant to be breaking down the fibers and other things that you're getting from the vegetables. It takes a little bit of time, and that's really important also because the bacteria produce so much, like a lot of your neurotransmitters, like the serotonin and dopamine, all of these things that your brain uses to send signals between its cells come from the bacteria in your gut. It's a gut mind connection.
Right, the gut brain connection. Yeah, so I wanted to say that, like, I'm just now doing the keto diet. I just started it. I've done it before, and it was very successful in the past. But yeah, I'm a foodie. You know, some people gamble and some people are, addicted to cigarettes or drinking. For me, it's seafood. Like, I see it, I want to eat it. I don't know. I'll try anything but mud bugs. I don't eat crawfish, but I probably wouldn't eat a gator or a snake or an eel, but pretty much anything else. If the fish has gills and fins, I'll eat it. But yeah, I recently got on this thing, and it's like, man, it's only been 3 days, and I feel fantastic. I mean, even though I did a lot today, like I don't feel sore or anything. But in the past, I've eaten lots of vegetables. I want to try every food like before I die, like the rare fruit, from other countries and stuff like that. Also, I got to say that when I'm on this diet, apple cider vinegar, I take that too, and I think that helps out a lot. Like it really helps out because I just take like a little shot and then drink some tea real fast.
I think just the most important thing is to understand moderation, and a good way to look at that is the nutrient dense foods like meat. You don't need to eat that much of them because they're so dense in nutrients.
Right, so I'm eating less, and if I'm eating less, then my body has more time to rest, not rest and digest, but rest from digesting. And I think that's the problem that people have, that we eat like 4 or 5 meals a day, and then your pancreas and your liver are like, again? Seriously?
Yeah, we definitely eat too much.
I don't even know what a pancreas is.
It's the organ that releases insulin, which tells your body to take sugar in your blood into the cells and make energy out of it.
Oh, thanks. Now I know what it is.
And then the people who have a resistance to insulin, the pancreas starts to work harder to release more insulin. So that's what diabetes is. So there's two kinds of there's diabetes type 1, type 2. Type 1 is your pancreas just doesn't produce insulin. That's usually something that you see people born with. And then you have type 2 diabetes, which is one of the more preventable diseases. And you see people develop that over time because of lack of exercise and diet. And that's when their body doesn't respond to insulin, even though the pancreas produces plenty.
I don't eat any sugar, so I should be okay, right?
Yeah, low carb diet. That's good for preventing diabetes.
I'm really skeptical about probiotics, but it sounds like you know a lot about it. Is there a lot of is that a really established science? Is that you know what I'm trying to say?
100%. It's one of the most important things about our diet. And now like you can make kefir, which is a lacto fermented milk, and 1 teaspoon of that is going to give you more variable strains of bacteria and live culture than one of those pills that you'd spend, like $30 to $45 on a bottle of. You get like 300 times more than that.
Kefir, what? How do you spell that?
Kefir.
Can I buy that on Amazon?
You can buy I would recommend just buy the grains and make it yourself, because if you buy it, a lot of times these companies that make kefir or yogurt, they just use industrial sources of bacteria and yeast, so they're not as diverse, and you don't
Ah.
get a lot of the different benefits from the different strains. You get
What
like
about raw milk? I got neighbors that have cows, dairy farm. Would you suggest raw milk?
I would suggest raw milk if it's safe. Like the cows are in proper environment and raised well and healthy. I would definitely recommend it. But even better than the raw milk, I would say the lacto fermented raw milk. Not only are the bacteria and the yeast going to help your gut and your body's immune system and ability to digest foods and create vitamins, because the bacteria actually is our only source of vitamin K in our body. So having good bacterial population diversity is important. But
do you get that in kefir? I don't know if I said that right.
There's nothing better than kefir.
Kefir. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Kefir. I'm going to read more about that.
Sorry, sir. You said that it's important. I would say that gut health is essential. Would you agree that this stuff that you're talking about, the gut biome, it's more than important? I would say it's like you have to have it if you want homeostasis. Would you agree?
I'll put it this way. We have something called a hologenome. And if you actually look at the DNA in our body by weight, 90% of the DNA in our body is not even ours. It's bacteria, it's viruses, it's fungi, it's yeast. So we're more of that in terms of DNA than we are ourselves.
You just blew my mind, man.
It's a we don't have a genome. We have a hologenome. If we just killed all the bacteria in our body, we would die.
Oh, that's scary.
And everything we eat is pasteurized and sanitized these days. Our immune system isn't. You have to have you have to be chronically exposed to some bacteria too. Your immune system, it's like a muscle that needs to be worked out. And of course, just like working out, you can't work out too hard, but you can't not work out at all. And so I think a lot of these autoimmune diseases that are occurring these days come from a lack of proper gut diversity.
And I can make sure I have good gut diversity if I get kefir.
Oh yeah, I think there's nothing better than kefir as a source, but homemade kefir.
I really thank you for the knowledge.
My pleasure.
Hey,
yeah, it's very easy to make.
I'm going to research that. Hey, do you eat meat?
I eat it on occasion. I'll have like a ribeye steak once a month.
Cool.
Otherwise, I eat fish, which are more omega-3 ratio rich versus omega-6. Omega-3 is promoting a anti-inflammatory pathway, while omega-6s promote an inflammatory pathway, which both are important because that's the way our immune system works. The inflammatory pathway attacks and defends against foreign invaders, while the anti-inflammatory pathway, helps with healing and preventing free radical damage and things like that. So both are important, but if you have a constant ratio of omega-6, which is the inflammatory pathway, using cooking oils and vegetable oils and tilapia and some meats, you're promoting the more inflammatory pathway. So if you're going to eat fish, don't eat tilapia. Eat like albacore, tuna, mackerel, sardines. Those are the ones that are going to be omega-3 rich. Tilapia, which everyone loves, it's like straight omega-6. I'd rather eat bacon.
Oh, hey, I don't use any oils at all. I only use bacon. It's meant to say butter. I only cook with butter.
See, I try with butter. I try to, because it has a low smoke point. When you burn butter, that's when you create a lot of compounds that are very bad for you. I tend to just melt the butter over the hot food.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know that. I probably burn butter all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
bro, get you
sometimes it tastes good.
Sorry, if you want to sear your steak, right? You didn't say you eat steak, but I use
I eat
avocado
ribeye.
oil. Okay, yeah, avocado oil smokes at a very high temperature, so you can get really good sear on your steak. I was going to ask you, what do you think about ghee? It's like a butter extract.
Yeah, it's very it comes from India. It's a pretty processed form of butter. It's supposed to be very nutrient dense. But if for the reason that you're talking about using ghee, I would say it's better to use Shilajit.
What's that?
It's Shilajit is a compound that was made in the Himalayan mountains when plant material, like thousands of years ago, was in the cracks of the rocks, and certain populations of bacteria would break that down and create an immense amount of micro trace minerals and compounds like fulvic acid. So I think that if you're going to do it, you might as well do that rather than ghee. It's called Shilajit, Shilajit.
Okay, cool.
You're blowing my mind. Hey, I have very basic. I don't even have basic knowledge in nutrition, so I just have really basic questions. Would you say, or do you believe that we're omnivores? Humans are omnivores?
I think so. Looking at our teeth, at least, it's like we have the ability to break down all kinds of food.
Oh, okay.
What was that other thing you said? The milk. I'm sorry, Smurf. The
Go
milk.
ahead. What was that?
The fermented milk. What'd you call it?
Oh, Kefir.
Kefir.
I just learned a lot this evening.
What about kimchi? Especially for the ladies.
I don't know about that, but I know it's a good source of probiotics. But again, nothing beats kefir.
Okay.
Thank you so much for. I just learned a big thing today or tonight.
Kefir is really easy. You get like a tablespoon of kefir grains. It just looks like cottage cheese chunks. What those are, they're called scobies or symbiotic cultures of bacteria and yeast. And you put about a tablespoon in like one of those mason jars. You fill it up with milk. You keep it at 75 degrees for 24 hours. The next day, it's done. You just strain out those kefir grains for the next batch. And all of that milk was processed by that culture. And one, you get a lot of the bacteria. Two, the bacteria converted all the lactose sugar. So now you have a keto food. It has no sugar. It has a lot of organic acids, which are byproducts of these bacteria. Lots of protein. And again, it's keto because the bacteria ate all the sugar and turned it into a bunch of other organic acids and compounds.
Awesome. I like milk, and I can't never drink it when I'm on keto. So if it wasn't for chips and dips and milk, I would.
It's gonna taste like sour milk though. Don't expect it to taste like a fresh glass of whole milk. It's gonna be sour.
Oh, I switched to drinking almond milk because I assumed it's healthier than regular milk. Like, because I was reading about keto. What do you think about almond milk?
I think, of course, if you make it yourself, it's better. You buy the stuff in the store; they put carrageenan, bean extracts, etc. It's so easy to make if you just do it yourself. You put, for every cup of almonds, you put 2 cups of water. You blend it in a high-powered blender. Pour that through a cheesecloth. You can take the pulp and make cookies or whatever you want with it, and then all of the liquid with the water and the almonds, you got your almond milk right there. It's not going to last as long because they put preservatives in there for the shelf life. But for 3 days, you're gonna have some of your own fresh almond milk. All you did was blend almonds in water and strain them. You can put a little bit of cocoa powder in there. Keep it keto. You can put a little agave if you want to sweeten it. Just make it yourself. It's cheaper too.
And you would say almond milk is very healthy, right?
If you make it yourself, there's preservatives and stuff like sodium benzoate and carrageenan to give it that thickness. If you buy it in the store, of course, there's going to be things in there that you really don't need. They just put them in there for quality control and shelf life.
I wish they taught all this stuff in public education. All the stuff you're covering needs to be
Well, the thing is, in the 1920s, Rockefeller during the Depression decided to be a philanthropist because everyone was pissed off at him because they're in line for bread and he's a billionaire in the 20s. So what he did was he decided to invest in the community, and the first things he invested in were pharmaceutical schools and medical schools.
Go on. Go on.
And so that's how eventually our entire American education system was based off of these businesses. They started to copyright and patent medications that were natural just by putting petroleum in there. And it just changed the paradigm, the mindset of medicine forever, as well as education in America. You know, that's when they put everyone on a standardized system, standardized testing. They took God out of the curriculum. That was when it all started, and that's why we're not taught that anymore. I mean, in medical school, for 2 years of basic sciences, 2 weeks is spent on nutrition.
Oh, what? That's it?
Mm-hmm.
We're really lucky to have you here.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm lucky to be here.
We're all about the truth here, and I'm learning a lot about this. Is extremely important. Everybody should know the stuff that you're saying.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to hear it too, especially people who, like, for example, physicians who are not taught that. They feel like it challenges their authority, and they just want to pass their tests and their exams. You know, this stuff is not being tested on, and a lot of them feel like it's just filling up headspace.
I think you're onto something there.
I think we would probably benefit the most if we were able to teach logic and critical thinking, like starting junior high.
Oh, they try to do the opposite. They don't want. They try to get that out of us.
Exactly.
They want us to be employees. Yeah.
Hey, fella, what do you think about Moringa oleifera?
About what?
Moringa. It's a plant that grows near the tropics, and it's apparently like got 3 different parts of the plant that you can eat, and they use it to substitute for nutrition in third world countries. I think it's going to be real popular in America pretty soon. What do you think about moringa?
I haven't really reviewed the literature on that.
I suggest you do, because the stuff that you talk about, if you were to add moringa oleifera in these people's diets, I mean, it's just so much nutrition from this one little plant. Go ahead and do some preliminary research real fast. Type it up and see what you see.
I actually have to go. My wife has been calling me, and I've been ignoring her calls.
Oh man, it's been a.
All right, peace.
Please come back.
Oh yeah, I try to come as often as I can. Usually I'm here around 5 to 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, sometimes till 7. I look forward to seeing you guys around.
I'm on the East Coast. Thanks for the knowledge, bro, and we'll talk with you again.
Well, thanks for the chat, guys. Appreciate you. Have a good night, everybody.
While you're gone, we can just speculate about things that you know. Hey, have a good evening.
Thank you. Good night, guys.
Good night, buddy. So I don't know 1% of what he knows, but I just assume that bacon is the healthiest as a food. But now I'm going to research this kefir stuff, KEFIR. I'm going to research that. Hank, what do you think about bacon? Oh, I guess we lost Hank too. Does anybody here want to talk about bacon? Sorry, I got hungry. I'm actually Jewish, but I try not to be superstitious. You know, I don't trust any of this food at the store. All these preservatives and stuff in everything, meat, whatever it is. But I really like bacon a lot.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, you know, nothing. I wasn't really if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flatter, flatter. Flatter, flatter, flatter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt, and then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of you. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flatter, flatter. Flatter, flatter, flatter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flatter, flatter. Flatter, flatter, flatter.
Kick ass. I love that song, man.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, it's one of my faves.
Dude, that was like 2017, maybe older.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. It's been a minute. That's a great song, man.
Yeah.
Really, really well put together. So many great Flat Earth songs out there, man. It's just so many. It's crazy.
True.
I don't know. I got a playlist on my channel. I don't know, 350 songs or some shit. And I was
Seriously?
like, what? Yeah, I collected them over the years. I just made a playlist. I would add to it. Not all of them are Flat Earth. I had some. I got into some Coco 19 stuff. I just put them in there. I put them in there. I probably got like 40 of those or something, but the rest are like mostly Flat Earth. I need to add to it. There's a bunch more new ones out that I don't even have, man. I gotta get some more in there. But no, it's great, man. There were people putting out Flat Earth albums back in 2016, man. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
ODD and Musicians for Truth. He was fucking putting out a ton of shit. Good stuff, man. I'm sure I have that one in my fucking list. I'm sure I do. Let me check it out. What's up, Saints? Pause. What's up, man? What's up, bro?
How you been?
Good, man. How are you?
Cool. Came back from LA tonight. I saw something crazy, like one of those things that they do on the. It was like on the corner of It was like it's what they call NoHo, North Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
They had like 3 cop cars blocking the street, and they had cones, like the flares out, and then 2 of the cops were just standing like behind the cop cars, like with their legs sprawled out, like they were gonna run, and they're just shining their flashlights like in circles back and forth at all the drivers who were passing by. It's so weird. And then as we're turning, they're making us turn. There's a dude with a video camera right there with the tripod and everything. I was like, oh my god, these
Really?
people. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe you're on TV.
E-music.
Yeah.
All right, I added it. I added that one. Cool.
Right. I'd be on the cutting room floor.
Oh, I don't have any ear shit in there, huh? Fuck. Fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. Let me go add
Right.
some of your shit to my playlist, man. I need to
Thanks,
go
bro.
through my playlist, man. Gotta straighten it out.
Right.
Remember Paul on the Plane had a called the Flat Earth MTV or something? FETV.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He ran like a
Yeah,
24/7 music, Flat Earth music channel.
That'd be a good idea.
It was good, man. I would just kick it on every once in a while. I'd hear something new. Like, oh
Right.
shit. He asked for requests. He goes, yeah, if you find any shit, I sent him a bunch of shit.
Oh, that's cool. Did he still do it?
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it does. It does.
He
Hey,
got busy.
you've been down to like you through Orange County by like Laguna Beach.
I got married in Laguna Beach.
So I went there today or last night, and then today, and like have you seen on the freeway how they have those they have those gnarly they're like almost like a dome shape, but they're like like a dome that or like a square shape on top, but then it's like curved on the side, and they have above the green and white freeway signs, they have like a purple and like gray color,
Yeah.
and it's for fast track.
Yes. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know. What does it look all Masonic and shit? Oh, I lost you. Fucking dump. Okay.
Can you hear me?
There you go. Now I got you.
Okay. Somebody was calling me on the other line. Okay, so I realized that all the way from Santa Barbara, or actually further, because I was in Lompoc the other day, from Lompoc all the way down to like the beginning of Orange County, there's gnarly construction on the freeway. Like they have people, like they have the cones, and they're like, it doesn't even look like they're doing anything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, they've been working on that Santa Barbara shit for fucking 2015 or something, right? Oh, lost him again.
Sorry about that, dude. This chick keeps calling my phone, bro. Sorry. Okay, so
that's all right, man. That's not a problem at all, man.
Okay, there's once you get into like Laguna Beach area, or like once the freeway that right before you go to like Laguna Niguel or whatever, and then you pass Toro Canyon. Okay, so that freeway for about like 10 miles, is like done. That freeway's done, dude. It's like probably like 8 lanes or something. Like it's ridiculous, and it's perfect
Fucking
blacktop.
like 12 fucking lanes. It's huge, yeah. Going down that way. It's big, man.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. So
it's super big.
Yeah, they're done with the construction on it though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's done, man.
Like they're done, and the freeway's done, and they have those giant fast pass things that like bigger than I've ever seen them anywhere, bro. And like it's like I've been thinking like the reason all the construction is so they can have all these type of like barrier points, like they call it fast pass or whatever, where you have to like have a pass to go through it.
Right. Yep. You gotta have the pass, man. Yeah. Well, you don't have to have the pass. You can pay online when you got like 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like 5 days.
Yeah, that's how it is now. But once everything's like, you know what I mean? Once it's a smooth flowing operation, you know? Yeah. You know what I mean?
I do.
But yeah, it was a trip to see like all the construction they've been doing, like the fruit of their labor down there, you know?
Yeah. They definitely did some work, man.
Yeah, they did, dude. Those freeways are quick, and they're like, it was so empty, like nobody was on this thing. I could barely even see into the northbound lane. So many lanes, bro.
Hadn't never been curved.
Never. I've had
You
a
got the
crazy
remaster. You got the remaster of Never Been Curved.
Dude, the last couple of weeks have been crazy, bro. Like I bumped into like 2 ex-girlfriends and just yeah. Anyway.
That's great.
Yeah. It's just really unexpected and random. Anyway. I've been driving like all day. I feel like my butt hurts.
Dude, I hate that, man. It's kind
When
of
you
like
drove to Santa Maria that day, you were tired, huh? That's a long drive,
yeah,
bro.
man. I mean, it took it just to get out of here and get packed and fine. I just like was all fucking morning and then drive and then yeah, I was pretty fucking cooked, man.
Yeah. That's a long drive, bro. A long drive.
Latter-day Saints versus Latter-day Saints.
Oh, Latter-day Saints versus Latter-day
Latter-day
Saints?
Saints versus Latter-day
Yeah.
Saints. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah.
Has there been any Globers on tonight?
I don't know, man. There was one on earlier. I had somebody come over and help me with some yard work. And I had to stop listening when he got here.
Okay.
But there was a guy, he's been in here he says he's been listening for years. And he keeps insisting that when you go out to the ocean, he can see the curve. I was like,
oh my gosh. Did you ever watch that video where the guy in the blue shirt and the black mask?
Which one?
The video that I sent you, where we're at the Griffith Observatory.
Oh no, wait. Is it on your channel?
Yeah, I sent it to you. It's the Griffith Observatory, and I wanted you to see if you recognize the guy's voice.
Oh, okay. Well, let's take a listen, man. Hang on.
It's probably up. I've sent you a couple videos since then, probably. But it's like I think the title of it is NASA Nick signs people up for Space Force.
Nah,
so funny.
I would remember
Yeah.
that. I know him. I know NASA Nick really well.
Yeah. How is he? Is he doing okay?
As far as I know, I mean, I saw Sasha.
Okay, cool.
At the party, she didn't say,
Okay.
he's not doing well. He's in really good
surprised he wasn't
shape.
there. You know, Nick's always macking, dude. He's Mac.
Yeah, he's playing it, man. For sure. It was funny though, man. That was great having him out on Hollywood back in the day. It was hilarious.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. It was so fun, man.
He sent me a link to his face page book or whatever it's called, and I was looking on it. I was like, "Dang, dog, you got it like that?"
I can't find.
Have you seen his face page book?
I don't.
If you can't find it here, let me check and send it to you again. Hold on.
I don't do that face thing. Yeah, shit. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are flat earthers, man, that are totally on Facebook, man. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not. I went on there like one time and found all kinds of fucking flat earthers, man. And all right, I can't find the fucking Griffith Observatory one, man. I don't know where the hell it is. You sent it to me in a DM, huh? I guess I could check it out. Check it out. Anybody else want to chat, man? We're hogging it all up here, man. Anyway, the guy was in here today was saying he could see the curve when he's on the ocean. And It only works on a globe. Horizons only work on a globe. He said it again today. And it was like, what the fuck?
Okay, I just put it on there right now.
All right. Let me mute. Let me see if I recognize his voice. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
All right.
Or what?
Hey guys, I'm signing up for Space Force.
Right.
Who's with me? Let's go and enlist now. Space Force.
Space Force. Listen to this crazy chick. Listen to this crazy chick.
Yeah, I actually did that. So are you coming? Okay. No idea what she's saying. It did not come in clear.
I don't think she does neither.
I don't recognize the voice, but he has a mask on, man. He's got a fucking mask on. How the fuck you gonna? What a cock! Fuck.
Dude. And you know what I realized is I realized in the video he had a camera around his neck the whole time, right? And then as he's saying he has to leave, he goes over towards a girl who's on the grass, who's sitting there propped up taking pictures of us. And I didn't even realize until I watched the video like a week ago. That video was from like over a year ago. You know?
Yeah, that was like last summer, man. Yeah.
Yeah. It was May 8th of last year. And so I realized like they might have been there taking pictures the whole time or something. But the way he talked, it reminded me of somebody on the Discord, bro.
Yeah,
I just can't put my finger on it. You know what I mean?
There's a little wind noise, but yeah, I couldn't hear it that good. And he had a mask on. That was another.
Yeah, I know.
Cucky freaking. Yeah. Thanks, asshole.
Right.
And he keeps playing with it. He keeps playing with it, and he's pulling it down over his nose, and it's like, why are you even wearing a fucking thing then, man? If you have to pull it down over your nose and you fuck off, you know? I'm just so
pissed. It's to disguise his appearance, bro.
There you
go. For sure. But I see people in their cars with like two of them. I've seen some young kids with two of them on. Each of them had two of them on in their car with the windows rolled up. It was like 95 degrees.
Right. Yeah, it's totally hot out. Nick's got his shirt off. Yeah, it's blazing hot up there, man. No wind. It gets hot up there, yeah.
Right. Dude, I went to these condos in Orange County, near Laguna, and these new condos are like it looks like a palace, bro. I'm not even kidding you.
Oh yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's like Disneyland.
Like you drive in, it's like a whole country almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like own little city in there, right?
Yeah, it's a trip, dude.
Smurf dropping a Space Force theme song. Sweet.
That's right.
I got to put that on my fucking playlist. Definitely.
It's what inspired me to enlist in the Space Force.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Got to enlist,
That's
man.
Right. Yeah, for sure. You got to enlist. I'm gonna post that video in the live feed again.
Yeah. Or I can do it. Right? No, I can't. Never mind.
I got it.
There you go.
There it is. Anybody who doesn't know who NASA Nick is, if you don't know now, you know.
And NASA Nick was our. Oh shit! There's 1.6 million views on this fucking song, man. Holy shit!
Which one?
The Space Force theme song.
Which one is it? Oh shit,
dude!
Is it their real theme song?
I don't think so.
Or is it a joke theme song?
It's the official song of the Space Force.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, yeah, because I know they have one.
Get a fuck off. No way, man. Oh, those Mongos. Fucking Mongos. Sipping on my Pinot over here.
Right. I'm eating these French cookies right now. So good.
Oh shit.
Dude, the amount of munchies I get around this time of night, dude, they're unparalleled with anything else in my life.
Really?
All I need is milk right now.
All right. I don't know. Can't play that fucking force song. All right. Well, thanks, Smurf, man. Thanks for.
Did I tell you that Vandenberg is called it's called Vandenberg Space Force Base now, and they took the Air Force out of it.
Fuck off.
It's just called Vandenberg Space Force Base. I'm not even kidding you. And the other day, when I was in Lompoc, I was waiting in my car for a friend to come back to the house and went to the store, and I was just looking at stuff in my car, and I heard the sound of a rocket, and I saw the dude across the street looking up, and I looked up, and I saw like the flames coming out of an actual rocket. I was like, whoa. But I didn't, as soon as I pulled my phone out trying to videotape it, it was already past because they had a lot of cloud coverage, but I was like, whoa, it didn't look that big. It looked weird. Like it didn't look right, you know what I mean?
Looks kind of small, huh?
I mean, I'm no expert, though. I've never seen rockets go up even in the air, and
Me either. I never have.
Only on film or video.
Yeah.
Why would you want to see it when you can be in it, go into space?
Let's
I
do
know,
this,
right?
dude. We have a guy that comes on here in Discord that works for these Mongos. I forget his name, but he comes in once in a while, and he's super cool, man. By the way, he's not an asshole. He's like super cool. He's totally honest about what he does and how he kind of like. It's just a computer screen. I get it, the data comes in. I analyze it and blah blah. But he's not like, oh, it's definitely fucking up there. He doesn't know. I mean, it's like it is just. At least he admits he's like just bugging what's coming across my computer screen. Anyway, I forget his name, but
that sounds critical to national security.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's.
What would we do without Space Force?
Well, they got 20. How many billions did they get? On top of the 60-something billion NASA's already getting, they got another 26 billion or some shit.
Sounds like a lot of partying.
It sounds like a lot of hookers and cocaine.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. Apparently, if you're really rich, that's what you do. Hookers and cocaine. That's what I've heard. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, keep the space troops morale up.
You got to keep morale up. Exactly. That's funny.
Yeah, they go. They battle space aliens across the galaxy.
So, Saints, man, you met Shackleton, huh? Angel. I know Angel Shackleton. I see he's in one of your videos. Apparently related to the Shackleton that got his boat stuck in fucking Antarctica. Oops. Down, yeah. Anyway, that's the only Glober I heard today, I think. Maybe there, or was there somebody in this morning? Somebody was in this morning. Yeah.
I'm really conflicted about Antarctica. Kind of wonder if I were allowed to go there, or if I managed to somehow get there. I'm not joking, by the way. I wonder if I'd run into a wall, and I'm being serious. I'm not joking.
Well, from what I've heard, man, they take you to some of the little outskirt islands, and it's not even like the actual continent. You're kind of off the coast a bit.
Oh, I've heard that too. About actually, if I managed to actually get to Antarctica, I'm not joking. I'm totally serious. I bet you there's a barrier, at some point if you were to go out there.
Wow, I've seen some pretty good footage that would suggest that, no question. And there's got to be some kind of shoreline somewhere holding all this water in, man.
No, I'm talking about if you get over the Arctic, like the cliff, and you just keep going, and that's probably why they don't let anybody go there, because you can't just keep going forever. I mean, I don't know that. I'm just saying. I assume that you're going to run into a wall. And I know that may sound silly because most people believe in the space, the globe, and all that. But I don't believe in the globe, and I really actually think, like you've seen the Truman Show where the boat just hits like the wall.
Oh yeah,
that sounds the most realistic. That I can't imagine. I mean, how else you get pressurized air, atmosphere, whatever you call it? You get pressurized air. You got to have a container, and the container, the ceiling must come down to somewhere, and that's
no doubt about it.
We're not allowed to go there because we'd run into the wall.
That's the theory, man. That's the
end of the level, in the video game.
Oh my!
They don't let us get to the end of the level.
No, you can't do that, dude. You can barely fucking travel right now, man. People have been bitching and complaining, man. Like,
you got to have a flight path or some kind of route.
Canada, you can't even leave. You can't leave Canada unless you've been super juiced, and super juiced coming both ways, man. They want you juiced leaving and coming.
Just trust the science.
Whoa, trust the science, man. Trust the science.
It's the new religion, dude.
Oh, it's beyond. I think a lot of people are waking up to this cock shit, man. And
I mean, yeah, a lot of people are, but proportionately, most people just go with it.
Yep. I just want it back to normal, whatever it takes. Just make it normal again. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I used to wonder when something was going to happen. Before the recent last few years, I didn't anticipate this, but something really big like this,
Oh yeah, we knew something big was coming. Here it is, and we got some other big shit coming too. Just hold on to your knickers.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to start a third world war too.
Wouldn't hurt if I was a diabolical fucking elite cock. Yeah, that's what I would do.
I think they got it lined up. Yeah.
Yeah. I always think, man, what would the diabolical fucking cock fucking sick bastard do? And I think they get a lot of their ideas from us. And
probably, yeah.
But yeah, they got think tanks, man. They're kicking ideas around. They got
I
Discord.
surfed the 4chan, and I don't write on it. I just read it for the last couple years or so. And
Yeah.
when they make posts on there, suddenly there's headlines right away, where the news articles where they try to spin stuff like the next day.
Yeah. Spin. The
Like
Earth's
within
spinning.
24 to 48 hours, they have a spin article after some people on 4chan write something. So, yeah, I mean, to what you just said, I do think they get ideas from us.
Oh, no question about it. I mean, I've seen it in action, just like you said, man, where one day we're talking about something, the next thing it's in the news, and like a week later, I'm like, what the hell? We were just talking about that.
Into reality, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's the AI that's kicking it out or people are just, figuring it out. I don't know, man. It's pretty cool.
I think that the truthers in general, like Truth, whatever, there's other websites like BitChute, whatever. Anyway, I think they're monitored or observed by these villains, these diabolical villains, and I think they get ideas from us.
Oh, no doubt. So when I first got really into BitChute, man, it was right when you couldn't put anything on YouTube about what was going on with the Coco-19, man. You couldn't. I got fucking knocked out, man, like straight away, man. I was like, damn, those guys are serious. So if I wanted to watch something about the Coco-19, I had to go to BitChute, and it's just a fucking free-for-all over there, man. You can put whatever the fuck you want. I was like, what the hell? Why are they allowing this? What the hell is going on? But apparently BitChute's like what they call peer-to-peer network, like an old Napster was.
I think they try to do that, yeah.
But I don't know if they can stop it if they wanted to, man. But I don't know, man.
The thing is, whenever they shut a place down, like one of them becomes popular, people just shift, like migrate.
Right. I just shifted. Yeah, exactly what happened, man. I just shifted over to BitChute and it was like, doody. Well, I can watch anything I want about this Coco shit and doctors and all kinds of people talking about it. And I was like, damn.
Dude, I found out the Earth is YouTube channels, and then all of a sudden it got super censored, like totally cracked down on that.
Here's the funny thing, man. I noticed after Coco-19, man, they don't give a shit about flat Earth on YouTube anymore. You can put whatever the fuck you want on there. They don't care. They won't censor it. I noticed that, man. They stopped censoring flat Earth.
I've noticed that they seem to have only so many spin doctors. Like they shifted to Ukraine, then they shift around these propagandists. They only have so many.
You're right.
Like the false flag stuff they do. They didn't have any of these, or hardly any, or really under Trump. But when Biden got in, they decided to. But they didn't have so much during Ukraine. Like they can only do one subject at a time. When Ukraine, they milked that a lot, and then they decided to ramp up with some shootings, the fake shootings.
Yeah.
And, you can only do one thing at a time.
That's true. And back in 2017, 18, they were cracking down on flat Earth all of a sudden, and it was like, whoa, man, what's going on, man?
Yeah, and I kind of wonder if they only have several thousands of agents. What was funny is I noticed I read 4chan and I've realized that I don't know how to explain this, but they have a bunch of people that are enlisted in the Air Force that sit in front of a computer screen. I also found a news article that they allocated, I forgot the number, it was like $11 billion or something to counter flat Earth specifically in an Air Force budget. And they have people, enlisted dudes, sitting in front of computer screens, and I don't, it just blows my mind, too.
No, don't let it blow your mind, but it's good to be aware of it. It's good to be
I'm
tuned
just
in.
saying the government allocates budget to counter stuff.
And there's no doubt, man. They have endless budgets. The money is not really an object with these Mongos. It's
I
about
was in the infantry in the 2000s, and that was my impression of the military. But when I find out as a civilian, I find out the military's vast. They actually have military personnel sitting in front of computer screens, like endlessly, like tons of them. I don't know how many. Like I've seen a photograph of them, and it's just endless soldiers in front of computer screens.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, the military is a lot bigger than I realized.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they got what do they call them? The troops. They got their shit set up real sweet, man. They've been working on it, buying up all the
couldn't
meat.
imagine doing an entire enlistment of sitting in front of a computer screen, making disinformation, spinning, and the flat Earth, and getting benefits and going to college for ridiculing the flat Earth. And then what do? It's probably secret. Like they're probably not allowed to speak about it. So when they get out of the Air Force, they're like, "Hey, what'd you do?" It was classified, top secret. I can't talk
classified. I can't really talk about it. I worked on computers.
Yeah.
That's all they'll tell you. Okay. Thanks, asshole. I got a buddy.
Making a career out of it.
I got a buddy, man, who will not tell me what he did in the military, man. I almost got him drunk enough one night, man. He just said shit's top secret, man. That's it. It's all I could get out of him. And
that's
he goes, I'm not even
ironic.
supposed to tell you that. I was like, oh fuck you, Mongo, fuck off.
Now we don't really know if he was doing one of these jobs, but it's ironic because people that do these sort of jobs probably have that exact same reaction.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And they don't like that they can't talk about it. I know that. So if you run into somebody who can't talk about something, I know they don't like the fact that they can't talk about it, and it really kind of eats at them. It kind of rips their soul to pieces. So I just,
I talk about it all day long, but I couldn't imagine doing some stupid job like countering the flat Earth all day for years.
Well,
and then I'm like, I can't talk about it.
I heard there's people out there that do that for a living, and they're not even in the military. They're just like professors, or
I believe it,
or maybe non-professors. I'm not sure, but
yeah, I believe it.
You know what they esteem highly as far as like prestige is how much sci-fi information you know about certain movies and things like that. That's big for them.
They dig that.
They love that shit, man. They eat that shit up.
Eat that shit for breakfast. Yummy.
I feel sorry for those people that just memorize stuff and they think they're so smart.
Well, I've had that discussion with a lot of people, and yeah, man, the more you've gone to college, the least likely you're gonna flip. It's just the way it is.
Yep.
And they really brainwash the shit out of you over there, man. Fuck, you're totally toast if you go into that.
I got a friend who's got a master's degree, and like a year ago, I brought him on this server, and his mind was blown because I couldn't get to him, but I brought him on this server, and BattleMod and some sharp people were on at the time, and his mind was totally blown.
I'm sure it was, no doubt about it, man. That's the great place that we have here.
He's highly educated, extremely so, and he was super dismissive. And then one day I just somehow I gave him the phone and I said, "You're on the Flat Earth channel," and then after the conversation, he was like, "Wow, I didn't know the perspective. I didn't know they were serious. And they have some good points."
Well, I appreciate him saying that, and I know for a fact that we do, and it's not a fucking, I believe, no, I know for a fact that I could take anybody out to the ocean right now and say, man, I can show you fucking flat Earth. You want to see it? Come here.
That's a good
Let
one
me
too.
let me buy you a beer because you're gonna need a beer after what I show you, bro. Let
The
me
best
show you.
thing you do is you bring them to this
All right.
server. It'll blow their mind.
Yeah, I'll take them to the beach. I can blow their minds, or I can blow their minds in here. But most of you Mongos are fucking crushing it. So I'm late night kind of comedy routine around here, but I'm serious too, man. I've done the research. I know my numbers. I know my Coriolis effect.
Blackberry. 10s and 18s, huh? The 10s and 18s.
Man, you look at these counter these where they try to spin it, they try to ridicule the flat Earth, and they use proof like they claim the toilet bowl swirls in a different direction, which is not even demonstrable. They just read that somewhere. You know. I mean, I don't even believe that.
No, my buddy, I got a couple people I know in Australia, and I don't know. There's a couple that come in here regularly, man. I need to re-bring that up again because I've gotten conflicting information on whether the fucking toilet's flushed the other way or not. So I need somebody to do a videotape or something. Maybe I'm sure there's some out there, but
yeah, we'll get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, we'll flush this shit down the toilet, man. You watch.
Yeah, flush the flat Earth.
Or we're gonna flush the globe, man. We're not flushing the flat Earth. Hey, when the water's in the bowl, when you're peeing in it, it's flat and level. I checked it out.
Oh, that's true. The water is level, yeah.
And when you're done peeing, it's still flat and level. Check it out.
Unless you have asthmospheric refraction.
Asthmospheric, bro. Write that down. There's your next video, dude. Atmospheric refraction. Dude, you're so fucking funny, bro. I love you, man. Shit.
Oh, thank you. Hey, I was listening to QE's one of his videos earlier that they're playing on the live stream.
Yeah.
Dude, I jotted down a bunch of words. I was like, dude, that could rhyme with so many different words. And like a couple of the things that he said, I was like, oh, dude, I can make so many things rhyme with that, you know?
Anyway, dude, I'd love to have you down in my studio one time. That'd be great.
That's in San Diego, right?
No, it's right here in Anaheim.
Oh, yeah. Okay, how far is that from Laguna?
Dude, if you're in Laguna, I'll just come pick you up. It's 30. It's like 32 miles to Laguna from here, something like that.
Yeah.
But there's a really cool freeway I can take. It's not a freeway; it's a toll road that takes me through the mountains and all through the canyon, and then I end up in Laguna. It's beautiful.
Do you have like the whole setup to just record from the microphone with a beat, you know?
Yeah, I could come up with all kinds of crazy mics and we can track it on something. I have a couple different programs, but I got Garage. We can do it in fucking GarageBand. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got all that shit. Dude.
Okay.
Yeah,
do you have Pro Tools?
Don't have Pro Tools, man.
That's just not one's better than the other necessarily, huh?
Well, I mean, it depends what you want to do. I mean, if you want to really be in the music biz, yeah, you need Pro Tools. But if you're just recording a song or a beat or this or that, I mean, fucking GarageBand will do the same thing.
I think what y'all are talking about is the most effective way to get to the mainstream is through music.
I don't know, man. I mean, there's a lot of it, truth music out there, a ton of it.
I don't think it might not be the best way, but it's one of the ways.
It's one of the ways. Yeah.
Well, it's not the way that we figured it out, but I'm talking about reaching the normies, the population, the wide, a lot of people.
Exactly, man. If we want to, but I think it was I don't know if it was chocolate. It was somebody in here today was saying, man, our marketing sucks around here, man. And I was like, it kind of does, man. We need to be out pushing it a little bit, stickers. We need some fucking, people that QR codes or something, man. But there was quantity over quality. Which one do you want, man? We all like the quality calls. The guys that are really like, what do you mean by Coriolis? You're talking about rifle shooting. They know something, right? Those guys, yeah. We don't want somebody in here going, "Hey, man, I saw a NASA video. Of course, it's a globe." You don't want to talk. I mean, those people just the day oneers, man, are tough, man.
It was Elijah, I think.
It was Elijah. Yeah, I was Elijah. There you go. I was just listening. I didn't know who was talking, but I think Chocolate was on there today, right? Am I mistaken?
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah. Okay. Elijah. Yeah, Elijah's like, dude, we suck at marketing. I was like, I have a ranch over at Globebusters, man. I'll drop the link into this Discord fucking 3-4 times every time they go live, man. I just drop it in there. Just drop it. Boom.
You know how they put the Biden sticker on the gas pumps? We should just put, they say, I did that. They should put like the equidistant azimuthal map on the gas pumps.
Sure, why not, man? It can't hurt. I'm willing to put, anything on there. I mean, there was the research flat earth thing, man. It went around for quite a few years. I still got some of the stickers and shit. Which
of all the things
now if you research flat earth now, man, you're toast, dude. You ain't got a chance to find fucking 24/7 flat earth Discord, man. Good luck.
You're right. Yeah, they drowned it out with propaganda. The whole internet.
And I've done a lot of searches.
All the things I've seen, that equidistant azimuthal map answers so many questions. Like a picture says 1,000 words.
You're right, and that's why we use it. And of course, it's not accurate. Nobody here would say it is 100%, but it did definitely
accurate enough for the UN map.
Exactly. Oh, not only the UN map. What about the fucking the EMF, man? The monetary fucking bank fund fuckers.
Hey, Sonny, Flat Earth, dude, the map of the undersea cable, the Flat Earth map with the undersea cables on it?
Yeah, what about it?
Dude, that's a really good map. I've actually showed that to people who are skeptics, and that made them believe more than anything else. It's weird.
That's cool.
I don't know if I've seen that one. Can you post that? Do you have that?
Yeah, I'll post it.
I'm not sure I've seen that
one. The undersea cable thing came out in, I want to say, Time magazine. I don't know when it came out, but the one I saw was from a Time magazine article about how we've connected the world through undersea cables. And it was 99% of all communications go through these cables, and everybody's like, oh man, GPS, it's got the GPS, definitely. My phone works. And it's like, no. You don't understand how networks work, man. And there's so many undersea cables, man, and underground as well. But yeah,
it blows my mind that people with internet and TV, so-called satellite internet, they actually believe that thing is got a low latency. They going 450,000 miles away to some bus out in the outer space.
Yep. So my buddy, Musicians for Truth on YouTube, his name's Dread. He lived in the
interesting map.
Yeah, how about that map? Huh? Dude. Huh. Well, that's interesting. I got to get a better picture of that, man. At some point. I'll take this for now, but down the road, man, I need a little higher resolution. And without there we go. That's the one I was looking for.
That's an unusual map, yeah.
Yeah, that's unusual. It does not look like a globe to me. Does it look like a globe to you guys? It looks pretty flat. I don't know. The roundy black edges do add a bit of globeness to them, but that's a great picture, dude. I just mooched that. Thanks, Saints.
Yeah. It's a trip, huh? Hey, you know what's really strange is my mom, when I was 3 years old, got pregnant from. I have two brothers, and I'm the middle one. They both have different dads, but she got pregnant and she didn't want to be with the guy, and so she gave the baby up for adoption. She found the parents ahead of time and agreed that when he turned 18, he'd be able to contact my mom, and they get a Christmas picture of him every year. Well, They adopted him. They adopted a girl. Well, he's a millionaire. Like, he lives in Spain and he goes backpacking. He does whatever he wants, right? He's 3 years younger than me. Great grandpa was the one who started the transatlantic undersea cable.
Really?
Yeah, trip, dude.
That's true.
I've never met his parents or anything, but yeah, it's really weird. True, and this is the weird thing is my older brother has. I don't know if you ever heard of a comedy club called Eureka up in San Francisco, but they're Illuminati'd out the game. And
you think?
Dude,
yep. You think?
Yeah, dude. Most people they have on there have that like Bill Gates kind of speech about like helping the population, help the population, whatever. And
yeah, they're gonna.
My brother,
yeah,
there was on there. They had all his credentials written behind him, right? And dude, I'm talking about like the Panama Papers, WikiLeaks, dude, Snowden, all kinds of stuff that my brother's worked on, dude. Trip out.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Mm-hmm.
They call him the pioneer of metadata, dude.
Meta, dude, that's a word that there was a guy that played basketball named Ron Artest. And Ron Artest was an absolute fucking maniac, wanted to fight everybody in the. If he caught him on a bad day, he was gonna fucking tear into you.
Yeah.
And he's the nicest guy. However, he changed his name, man, to Meta World Peace.
Weird.
No shit, man. Check it out. And it was something I was watching the other night, and I didn't realize the time frame, but the Meta thing came up. He played basketball with the name Meta World Peace on his back.
Weird.
It's so weird, dude. I put this shit together last night and I was like, oh, fuck. Metaverse, Meta World
Groundwork
Peace.
way ahead of time, huh?
Way here. This is like 15 years ago, bro. It's not like, recent at all.
Yeah. Dude,
check it out, man.
I'm gonna look that up. As a kid growing up, I remember my older brother in the early '80s had all these Commodore 64 computers.
Right.
And he'd take these things apart. He was like 10 years old, 11 years old, taking these things apart completely and putting them back together way, way better than they were. You know what I mean?
Right. I knew some guys like that.
Yeah, I did that when I was a kid. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's crazy is my he's a full-on Glober, full-on believes in everything, got his kids all, up to date on everything. And full-on, like, diehard, you know what I mean? And so it's
up to date, bitches.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean, man. You don't have to say no more, man. I know what you
mean. Dude, so my brother disowned me, will not talk to me, and won't even be nice to my mom. Won't even be nice to my mom if she's around me because of something he posted on Facebook, a picture of his newborn son. And below the quote, below in a comment, I said, "Oh, he's gonna grow up to be a flat earther." Dude, he was so Like if I would have been there, he would have probably broken a bone or made me bleed, dude. Like seriously,
Oh.
He would have gone
My
meta
brother
world,
disowned me
meta
also
world
over
peace
the
on
flat
your ass.
Earth. Yeah, I told my brother about the flat Earth, and he said he told me he disowned me. Not my brother anymore.
Yeah, dude.
That's fine, man. I've lost both my brothers and my sister. Don't talk to me.
Wow.
So I got a trifecta going here, and I'm very happy about it because I don't have to deal with them now. That's cool, man. I made my own family, man, and they're amazing. They're so
You know
cool.
what's crazy? I bet you if one of us, I'm just saying like giving the worst case scenario, did something like horrible, like murdered a person or did something horrible to somebody, right? And we were
Right.
incarcerated. The family that disowned us for being flat earthers would probably go in there every once in a while and talk to us and put money on our books and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Well, the truth carries a lot of weight and a lot of credit and a lot of respect. And
Dude, it twerks something inside people's their core settings. You know what?
Yeah,
not
it does.
you know what I mean? How they've been set. It triggers something bad, dude.
Yeah. So
this is the most sensitive subject of all subjects. It's the umbrella conspiracy that all other conspiracies follow.
Well,
I mean, you're questioning the very foundation of their world perspective. You know, the perspective of reality,
and that's why
Smurf, their world,
dude. Smurf. That's why we got fucking. I mean, they spent millions and millions and millions of dollars to just make Flat Earth look stupid. I mean, it wasn't even like they spent. I don't know if it was a B, but it was fucking millions. CBS Sunday Morning News, Discovery Channel, fucking, Life Channel. It was on fucking, it's just so much money spent. They've made movies and they've spent so much money to just to make Flat Earth look stupid, man. And that's their point, man. And they're really good at it. And it's hard to compete with that, man. But when people come into our server and they seriously sit down and talk about the fucking facts, well, that's a whole different fucking story, ain't it?
I think I figured it out. When I read the internet, when there's threads about the flat Earth, there's always somebody that goes in and says, "Oh, the Earth is a globe and evolution is real, and God." They claim God isn't real, and so. Right. It always leads to all these other things, and they start off saying that the Earth is not flat, and it leads to atheism. Yeah. There's always somebody that chimes in on a flat Earth thread saying, and it leads to atheism.
No doubt about it, man. I probably ask, 10 flat earthers in here and say, hey, man, we got a creator or not? And I'd say 8 out of 10 would probably say, yeah, you got it.
I wasn't trying to turn it into a religious. I'm just saying that I look at you judge a tree by its fruits, and the effect is they're trying to turn people into immoral degenerates, so they're more easily manipulated. And it's the foundation of the new religion of scientism.
Larry, immoral degenerates.
Yeah, it's about scientism, the new religion.
I'll leave it at that. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, immoral degenerates.
I can't hear you. Shit. I can't
hear me.
Fuck, it's too. Hold on, man.
How about
Hold on. I gotta turn you up on my end. Hold on. I'll crank you.
Yeah, Hank, you are a little bit quiet. I could barely hear you, but I can't hear you.
Anyway.
Oh my shit died.
Do you think that the mass media is trying to turn everybody into degenerates or not?
Degenerates like Ellen.
Oh fuck
just like Ellen. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah is the answer. Oh fuck yeah is what I heard. Anybody hear something different? Anybody?
Just like Ellen.
Okay. It's a degenerate. It's a degenerate fucking clown show, is what it is, man. And
you're right. I think it's all about scientism, and the foundation of it is the globe, the globe concept.
What did I see today? I saw a bumper sticker about science. I'll remember. Give me a second.
The thing about the science or scientism is it's like a belief system that they have complete control over, that they can change at any time. Like they get a new update, like the science says,
Right. Science says. It's like Simon says, right, Larry?
It's like science says you should all jump off a bridge today.
Oh, okay. Gravity's not going to work today. Simon says you're free to float around the ISS.
And why that's a good thing.
Larry, you sound like shit, man. I don't know your microphone. I don't know.
Yeah, Hank's mic is a bit quiet today. Yeah.
It's quiet and it's a little bassy, a little muffled. So yeah, maybe. Anyway, I'd love to hear what Hank Hill has to say on the subject of the fact that they feed us this shit on movies, TVs, music videos, newsprint, everything. Fuck yeah. They feed degeneratism. Degeneratism? Is that a word?
It should be.
If not, it should be. If not,
it is. It is now.
It is now, right? Okay, I said it. It's out in the ether, bro. Check it. Anyway, that's what they sell, man. I've watched it through the decades of Elvis, Sinatra, Elvis, Beatles, Led Zeppelin, all the way up to fucking Miley Cyrus. She's just having sex on the stage, How far are we going to take? Now how far are we going to take it to the next level, bro? What's going to be on stage?
They're working on that.
They're putting it in the news already, man. People are killing people, man. That's the news. They've taken it to the negative. Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid and I used to believe, when I believed in the globe, I used to always wonder if God was real and stuff. But when I figured out the earth was flat, my first assumption was they're trying to hide that the God is very highly probably very real.
They're trying to hide the flat earth. I figured it out. Because
they're trying to hide that we're contained in somebody created this whoever did it, I don't know, or there's a lot of theories about that.
None of us know, man. Nobody fucking knows. But
some people think it's computer level, other people think giants did it, or it's a big TV show, or there's a lot of different. God is the default answer. But anyway, when I was young, I used to believe in outer space and the galactic, all that. And when I was a kid, and I used to always struggle.
Smurf.
Like, is there a creator?
Hey, Smurf, man.
What's up?
Now you said when you were young. I'm 58, man.
Wow.
How old are you, man? 32?
I'm 33.
33. You're Illuminati confirmed. All right, everybody. Illuminati confirmed, guaranteed.
That's
no, man. So yeah, we got a couple decades apart here, man, a little bit.
Yeah, I figured out the Earth was flat like in 15 or something like that. So that was a long time ago. Not quite a decade, but it's getting there. I was in my 20s.
Dude, I mean, that was 7 years ago. Not quite a decade, exactly.
I was just saying, I still felt like a kid when I figured out the Earth was flat.
Do you still feel like a kid? Is the question.
I feel like I'm getting older because I got gray hairs on my beard.
Well, yeah, I mean, no.
Now, I was in the military. I'm a combat veteran in the infantry, Iraq, whatever. But the thing is that I still kind of feel like a kid. But the last 3 years or something, something happened around the time I turned 30. I just feel like I'm getting older, but I mostly feel like a kid.
No, man, you're at a great age. I bought my first house when I was like 32.
Oh, cool. I was just
Um,
trying to say that when I
well,
say I was a kid, when I believed in the globe, I mean, yeah, I was in my I believed in the globe up until 7 years ago or something like that. I was kind of young when I figured it out.
yeah, you're very prime age, 25 or so.
Something like that. I didn't do the math yet.
I think that's a great place to discover a lot of things in life, but to discover the flat Earth at that time would have been amazing, man.
Yeah.
And to have the tools that we've had, to hang out with other people that figured it out.
Basically, before I figured out the Earth, before I found it, the other people figured it out. I found it on YouTube videos, but before that, I was a kid, And afterwards, I getting older. I mean, it had a major effect on me to figure out the Earth was flat. I stopped partying so much, and I stopped. I don't know how to say this politely. I stopped banging a bunch of women all the time. I don't know how to say that. I started trying to be more caring and respectful to everybody. Because I started realizing there probably is somebody created this contained level that I'm inside. I'm not a professional speaker. I don't,
No shit.
sometimes I'm kind of blunt about that.
Shit. You're not pro. I'll give you $1. Keep talking. Now you're pro.
Okay, so I was just saying that I was somewhat. I'm not going to call myself a degenerate, but I partied way too hard, and then I found out the Earth was flat, and then I got kind of humbled.
Oh yeah, that shit'll humble you straight away, man. There's no doubt about it.
I'm still humbled by it.
I mean, it does change your life. People are like, why does it matter? It doesn't matter because I just want to go on with my life and leave me alone. And you're like, dude, this is the most important thing I can fucking tell you, man. Because without
of
this,
all
man,
the stuff I've learned in my life, this is the most important thing that I've learned.
No doubt about it. Mm-hmm. It's one of the most important things, and that's why they try to make it look really, really stupid. And they have a tremendous amount of controlled opposition. I mean, it's
people like the regular normie thinks I just believe the Earth is flat. No. I found out I know it's flat, and every day, all day long, I know the Earth is flat. Well, if I balance, like today, I balanced a bunch of junk mail on a table, and I was like, "Thank God the world's flat. Otherwise, it'd all fall over." They say my world is wobbling around and is moving at 5 different fluctuating speeds, and there's other gravity fields affecting my world. No, the world's flat, dude.
Well, yeah, you can check it out for yourself. The world's not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, man. It's just not going to do that.
Whenever I try to balance stuff, I'm like, thank God the world's flatter. It just wouldn't balance.
It wouldn't balance. We'd have a hard time. We couldn't figure it out. We'd be all over the place. It would be a disaster, man, if we're shooting through space at fucking millions of miles an hour.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's absurd.
It's absurdly and I'll just tell you to fuck off.
It's funny,
and I'll laugh and tell you to fuck off because you ain't got dick fucking squat to fucking prove otherwise.
Isn't it wild? They actually got like 90-something%, like 98 or 9% of people to believe the world is moving in all these different speeds and all.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
It's like they think the world's on a roller coaster.
It's on a spinning, shooting, gyrating roller coaster that does, I think, 11 different vectors. I don't know them all, but according to my great sources in here, it's 11. But we can just go with 4 or 5, man. That doesn't matter. I'm good with.